Hello! Hello there! Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are hearing positive things coming out of the Carlos Reales Dominguez trial, that it will be starting today, this afternoon. Right now it is almost 1 o'clock here on the East Coast, which means it's almost 10 o'clock on the West Coast. And they started about a half hour ago. They only needed 4 alternates, so we're pretty confident. We've been hearing from a couple different sources. I'm going to play one in a moment that they will be starting this afternoon. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hopefully, this will be day 1 of the Carlos Reales Dominguez trial. We've been watching pretrial hearings. They said that opening statements were going to start Tuesday. They were able to select a jury on Tuesday, but they took Wednesday off because they still needed 4 alternates. So they were reviewing the questionnaires yesterday. And this morning, starting about 15, 20 minutes ago, they were, 12:30. Yeah, about 15 minutes ago, they were talking to the alternates. So they need 4 alternates. Debbie, thank you, Debbie. That's really kind of you. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. And we absolutely hope that you are feeling better, speedy recovery. Hopefully you can rest and recuperate watching us here. So thank you for that. Really appreciate that. So let's see, who else is with us? We have Debbie, who is being incredibly gracious. Thank you so much for that, Debbie. We have Camilla. We have Elaine, Barry, Audrey, Amby, Mal. Good to see you. Gordon. Hello. JMS is here as well. Itty Bitty. Good to see you. Kimbers. Welcome in. Heidi. Good to see you as well. Green-Eyed Cat. Hello. Aussie Gardner. Welcoming in everybody. Horse Welfare and Good Vibes. Made it through the wormhole and landing now. Very cool. William, you blinking, here you are. Nice. Ronnie V, didn't realize you clicked the notification for this one. Glad you guys made it. All right, Glee Roll, good to see you. Alpaca, been here a long time, waiting for this one, not patiently. Iowa Backyard, feeling a bit lightheaded from that experience. Karina, hello. Can't wait for opening statements to finally start. Yes. You and me both. All right. Hey, Joy. Good to see you. Iowa Backyard Cam says, did everyone materialize correctly? I hope so. I think so. Virginia, good to see you. Heidi, your feet are still in Mississippi. Dina and Val Cork, welcome in. Hey, Hell Rider, good to see you. All right. I think I got everybody. Audrey Chance, hello to you. All right. It's been a long morning. Yes, it has been, itty bitty. And the day is just starting for us. If they start going at 3 our time, it'll be 12 their time it'll be, well, it's California, so we just have to get used to California. I9, yes, we are hoping that they have opening statements today. Christine Fortunato, good to see you. Jane Dixon, Shannon, good to see you. Thank you for the sparkles. Forda, doing stuff I don't want to do and listening to Trial TV Live. Did you hit the like button? Holly, hello, hello. Yes, let's make sure we hit the like button. Hey, Running with Scissors, Play on Crime, good to see you as well. Gretchen, Lisa, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Hut95, good to see you. Wizard of Ezzy, welcome in, welcome in. All right. So I've got I'm going to start with a news clip from yesterday. Let's do a news clip from yesterday. Oh, 2 hours ago. Aaron has alerted me. 2 hours ago. All right, so let's. We're keeping our eyes on the
opening statements in the second
on the feeds, because when the feed kicks in, we definitely want to bring it to you guys. All right, so this is from this morning.
Trial of Carlos Dominguez set to begin today. Dominguez is accused of a stabbing spree in Davis that killed 2 men and severely hurt a woman back in 2023. His first trial ended in a mistrial because jurors weren't able to agree on his charges. This trial is expected to last about 12 weeks.
All right, so there you go. Opening statements are expected today. It's supposed to last 10 to 12 weeks, but that includes the penalty phase. That's not just the guilt phase, that's the penalty phase. Hey, Michael, how are you? Yes, Debbie, Aaron is always on top of it. I agree. Kathy Davis, good morning to you. Good to see you. Alice, good to see you. Good afternoon. Hey, Michelle. Texas Cat, good to see you, lazy boys, coming in as well. Camilla, it is 9:51, yes. So they started at 9:30, I believe. They come in at 9:30. So hopefully they will. I'm hoping they get the alternates within hour to 2 hours. I'm thinking. I don't think it's going to take that long. Gordon, yeah, that also includes. Hey, Toots, good to see you, Gordon. That includes the penalty phase. So it's the guilt phase and the penalty phase. So it's two phases. So the guilt phase is going to probably take 5 to 6 weeks. That's how long it took first go around. I think it took 6 weeks. There's a lot of evidence. There's like 58 witnesses for the defense. The state, for the state. Sorry, my apologies. The state called 58 witnesses. The defense called 32, and then the rebuttal was 4. So that was 50. What did I say? 58 and 32 is 90. They called 94 witnesses. 94 witnesses, you guys. That's a lot of witnesses. So it's a long time. It's a long time. But we're here for it. We watched the first trial. We're going to watch the second trial. We are here for it. It's a fascinating case. I have no problem covering it again for that amount of time. And to be quite honest, we're waiting for Shanna Gardner and Mario to start, and that's in August. So we're locked in. We're locked in with this trial. All right. So we've shown a lot over the last 4 days. We've shown a lot. We've shown him testify. We've shown news clips. We've shown his girlfriend, his father, his sister. We've shown Karim's mom. We've shown Kimberlee testify. Isaac Chessman testified. Let's see who else. David's sister testified. Maria. So we've watched a lot of testimony. The only thing we haven't watched is the medical examiners. So we're going to start off with the medical examiners. And this first one is going to be, this is David Breaux' medical exam. So let me just get my trial notes and pull up this doctor. All right, so this doctor's name is Jiamin Zhu. Why is he not coming up? Oh, there he is. Okay. So this is the doctor that did the autopsy for David. And this is from May 7th, 2025. All right. Okay, so here we go.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Yes, my name is Jimin Zo. First name Jiemin, last name Z as in zebra, Hou.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. Vanderhook, direct exam.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's your job
My job title is forensic pathologist.
and where do you work?
I'm an independent contractor, and I contract for different offices around Northern California, such as Yolo County, Solano County, Butte County, Santa Cruz County. Also, I fly to the state of Maryland and perform autopsies there as well.
So what do you do for these counties here in California?
As a forensic pathologist, I perform autopsies to determine cause of death. I also write up reports about my findings, and I also provide testimony.
So what's the difference between someone who's a forensic pathologist like yourself and someone who's a coroner?
Right, so a forensic pathologist is a physician trained in the field of forensic pathology, and we're medical doctors, and we perform the actual autopsy to determine the cause of death. The coroner is more relevant for the investigation of the overall findings, and in the county of Yolo County, the coroner also would determine the manner of death.
All right, so who is the person who's actually in the autopsy room doing the autopsy?
Me.
And so I want to talk to you about your qualifications to be a forensic pathologist.
Sure.
You have an undergraduate degree.
Yes, that is correct.
When did you get your degree, and what is it in?
Yes, I graduated from the University of California, Los Angeles, or otherwise known as UCLA, in ecology, evolutionary biology. I graduated in the year 2013.
Did you attend any schools after that?
Yes, I went to medical school at the Howard University College of Medicine, located in the District of Columbia. I received my medical doctorate degree in the year 2017.
And did you complete a residency?
Yes, I did. After medical school, I went to Howard University Hospital, and I completed my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology in the year 2021.
So after you completed your residency, where did you work?
So after that, I received additional training, which is called fellowship training, which is subspecialty training in pathology, and I subspecialized in the field of forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's Office located in Baltimore.
So for your current job as contracting forensic pathologist, how long have you been doing that job?
Approximately 3 years.
And were you working as a forensic pathologist back in 2023?
Yes.
So let me ask you a few questions about your expertise in the area of forensic pathology. You said you went to medical school and you completed this fellowship. What exactly is the relationship between the fellowship that you did and forensic pathology?
Right. So going back, so after undergrad, I went to medical school, and in medical school you received a medical doctorate degree. In the United States, the vast majority of individuals who receive their medical doctorate degree go and complete additional training, which is residency training. For me, it was anatomic and clinical pathology, and then afterwards, you kind of subdivide to even more specialized branch, which is forensic pathology, and that is the fellowship training.
Okay, I want to talk to ask you about what kind of actual real-world experience you have in conducting forensic pathology. While you were in your medical training, what kind of hands-on experience did you have in conducting forensic pathology?
Yes, so especially during my fellowship training at the Office of Chief Medical Examiners in Baltimore, I performed approximately a little under 250 cases under supervision of the medical examiners there. Approximately 80 to 90 of them were homicides.
And so, since you finished your residency and you finished your fellowship, how many instances have you had where you conducted autopsies?
I don't track the exact number, but I've performed at least over 1,000.
And have you ever testified in court before in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes, I have. I'm qualified in here, the Yolo County Superior Court, Solano County Superior Court, and the Baltimore City Circuit Court.
Have you ever been recognized by a court as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
3 times.
And Your Honor, I would offer Dr. Zhao as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Can you voir dire? No, Your Honor. We have a qualified expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, did you conduct an autopsy on an individual named David Breaux?
Yes, I did.
And when did you conduct that autopsy?
Sure. If I may reference the report to ensure the exact accuracy of my testimony, the date was on April 29, 2023.
And where did you perform that autopsy?
At the Yolo County Sheriff Coroner's Office.
Okay, so when you're contracting with different counties, you go to the county, to the coroner's office to do the autopsy there?
That is correct.
And that's what you did here?
Yes.
And when you do these autopsies, do you prepare a report with your findings?
Yes, I do.
And is that made in the normal course of your work as a forensic pathologist?
Yes, it is.
And do you make the report at or near the time of the events that you're observing as far as the autopsy that you're conducting?
Yes, once I have all the information I need, I type up the report and I send it.
And are you the person who prepares these reports?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as people 11. Can you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize what People's 11 is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the autopsy report that I wrote about the decedent David Breaux.
And is this the report that you generated for him?
Yes.
And did you prepare this report using the kind of procedures that we discussed just moments ago?
Yes.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay. So this is going to have graphic pictures in it?
This is an illustration only, and then in a few moments we'll get to photos, and then I'll alert everyone that there's photos.
All right.
So, Doctor, when you are doing your report, do you make a drawing or a sketch?
Yes, I do make what's commonly described as a diagram.
And what does this diagram show?
The diagram I prepared in regards to this case shows the injuries that I observed on the body.
Okay. So I'm turning to page 8 of the report. Are you able to see that on the screen there, sir? Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so this kind of sketch or drawing of a person, do you draw that, or is that already on this kind of form?
It's already on this form.
Okay, and so this sketch then isn't specific to David Breaux, but it's just kind of a generic sketch of a human.
That is correct, of a male human.
Understood, thank you. And so on this drawing, there, other than the kind of outline of a human male, there is little lines with little letters. Can you explain what those are for me?
Right, so they more or less describe the location of injuries identified on the body, and the little letters that match after it refer in the subprint of the report, the bullet points.
Okay. So when you were examining the body of David Breaux, did you find physical injuries on him?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of injuries did you find?
There were 31 sharp force injuries that I identified.
What is a sharp force injury?
Right, so it's an injury caused by, as in the name of the definition, a sharp object such as a knife, a sword, blade, which is different than, say, a blunt force object such as one might sustain by a hammer or in a car accident, for instance.
Understood. And so these injuries that you're diagramming on this chart here, are these, what type of force injuries are these?
These are the sharp force injuries that I have described in the report.
All right, and the 31 injuries you talked about?
Yes, that is correct.
And so you were talking about these letters. So does each of these letters then correspond to an injury that you observed on Mr. Breaux?
Yes, or a group of injuries that I wrote in the report.
Okay, let's go through them. I want to start here with A.
Okay.
You see where A is on the diagram?
Yes, I do.
What was A?
That referred to what I described in the report as a stab wound of the lateral left side of the upper chest, around here.
And at this point, we're going to begin with some graphic photographs.
Okay, hold on. I want to talk to counsel. Sidebar. Thank you. Off the record.
So again, this is just replaying from the first trial. And we're waiting for opening statements. There are several news reports are saying that opening statements will start later today, this afternoon for us. Actually, afternoon for them. They still have to... let's see. They have to find 4 alternates. Sorry, let me just back this up. Oh, come on. So in the meantime, we're going to revisit some testimony. Sorry, you guys. All right, we'll go here.
So for each of these, they appear to be not just dots, but more lines. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does the directionality of the line on the diagram have any significance to you? Do you take any care when you put that directionality?
Yes, I do. They in general, refer to the direction of the injuries that identify on the body.
So these kind of sharp force injuries that you're observing on Mr. Breaux, are they, what shape are they?
Well, on the body, they would appear linear, or in some cases, triangular.
Okay, and so now we're going to start with the images, and we're going to be starting at A. We could switch to counsel table. So, Doctor, for each of these injuries, we're just only going to cover a little bit of information on each one. I would just kind of like to know, I would like to know if the injury orientation on the diagram that's reflecting the orientation is correct. And then I would like to know the approximate width of the injury and the depth of the injury.
Sure.
And so we can start with this A, and can you point out which one is, oh, sorry.
Hold on just a second. We just had a technical glitch. Okay, it's off. Thanks.
So these blue dots with letters, what are those letters talking about?
Right, so during autopsy, I want to make sure that every single injury is photographed, so I just add some labels to keep track, but they do not necessarily represent exactly how I may order the injuries in the report.
Okay, so the labels are not the same labels that you're using on the diagram?
Correct.
Okay. So with the laser pointer, can you point out where injury A is?
Yes, that would be the label E.
Okay, and about what are the diameter or measurements of the injury?
Yes, sure. To refer to report, it was approximately 7/8 inch in length and then 1/8 inch in width after reapproximation. So that's a process where we're kind of pinch it together to get a relative estimate of what the estimated width is.
What's the point of pinching it together to do that? I mean, what does that accomplish?
Yeah, so on your body, depending on the orientation of how the wound was inflicted, your skin may stretch out in different ways. So some injuries may appear wider or narrower depending on how your skin may stretch.
Okay, so when you're taking the measurements, you're pinching it back together to avoid measuring stretched injuries.
Correct.
Okay. So for this injury A, what's the depth of the injury?
The estimated depth of penetration was 1 1/4 inches.
Okay. And where is injury B?
Okay, so injury B would be label F.
Okay. And what are the dimensions and depth of that injury?
Yes, it was again approximately 7/8 by 1/8 inch, and the depth of penetration was also 1 1/4 inch.
Okay. And where is injury C?
Injury C would be an image with the blue label of Q on the back.
So up on the screen now, can you see injury C?
It may be because of the glare, but visually for me, I can't see a label Q.
Okay. Based on your sketch of Mr. Breaux and knowing where injury C is on the sketch, can you tell where injury C is?
I believe this is the label Q. Or, sorry, this is Q.
All right, thank you. And so for Q, or as it is in your chart, injury C, what are the dimensions and the depth of that injury?
1 1/2 by 1/8 inches.
And what is the depth?
The depth was superficial.
Okay, and then for injury D, where was that?
D was label R, so it would be these two.
Okay, so D is actually two different injuries?
Correct. I had grouped them together in the report.
Okay, so for those two injuries, can you just give me the dimensions and depth of each of those injuries?
Yes, approximately 1 inch by 1/8 inch with a maximum depth of approximately 1 inch.
All right, so we talked a couple times now about depth of injuries. How is it that you're even able to determine the depth of an injury?
Right, so I take an object such as a rod and then simply I stick it in and see how far it goes, and then I compare it I match it to a ruler.
Okay, and then, so we just talked about the two stab wounds that were D. Where is E?
E would be the label P, so I believe P is right here.
Okay, and what are the dimensions and depth of that injury?
It was 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch, and the depth was 1 3/4 of an inch.
And then for injury F, where was that?
Injury F was the group of injuries that I had labeled with P. Let's see. It's hard to see if P is on this image. Or sorry, S, T, and U. I apologize. So it would be S, T, and it's upside down, but
Okay. So these injuries labeled S, T, and U, how many total injuries are they on Mr. Breaux's body?
4.
Okay. And for each of those, can you give me the dimensions of the injury and the depth?
Yes, they were, in terms of length, they range from 1 to 1.5 inches, width approximately 1/8 of an inch, and the depth of penetration up to 3.5 inches.
And so, moving on to injury G, where was that?
Can you clarify that ST and U for the labels or ST and U for the chart?
So, the injuries we were just talking about, on your diagram, are they F?
Yes, they're labeled S, T, and U.
But in the kind of sketch that you have, they're labeled.
Yes, on the sketch it's F, correct.
Thank you. All right. So, still sticking with the sketch.
Okay.
The injuries that are G on the sketch, where are they in the image?
Yes, so they would be the label W.
And so, how many wounds are represented in group G?
3 wounds.
And what are their dimensions and depth?
The dimensions are, they measure approximately 1.5 inches in length and 1/8 inch in width.
And what is the depth?
And the depth was up to 3.5 inches.
All right, so for injury H, what's that?
Injury H is what was labeled as V.
And what are the dimensions and depth of H?
1 and 1/8 inch long by 1/8 inch wide with a depth of penetration of 2.5 inches.
All right, referring back to your sketch.
Is there any objection to Exhibit 11? This is going to be admitted.
No.
Right. Just to the jury. Listen, a lot of detail here. Okay. So the Exhibit 11 with the detail in it's going to be entered into evidence, and you'll have access to it. Okay.
So going back to your sketch for injury I, where's that at?
Injury I is what's located as label X.
And what is the dimensions and depth of that injury?
Yes, it's 1 3/8 of an inch long by 1/8 inch wide with a depth of penetration of 3 inches.
Okay, and then on your sketch you have something labeled J on the sketch. What's that on Mr. Breaux's body?
So that would be label Y. I believe it's cut off on this image. It's like higher up. Or lower in terms of his body.
Are you able to see here?
Yes, correct. So
Okay.
Where the mouse is.
So for this, which is the sticker Y, but is J on your sketch, what are the dimensions and depth of this?
Yes, measure approximately 1 and 5/8 of an inch long by 1/8 inch wide with a depth of penetration up to 1 3/4 of an inch.
Okay, and then for what's on your sketch is K, where is that?
K was on the anterior right shoulder, so on the
There, what does anterior right shoulder mean?
right. So anterior is the front side, and your right shoulder is this part of your body where your chest connects to your arm.
And so is it visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, so this is photo 6619. Where in the photograph is it?
I'll point that out again right here.
Okay, and what for this? What is the? How many wounds are we talking about?
2, and they measured 1 1/4 inch long by 1/8 inch wide with a depth of penetration up to 3 1/4 inches.
Okay, and then for what's on your chart as L, where is that on Mr. Breaux's body?
Right, so it would be on the lateral right arm. I don't know if you have an image with all the labels.
And so, what is lateral right arm?
Yeah, so your right arm is here where it extends from your shoulder to your elbow, and then the lateral, if we imagine a human in what we call anatomic position, which is how I'm describing myself right now with your palms facing outwards, the lateral would be the side facing outwards.
Okay, can you see it in this photograph?
No.
Okay, we'll proceed without a photograph on that one.
Okay, sure.
Where on the body is it?
Right, so on the lateral right arm, so once again, your arm, what I describe as your arm is from your shoulder to your elbow, and then we describe injuries in terms of anatomic position, which is someone supine, which is face up or head up, and then their palms facing outwards. So it would be, lateral would be the outside of your arm.
Okay. And for the L on your sketch, what is the dimensions and depth of that injury?
1.5 inches long by 1/8 inch wide, with a depth of penetration up to 3 inches.
Okay, so for M on your sketch, where is that?
It's labeled O. You see it right here.
Okay, and what are the dimensions and depth of that injury?
It was approximately 3 inches long by 1/4 inch wide, with a depth up to 2.5 inches.
All right, and in this photograph, that appears to be like a really big injury. Why does it appear so large here?
Right. There could be many explanations, one of which is that it just depends on how the skin stretches in that area.
Okay, and then going from M to N, what is N?
Right, so N would be the label B, which it's not on this picture, but I saw a picture of it earlier.
All right, how many injuries are we talking about when we're talking about N?
There were approximately 3, and they range from 1/2 inch to 1.25 inch in length and 1/8 inch in width, and with a depth of 2.25 inches.
All right, and
Right there.
I have page 6629 on the screen. Are you can see that?
Yes.
Do you see the injuries?
Yes, I will highlight.
And so are they the ones with the sticker B?
That is correct.
So they're on your chart, they're N.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the dimensions and depth for these injuries?
Right, so it's 1/2 to 1.25 inch long by 1/8 inch wide, with a depth of 2.25 inches.
All right, so then we're going to move on to O.
Okay.
On your sketch, where is O?
It's labeled here, what I call the lateral, or the outside of your body, are facing outwards, and your right elbow.
And then what is the dimensions and depth of this injury?
It was approximately 2.5 inches long by 1/4 inches wide, with a depth of 1.5 inches.
So I'm going to ask you a question here. For a lot of these injuries, you've been giving us measurements of like 1 inch to 1.5 inches, and on this one, you're giving us a larger estimate as far as the dimensions. Would that mean that a different weapon was used for this injury?
I mean, it could potentially, but not necessarily.
Okay. If it was the same weapon for all the injuries, what could cause an injury to be longer than other injuries? The direction the injury was inflicted, for instance, if I may use myself as an example, if I accidentally cut my hand across the palm of my hand, the injury may appear much longer than, for instance, if I accidentally stabbed my hand directly, the injury might more closely match the characteristic of a knife, of the weapon that I used. Okay, so we just talked about O. Now going back to your diagram, what is P? Where is that on Mr. Breaux?
P would match the label D. which I listed to be on the lateral right side of the forearm. So once again, laterals, if we imagine me like this, the outside of your arm, and then the forearm is defined as your elbow to your wrist, or elbow to your hand, excuse me.
So is that kind of injury we're seeing at the right hand edge of this photograph?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, for that injury, what are the dimensions and depth?
1.5 inches long by 1/2 inch wide and 1/8 inch in depth.
Okay, and going back to your sketch, what is Q?
Q is what I described as a through and through stab wound on the right hand.
So what does that mean, through and through?
Yeah, so it means the injury entered on one side of the hand and then it exited the other side of the hand.
So I'm going to give you a hypothetical question. If this injury was inflicted with a knife, does that mean that the knife blade went through the hand?
Correct.
And what are the dimensions of this injury?
Right, so 1.25 by 1/16 of an inch, and with a depth of approximately 1 inch.
Okay, and so image 6655 is on the screen. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Does that show the image?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to bring up another image here. This is 6658. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
Is that same injury?
Correct.
So from this injury, we have injuries that are on the front, or on the palm of the hand, and then on the back of the hand.
Right.
Of the two, which is larger in length?
In my report, I described them approximately the same, both as 1.25 inches
Okay,
in length.
so from the injuries, are you able to make any determination as to whether this is from a sharp force injury coming into the palm and leaving through the back of the hand, or whether it's coming into the back of the hand and coming out the palm?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so I'm going to switch over to R, which is on your sketch of R.
Okay.
What is R? Where was that injury on Mr. Breaux?
Okay, so it's not on this image, but I described it as a stab wound of the medial left arm. So going back, if the outside facing outwards is called lateral, then facing inside is called medial, and then once again your left arm is defined as from your shoulder to your elbow.
All right. So are you able to see it on this image?
No, not from that image.
Or R, which was labeled G. Sorry, this image? Or is this image, can you show us about where it was on this?
Right, it was approximately around here.
On the, can you use the laser pointer and kind of focus on this?
Right. Right here.
All right, so this is image 6593, and you're kind of pointing towards an area that is a little further down the arm from the left armpit.
Correct.
And for this injury, what was the dimensions and depth of that injury?
It was 1/2 inch long by 1/8 inch wide. And the depth, as I wrote in association with the next injury, was approximately 3 inches.
Okay, so I want to pause you there.
Yeah.
With the next injury, I'm not understanding.
Right. So I described that this wound could be also represent a through and through wound associated with another wound.
Oh, I understand. Okay. And so it could be an injury of a knife coming entirely through the arm and then exiting.
Correct.
What would be the other injury that could be associated with that from your sketch?
It's what's labeled as S, as in snake.
Okay. And so let's talk about S. Where is S on Mr. Breaux's body?
It would be described as I described it as the lateral left arm. So it would be proximal as in closer to your shoulder, lateral on the outside, and the left arm. So once again, between your shoulder and your elbow.
You can see that area on this image. This is 6590.
It's hard for me to see. So if there's an image with the label, that would be more ideal.
Are you able to see it here?
Oh yeah, H on the image, so on the blue label, so yes.
Okay, so just kind of on the very edge of the screen here.
Correct.
All right, I want to go a little bit further down the arm. This is image 6645. We're going to leave this image up. For T, where was that located on Mr. Breaux's body?
It's located here.
Can you point it out one more time?
Oh yeah, here.
And it's the one next to the label with the letter I.
Correct.
And what is the dimensions and depth of that injury?
1 1/4 inch long by 1/8 inch wide, with a depth of up to 1 3/4 inches.
And then for U on your sketch, where is that on Mr. Breaux?
U is right here, what's labeled as J.
And then what is the dimensions and depth of that injury?
Right, the length was 2 1/4 inches by 1/8 inch wide, with a depth of 1 1/2 inches.
And then what is injury V on your sketch?
Right, so that would be, it's not shown here, but it would be on the anterior left forearm. So anterior meaning, if you imagine, once again, the palms upwards, this side of your forearm pointing upwards, and then, pointing outwards, and then the left forearm, which is from your elbow to your hand, so right here.
And so what is the dimensions and depth of that?
Right, so the length was 3/4 inch, the width was 1/8 inch, and the depth was 3 inches.
And so these kind of measurements and these depths that you're talking about, are those recorded in your report, and you document this for each and every injury in the coroner report that we showed you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you people's 37. Remaining has been marked for identification purposes as people's 37. It is a knife. It's been dulled down so that we don't cut ourselves.
Okay.
And it's just an exemplar knife. If you could take a look at that for me, please. I'm going to give you a hypothetical situation here. In this hypothetical, the weapon being used is a knife that is the exact same make, model, and size as People's 37, the exemplar knife you've seen in front of you. Okay?
Okay.
Given that information and the knowledge that you have about Mr. Breaux's injuries, are Mr. Breaux's injuries consistent with being inflicted by a weapon such as that?
Yes.
And so I want to talk with you briefly about the positioning of Mr. Breaux and how his injuries can inform us as to what was going on with his positioning at the time of his attacks. And let me pull up a photograph. Photograph 7339, and this is from People's One. So I'm showing you People's 7339. Have you seen this image before?
Yes.
And so, we didn't like this a little bit. So I'm going to give you some hypothetical questions regarding this situation, okay? For this hypothetical, I want you to assume that the person in the photograph is Mr. Breaux, and he's sitting there on that park bench deceased.
Okay.
Based on your training experience and your knowledge of the injuries to Mr. Breaux, is it likely that Mr. Breaux was in this position at the time that he sustained his injuries?
To clarify, what you're describing as seated in the
seated on this bench with his back against the backrest, with his buttocks on the seating area and his feet down on the ground.
Right. It would be unlikely for the injuries to be sustained. At least the injuries on his back to be sustained while he was seated against the park bench.
Why is that?
Well, most of the slits of the park bench to describe it are vertical, and most of the injuries I described on his back were horizontal.
Okay, and what significance is that?
I mean, it would be unlikely for the knife, for someone to use this knife to go horizontally through the slits of the park bench.
Because it's a metal park bench.
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to ask about a different positioning and ask you about some hypothetical questions about that. So for this, I want you to assume that Mr. Breaux is sleeping on the park bench.
Okay.
That he is sleeping on the left side of his body.
Okay.
And that his head is on that backpack scarf area, kind of using it as a pillow, with his feet out towards the other end of the park bench.
Okay.
Are Mr. Breaux's injuries consistent with someone who's lying down in that position based on his injuries? Is that a possible scenario?
Yes, the injuries described on the back.
Okay, can you elaborate why you qualify that with the back?
Right, he also had, Mr. Breaux also had some injuries on the front side of his body, such as the front side of his arm and shoulder.
Right, and he also had some fairly extensive injuries to his left arm, right?
That is correct.
And so if he's sleeping on his left side and his left arm is tucked under him, is it likely that he's being stabbed in his left arm while it's tucked under him?
It would be unlikely.
Okay. Let's talk about a hypothetical where Mr. Breaux is moving during the course of the assault, okay?
Okay.
Would his injuries be consistent with starting in the position that I just described, where he's sleeping on the bench on his left side with his head on the backpack as if it's a pillow, and receiving his back injuries while he's on his side, and then during the course of him being assaulted, he turns and tries to defend himself with his arms?
Yes, it could be consistent.
Okay, and why do you say could?
I mean, I was not there, so of course I cannot see exactly what happened.
Understood. Is there anything about Mr. Breaux's injuries that would be inconsistent with that?
To the best of my recollection, No.
Okay. So this hypothetical, I want you to, again, assume Mr. Breaux is sleeping on his left side on the bench, using the backpack as a pillow, laid on the bench. If that is true as the starting position, then what is the most, and he's in that position when he's being attacked, what is the most likely scenario for how he ends up in this seating position?
Well, either he rose, assuming that scenario you gave, either he rose up and turned to the seating position, or the body was moved into the seating position.
Okay, so I'm going to take the same hypothetical. I'm just going to add one more movement piece to it, okay? So for this hypothetical, I want you to assume the same starting position, just sleeping on his left side on the bench, using the backpack as a pillow, his feet out towards the other side of the bench. And then I'm going to describe a sequence of events and ask you if that would be consistent with his injuries, or whether his injuries would be in line with that, okay?
Okay.
So assuming that starting position, if Mr. Breaux is in that position, someone starts attacking him with a knife, and then he falls from the bench to the ground so that he gets kind of this dirt on his pants, and then from the ground gets up trying to defend himself and ultimately ends up in that position. Is there anything about his injuries that would be inconsistent with that?
No.
And would his injuries be consistent with that?
It could be.
Why do you say it could be?
Because, of course, I wasn't there, so I don't know the exact sequence of events that may or may not have happened.
Okay. And so I want to go back to the sketch of the injuries, and I want to talk a little bit more about the directionality that is going on with these injuries. So this is from People's 11, and this is the last page. For this, I want you to assume that a knife with this exact same type of knife, but just a duplicate copy of the same knife is being used.
Turn the lights back.
Okay. And so on this image, we have a lot of the lines are kind of horizontal on the image. What is that? If we were to assume that that knife, that same make model knife, is the knife used to kill David Breaux, what is the directionality of these? Tell you about the direction or the orientation of the knife as it was being used on Mr. Breaux.
Well, at least when they enter the skin, the wounds, the knife was horizontal to the body.
And so, for this hypothetical, I want you to assume a standing person. Okay, so someone who's standing.
Okay.
Does that mean that the knife is, for a standing person, the knife would be oriented so it's flat towards the ground or on its edge?
Right. To clarify, assuming a standing person, that would mean that, in reference to these wounds on the back, that the knife would be in this position, horizontal.
Okay, and so I'm going to change the hypothetical, and I want you to assume that it's someone who's on their left-hand side. Which position, orientation, and they're kind of sleeping on a bench, which orientation would the knife be in as it's entering their body?
Right, assuming that hypothetical, then the knife would be vertical.
Okay. Thank you. So, when you're doing an autopsy, who completes the death certificate? Is that you or the coroner?
The coroner.
Okay, who is it that determines during the autopsy what the cause of death was? Is that you or the coroner?
Me.
Okay, and did you complete a thorough examination of Mr. Breaux's body?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you this. We look at photos of injuries that are visible on the external portions of the body. Is your examination limited to looking at external portions of the body?
No, it also includes the internal portion of the body.
And when you have something that has, say, like 31 sharp force injuries, why is it that you then check the internal portion of the body as well?
Well, in every full autopsy, we perform what's known as first what we describe as the external portion of the autopsy, and then the internal portion of the autopsy.
Okay. So for a person who has, say, a lot of sharp force injuries, are you still looking to see if there could be potentially some other cause of death for the person?
Yes, of course.
And when you're examining Mr. Breaux, did you see anything that would indicate a cause of death other than the sharp force injuries?
No.
And were you able to form an opinion as to what the cause of death for Mr. Breaux was?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
Okay. And I don't have the additional questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross? Okay. All right. And Doctor, how do you pronounce your last name?
Zoe.
Zoe. Dr. Zoe, I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, so that just kind of gives you a little idea of what David went through. I want to switch gears a little bit. I was reading this article. They're thinking that again, they only need 4 alternates, so they only need to find 4 alternates. So an article I just read was saying that they think it's going to start this morning, which of course would be their time. So right now it's almost 10, almost 11. Wait, it's almost 2 here. Yeah, it's almost 11 there, right? 11, 12, 1, 2, yeah. It's almost 11 there. So I don't think it's going to take much more time. Like a couple days ago, they thought this afternoon, their time. Now they're saying possibly this morning. So I think to find 4 alternates shouldn't be too difficult. I would think maybe 2 hours. So if they got there at 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, I would think within 2 hours they'd be able to find 4 alternates. So again, I'm just totally speculating on all of that. So, but they also might seat the jury and then have them take lunch and then come back after lunch too. Then there's that. There's always that possibility. So whatever. I mean, I think today they're going to start at some point. We will be ready. I want to play this woman. I remember her testimony was really good. She was a forensic psychiatrist. I want to think she was paid. I think she was paid. One of these witnesses was paid, and I believe it was her. All the others were court appointed. All of them are court appointed. So her name is Dr. Sarah Vinson. I remember her testimony. I thought it was pretty good. All right, so this is Dr. Sarah Vinson from, when is she? She is from May 29th. All right, so she's May 29th, 2025. I think she was paid by the defense. I'm pretty sure she was paid by the defense. All the other ones were court appointed. I think she's paid for by the defense. If I remember correctly, I'm looking at my notes. Well, we'll hear what she has to say. Yeah, she has a consulting. The defense contacted her. Yeah, so the defense contacted her. So she was paid for by the defense. Everybody else was court appointed. So they were basically neutral. She's the only one that was brought in by the defense.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Come on into the podium right here. Thank you for being here. My name is Sam McAdam. I'm the trial judge. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I'd like you to have a seat in the witness stand, and we have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause not being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Sarah Vincent, S-A-R-A-H, V as in Victor, I-N-S-O-N.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, Dr. Vincent.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am a child and adolescent, adult, and forensic psychiatrist. I am employed by Morehouse School of Medicine, where I am the chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, and I'm also an employee of my own company, L'Oreal Forensics.
Can you say that the last part again?
An employee of my own company, L'Oreal, L-O-R-I-O, Forensics.
I would like to ask you about your educational background. When did you earn your BA?
In 2004.
And what was your BA in?
My major was chemistry, pre-med.
And what undergrad university did you attend?
Florida A&M University.
And did you receive any honors at the time of your graduation?
Yes, I was summa cum laude.
After graduating from Florida A&M, did you attend med school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend med school?
The University of Florida College of Medicine.
And where is that? Is that in Tallahassee?
It is in Gainesville, Florida, but we also have a campus in Jacksonville, Florida. So half of my clinical years were in a more city, kind of urban setting.
I was mixing up Florida State, I apologize. After you graduated from the University of Florida, where did you have a residency?
Yes, so I matched into psychiatry residency at Cambridge Health Alliance, which is one of the Harvard Medical School residency programs.
And how long was your residency with Cambridge Health Alliance?
So I was at Cambridge Health Alliance for 3 years, and then from there went into Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Fellowship at Emory School of Medicine, and then after Child Fellowship did a fellowship in Forensic Psychiatry also at Emory School of Medicine.
What is a Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Fellowship?
So after your general psychiatry training, sometimes people want to get additional expertise in a specific area, and that's when you do fellowship training. So you have to successfully do the baseline adult general psychiatry training, then you apply for a fellowship or additional training. So the child fellowship was 2 additional years working with children, families, and what we call transitional age youth. So people who are between that 18 to 21 kind of age range.
And where is Emory University?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And you said you also did a fellowship in forensic psychiatry?
Yes,
And was that also at Emory?
it was.
Okay. How is that fellowship different than the one you did in adolescent psychiatry?
So they're both subspecialties of the field, but with forensic psychiatry, you're learning the difference between being a treating psychiatrist, so somebody who's providing care, prescribing medications, making diagnosis, and what it means to be a psychiatrist who is helping the court answer a question. So that role as a consultant versus as a clinical care provider.
After you completed your residency and fellowships, did you hold any teaching positions?
Yes, so I have been adjunct faculty at Emory School of Medicine since I finished up my training in 2013, and I have been at Morehouse School of Medicine as a salaried employee, whether part-time or full-time, since I finished training. So there I've been an assistant professor, associate professor, now I am a full professor. I have taught courses, been an attending on rotations, and also developed their child and adolescent psychiatry fellowship program.
And where is Morehouse School of Medicine?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And is that also where Emory School of Medicine is?
Yes.
And what's the difference between being an adjunct professor and a salaried professor?
So as adjunct, I essentially volunteered to teach. So I've kept ties to the forensic program there, and their fellows may come on and work on certain cases with me.
I'd like to just go through the positions you held at Morehouse School of Medicine. From August 2013 to June 2016, what position did you have?
So that's when I came in as an assistant professor.
And at some point, did you become an associate professor at Morehouse?
Yes.
What's the difference between an assistant professor and an associate professor?
So as an associate professor, you have demonstrated that you have some scholarship, so that could be book chapters, editing books, speaking at national conferences, all things that I've done, that you've done something to help advance the field.
And at some point, did you become a full professor at Morehouse School of Medicine?
Yes.
And your current occupation, you're the chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences?
Yes.
What does that mean to be the chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences?
It's a middle management job. So I am recruiting, training, helping professionally develop the faculty that are teaching our young doctors and our medical students there. Also thinking about clinical partnerships and things like that. And, you know, in some ways fill in wherever I need to make sure that the work of the department gets done and that my faculty are supported.
You also mentioned that in addition to your teaching responsibilities, you have had a private practice.
Yes.
And what is the name of that? Did you first start a clinical care private practice?
Yes. So I had a clinical care private practice and would just do the forensics kind of under that umbrella when I wasn't doing as much of it. But that practice took care of children, adolescents, and adults. Many of the youth had histories of trauma or had been foster care involved. A lot of the adults were working professionals. Once I became chair, something had to give. So I basically shut down the private practice for the most part, but I have about 4 patients that I've had for a while that I kept, including one who has psychotic symptoms and one who is a college student.
How long before you shut down the practice did you have your clinical care practice? How many years was that?
So I started it as soon as I finished training, so since 2013.
And in 2020, did you begin a forensic psychiatric consulting service?
Yes, so I essentially just spun off the forensic work into a separate entity legally that I have been doing, for years.
Okay. And what does that mean, forensic psychiatric consultation services? What does that mean?
So rather than having a relationship with somebody as their treating provider, I am working with legal teams or courts or judges to answer some forensic question. So that could be related to competency, it could be related to child custody, since I'm also child trained, it could be related to how someone's immaturity is influencing their actions. So the questions really do run the gamut, but it's really at that intersection of psychiatry and mental health and the law. And it's not about me taking care of somebody, but more me helping to answer a question.
Just a moment. Doctor, can I ask you to slow down just a little bit? I'm picking up everything fine, right? But I'm also getting a record of our proceedings, and so I have a court reporter, and I want to go just at a slightly slower pace if we can.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, thank you. Go ahead.
You have a flight to Atlanta tonight?
I do, but I just naturally talk fast. It's been the case since I was a kid. Sorry.
We'll get to there. You said you did some forensic work under the umbrella of your clinical practice. When did you begin your formal forensic practice? When was that?
So I started forensic work within a year of graduating from Emory. I sat for my boards within a few months after graduating, passed them the first time, and have done cases since then.
But currently the L'Oreal Forensics, when was that formally started?
I think that was 2019, summer of 2019 is when it was formally incorporated.
And can people who need an expert in an area where you have expertise, can they retain you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're retained as an expert, do you always testify at a hearing?
No, most of the time I do not.
Have you testified as an expert in either depositions or hearings in court?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified as an expert either at a deposition or a hearing in court?
I would estimate around 30 or 40 times.
And in a deposition, there are lawyers asking questions but no judge there?
Correct.
Approximately how many of those 30 to 40 times have you testified in a court hearing where there's a judge and lawyers asking you questions?
I'd say around 15 or 20.
And in what jurisdictions have you testified as an expert?
It's
The
been
best estimate you can give.
okay. So Georgia, Florida, Illinois, California. I'm missing a Midwest state.
Michigan?
But that's what Michigan,
Would it be fair to say you've testified at multiple?
Massachusetts was my very first one.
And where are you licensed? What states are you licensed to practice medicine in?
So I'm licensed in Georgia. I also hold some licenses in some states where I do a fair amount of consulting work, and California is one of those states.
So are you licensed in North Carolina,
Yes,
Arizona,
yes,
Michigan,
yes,
Virginia,
yes.
Ohio,
Yes, I think that one's still active, but I'm not positive if that one still is.
and Louisiana?
Yes.
What professional memberships do you have, do you belong to?
So I'm a member of the American Psychiatric Association and the American Association of Community Psychiatry. I'm actually on their board, and the American Association of Child and Adolescent Psychiatrists.
And have,
Oh, also, I'm sorry, the American College of Psychiatry, which is like an honors society for psychiatrists.
and have you published articles on a variety of topics relating to psychiatry?
Yes, I have.
How many articles have you published where either you were the author or you were one of the authors?
I would estimate 5 or 6.
And have you conducted peer-reviewed and continuing medical education presentations to groups about psychiatry and topics in psychiatry?
Yes, I do that frequently, and we actually just had our American Psychiatric Association meeting, which is the largest psychiatric meeting in the world typically, and I had 4 presentations there at that national meeting just a couple of weeks ago.
How many times do you think you've presented either to peer-reviewed or continuing medical education presentations, if you had to give an estimate?
Around 30 or 40 times, at least.
And throughout your practice, do you have experience with people suffering from schizophrenia?
Yes, I do.
Have you treated people who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen people with schizophrenia when you were not the treating physician, but in a different role, supervising or in a teaching role?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how schizophrenia is diagnosed?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to offer Dr. Vincent as an expert in psychiatry and specifically schizophrenia.
Okay, any voir dire? Okay, we have a qualified expert.
Dr. Vincent, how did you become involved in the case of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I was contacted by your office.
And by my office, do you refer to Yolo County Public Defender's office?
Yes.
And were you retained in this case?
Yes, I was.
And by retained, does that mean we pay you for your services?
Yes, for my time.
And were you retained to do independent evaluation of Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez related to his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes, I was.
In doing this evaluation, did you review materials that were provided to you?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to go over some of the materials that you reviewed. Did you review medical records from WellPath, which is the provider for Yolo County Jail?
Yes.
Did you review medical records from Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you review some medical records from Woodland Memorial Hospital when Mr. Reales Dominguez was taken there for various issues?
Yes.
Did you review a neuropsychological report prepared by a doctor by the name of Dr. Dale Watson, a psychologist?
Yes, I did.
Did you review some education records of Mr. Reales Dominguez, his college transcript and his high school transcript?
Yes, I did.
And did you review reports written by Dr. Sirintip Ree, a psychologist, and Dr. Stephen Weiner, a psychiatrist?
Yes, I did.
Were you also provided with a preliminary hearing transcript where multiple police officers testified?
Yes, I was.
And did you review witness statements and prior testimony from people who knew Mr. Reales Dominguez, his friends, girlfriends, family, roommates?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you some specific people and ask what materials you reviewed. Did you review a witness statement from Mr. Reales Dominguez's father, Juan Carlos Reales Campos?
Yes.
Did you also personally interview Mr. Juan Carlos Reales Campos?
Yes, I did, virtually.
And did you speak to him in English or did you use a Spanish interpreter?
I had a Spanish interpreter.
And was I present during that interview or was it only you and Mr. Reales Campos?
Me, Mr. Reales Campos, and the interpreter.
Did you also review a witness statement from Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
Did you also conduct a personal interview of Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
And was that conducted in English?
Yes.
And were the only two people present, you and Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review prior statements and a transcript of prior testimony from Kaylee Gallardo, Mr. Reales Dominguez's former girlfriend?
Yes.
Did you review statements and a transcript of prior testimony from Nathan Riego de Dios, Mr. Reales Dominguez's former friend and second-year roommate?
Yes.
Did you review a witness statement from Gladys Burden and her prior testimony, a co-worker at Jack in the Box?
Yes.
Did you review a statement and prior transcript of Mark Capito, a friend and former roommate and fraternity brother of Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review a statement and transcript of prior testimony from Philip Hahn?
Yes.
Did you review prior witness statements from a woman by the name of Ava Bindus, who was an English instructor for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review the medical notes and prior testimony of Amy Gutierrez, a medical health professional at the Yolo County Jail?
Yes.
Did you review the medical notes and prior testimony of Brandy Halstead, another professional?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the medical notes and transcript of prior testimony from a Dr. Patricia Tyler, a psychiatrist who treated Mr. Reales Dominguez by
Yes.
telepsychiatry at the Yolo County Jail?
Yes.
Did you also review prior testimony from Shanna Bly, an investigator with the Yolo County Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
Were you provided with a partial transcript of testimony of a man named Isaac Chessman who testified in this trial?
Yes.
And did you review a portion of a video of Mr. Chessman testifying when he demonstrated how a hole looked in a tent?
Yes.
And did you also review witness statements from and prior testimony from other people who may not have testified in this trial?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about body camera recordings or recordings you reviewed. Did you review body camera recordings from an officer named Jacob Story, who was the first officer to detain Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review the body camera recordings from an officer named Leo Gonzalez?
Yes.
Well, again, at the scene. And did you review a body camera recording from a man named Matt Muscardini, which showed him and a detective, Mike Yu, questioning Mr. Reales Dominguez at the scene of the detention before transporting him to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
And finally, did you review an over 7-hour video of an interrogation by Mr. Reales Dominguez by detectives Matt Muscardini and Steve Ramos?
Yes.
In addition to reviewing all of these materials, did you meet personally with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
When did you meet with him?
It was last year. I'm
have
not
that
exactly
noted in
sure
your
of the.
report?
I do.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Do you have the report?
I did not bring one on this day. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ma'am, did you ultimately draft a 45-page report summarizing your opinion?
Yes, I did.
Okay, it's been shown to the witness to refresh memory.
Take a look at that and put it down when you're done.
Will do. So I saw him August 26, 2024,
And where did you meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
at the jail.
And where at the jail did this interview take place? Was it a private interview room? Was it between glass? What was it?
It was a contact visit, so we were in the same room. There was no separation by glass. It was a pretty big room, but we were the only people in it.
And approximately how did you fly from Atlanta to meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes, well, kind of. I was already in California and just rode a train up, but
So you were in California for another purpose and you were able to extend your trip.
correct.
Approximately how long did you meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez on August 26, 2024?
I met with him for 3 hours.
And during that examination, did you observe him?
Yes, I did.
Did you perform any testing?
I performed a clinical interview.
And what is a clinical interview?
So that's when you go through aspects of people's history, their birth history, their childhood history, things about their development, their prior treatment, their medical issues. And based on both what they tell you and what they show you at the end, you're able to come to a conclusion about what may be going on diagnostically.
And did you discuss his background?
Yes.
Did you discuss his childhood in El Salvador and the circumstances of him, how he was ultimately transported to the United States?
Yes, we did.
Did you discuss his relationships with his family?
Yes.
Did you discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez his past and current symptoms of mental illness?
I both discussed with him and was able to see what he could tell me about, but also observed them in real time in the interview.
When you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez in August of 2024, had he been on antipsychotic medication for more than a year at that point?
Yes, he had been medicated with olanzapine, which is an antipsychotic medication.
And we've already heard from 2 psychiatrists who've explained the difference between positive symptoms and negative symptoms of schizophrenia, but you are familiar with those terms, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And positive symptoms, does that include hallucinations?
Yes.
Delusions?
Yes.
Disorganized speech and behavior?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez on August 26th, did you observe any positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Not at that time, no.
When you met with him on August, and let me back up, can antipsychotic medication be sometimes very effective at controlling positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can be.
Is it less effective sometimes in controlling negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
The vast majority of the time, it is less effective at treating the negative symptoms.
When you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez, were you able to observe any negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, there were negative symptoms present when I met with him.
What symptoms did you observe?
His face was not that emotionally reactive. It was somewhat, but not as full as you would expect. He didn't use a lot of hand gestures. There wasn't a lot of variation in his tone. And there were times where he didn't produce answers that were as sophisticated or as articulate as I would think they would be based on his prior functioning before he became ill.
And this is a yes or no. Did you discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez the circumstances of the stabbings of David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
Did you discuss with him what he believed and perceived at the time of those stabbings?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask him specific questions related to the circumstances of those 3 stabbings?
Yes.
And did you consider, and did he answer every question that you asked of him?
Yes, he did.
I guess my question, did he attempt to answer every question you asked of him?
Yes.
Were there
He
things-
provided an answer to everything I asked.
Were there things he could not remember?
Yes, there were.
And did you consider his statements in relation to the other evidence you reviewed and ultimately arrived at your opinion?
Yes, I did.
Dr. Vinson, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Reales Dominguez currently suffers from a serious mental illness?
Yes, I do.
And what, in your opinion, does he suffer from?
He has schizophrenia.
And Dr. Vinson, do you have an opinion if Mr. Reales Dominguez suffered from schizophrenia at the time of the charged offenses in April and May of 2023?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That he was suffering from schizophrenia and was having his first psychotic break at the time.
And first psychotic break, is that sometimes described as a first break?
Yes.
Now, we've heard two psychiatrists already explain this, but can you give us just a short answer of what schizophrenia is so we know we're all on the same page?
So with schizophrenia, it is a thought disorder. So what differentiates it from something like depression or from anxiety is that people actually have a hard time knowing what's real and what's not, have a hard time differentiating from what's reality and what's in their head. So their ability to make sense of what's happening around them, to communicate with people, to behave in a way that is appropriate or expected is compromised in a way.
Now, as I said, we've already had two psychiatrists explain the positive symptoms, but I just want to go through them and make sure you agree. Are hallucinations a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are delusions a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Are disorganized speech and behavior positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Weiner also spoke to us about delusional perceptions. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
What is a delusional perception?
So a lot of times when people with schizophrenia have perceptual abnormalities, like they're hearing things or they're seeing things that aren't there, they're misinterpreting what's in front of them, it's not just that that perception is wrong, but there's a delusion or some thought or some story that goes along with what they're seeing.
And so, can a person experience hallucinations when there's actually nothing there, like in an empty room?
Yes.
Can a person experience hallucinations when they're in a room and there are things in the room, but it distorts their perception of what's in the room, if that question makes sense?
Yes.
And can a person experience hallucinations, delusions, and delusional perceptions at the same time?
Yes.
Now, in the materials you reviewed, do you recall seeing multiple statements about Mr. Reales Dominguez staring at walls for extended periods of time, like staring out into space?
Yes.
What does that indicate as is it a potential positive symptom? Is it a potential negative symptom? As a psychiatrist, when you see evidence of a person staring at walls or staring out into space, what does that tell you?
So with the thought disorder, there could be a couple of things going on. It could be that he is so preoccupied and caught up in the voices and the things that he's hearing that aren't there, that he's not attending to what is actually in the room. What could also be happening is the negative symptoms of your thoughts just not forming in the same way. And so it could be that their thoughts are blocked, and that's why you're seeing that symptom.
I'd like to, again, we've had the negative symptoms explained to us, so I just want to go through them to make sure you agree that they are negative symptoms. Is minimal speech, is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What about a diminished emotional expression or a flat affect?
Yes.
Is an inability to maintain eye contact a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be, yes.
And when we talk about eye contact, there are certain people, a lot of attorneys, who they get nervous and don't like to make eye contact when they're speaking with people. Is that the same for schizophrenia or people with schizophrenia, or is their lack of eye contact different?
So one of the things that you can see as a negative symptom is social withdrawal. So they're just not as interested in interacting with people, and eye contact is part of that social interaction, right? So if you're not interested in connecting with people or interacting with people, then eye contact isn't something that you would naturally do in the same way.
We've heard testimony about people with schizophrenia kind of just staring past somebody. Is that something you've seen?
Yes, and you don't know what they're looking at, right? But they could be looking at any number of things that only they can see, but you can't, and that's what makes it an hallucination.
Is avulsion, is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Say that again?
Avulsion, maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Avolition.
Oh, got it. Abolition. So when people aren't motivated in the way that they normally would be. So for instance, someone who's a really motivated college student and graduates with honors from high school who a few years later is unable to keep attending school because of poor academic performance.
Can that lead to a decline in hygiene, personal hygiene for people with schizophrenia?
Yeah, so what you can see are the negative symptoms in that they just don't care and aren't as invested in their self-care. But what may also be happening is that they're just disorganized and preoccupied as well.
And could this lead to someone not caring for a pet that they bonded with? They just stopped feeding or caring for the pet. Could that be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, could be.
Now, have you seen people with schizophrenia who, prior to getting sick, were high academic achievers or high achievers in other areas?
Yes.
And anhedonia, is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be. You can also see it in some other disorders as well, but it is something you can see in schizophrenia. And that,
Right. I apologize.
it just means that something that people used to think was fun is no longer appealing or fun to them anymore. So you used to enjoy playing sports, and all of a sudden you're just not interested anymore.
What about slowing of movements?
Yes.
And what about maintenance of rigid or unusual postures?
Yes, you can see that as well.
And what about sitting for long periods of time without moving? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can. In normal interactions, you expect some hand motion, some gesturing, things like that. And so when somebody doesn't do that for hours on end, it could be a symptom of something.
Dr. Vincent, would you agree that for most mentally healthy people, it would be very difficult to sit motionless for 7 hours and not move unless you're directed to? Would that be difficult for people to do?
It's unnatural for people to do, right? If you're in a mentally well state, you're going to readjust, you're going to move, you're going to gesticulate, right? And so it is an indicator that there's something that's wrong.
Why is it that people with schizophrenia are able to sit for long periods of time without moving? Do we know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that. I will say, however, that just based on what we understand about the disorder, it could be that they are just so preoccupied with what's going on internally that they're not attending to the normal signals around, you should adjust in your seat, or you should drink water, or you should have something to eat.
What about distrust of others? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
So the distrust may tie with paranoia, which goes into the positive symptom category.
What does the term paranoia mean?
Paranoia is when you think people are trying to harm you or are talking negatively about you or trying to do something bad in some way when it's not actually grounded in reality.
And you recall reading witness statements from Kimberlee Guillory or testimony about Mr. Reales Dominguez believing people were saying things about him when they were out in public. Would that be an example of paranoia?
Yes, it would.
Dr. Vincent, what causes schizophrenia?
We know that there's a combination of biological and environmental factors, but we are not at the place in terms of science where we can say it's this particular gene. And we do understand that there are people who have a certain vulnerability that they're born with who don't necessarily develop it, but there's this combination of the vulnerability plus the environmental factors.
Dr. Weiner spoke to the jury about something called the stress diathesis model of schizophrenia. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
What is that?
So the idea is that it's not just about what you're born with, but it's about what you're born with and what you're exposed to. And if you have that exposure in someone who already has that vulnerability, that's when the disease actually manifests.
And have there been any studies on the type of experience that may make a person with that genetic predisposition more likely to develop schizophrenia?
Yes, so there are studies that look at traumatic experiences, adverse childhood experiences that have shown that as those go up, your risk of illness also goes up, and that includes schizophrenia as well.
And you have an expertise in adolescent and child psychiatry?
Yes.
What specific training did you receive that would be different than just a standard forensic psychiatrist that allows you to be an adolescent and a child psychiatrist?
So I did 2 additional years of training working exclusively with children, adolescents, families, and transitional age youth. And that's not just clinical training, but also coursework, lectures, conference attendances, and I had to pass an additional board exam demonstrating that additional knowledge too.
And do you work commonly, have you worked frequently with children and adolescents suffering from various mental illnesses?
Yes, children, adolescents, and transitional age youth. My first job out of residency was with an ACT team that sees almost exclusively people with schizophrenia and bipolar diagnoses, a lot of whom were being released from the correctional system. After that, I worked in a juvenile justice facility, so essentially jail for kids, and a lot of the youth there had mental health conditions, including psychotic disorders. In my current capacity at Morehouse, I supervise a fellow who works in a juvenile justice facility. And
Can you slow down just a little bit?
yes, I'm sorry. I supervise a fellow who works in the facility, so I'm continuing to do that work as a teacher. And I have also worked in public sector outpatient Medicaid youth mental health clinics where I've seen children, adolescents, and transitional age youth, some of whom do have psychotic disorders.
When you use the term transitional age youth, what age range are you referring to?
So those are the young adults, so technically legally an adult, but 2021, they're not like your average 30-year-old either, right? And so it's that age range between 18, 22, 23.
So assuming Mr. Reales Dominguez was 20 years old at the time of these charged offenses, that would be right in the middle of the range of the transitional age youth.
Correct.
When you talk about childhood trauma, can you give us some common examples of childhood trauma? What do you mean by that term? Is it just, I got spanked by my parents a few times? Is that what you referred to as childhood trauma, or is it something more?
So with trauma, you're actually looking for things that really undermine somebody's sense of safety and that had a lasting impact on them. And when I'm referring to it, there are multiple different kinds, right? But some common ones are child abuse, exposure to domestic violence, exposure to a family member who has used substances. It could be someone's immigration experience, depending on what that was like for them. Things like being teased or bullied, sexual abuse by other caregivers other than the parent. All of those could be traumatic experiences in childhood.
And this is a yes or no question, but did you discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez potential childhood trauma that he experienced?
Multiple, yes.
And I apologize, I may have just asked this, but is it generally accepted that childhood trauma increases a person's risk, increases the risk of someone predisposed to schizophrenia, of actually developing schizophrenia?
It is not only generally accepted, it's well documented and well studied.
What do you mean it's well documented and well studied?
That you have studies like the Adverse Childhood Experiences studies that show a very clear relationship that as you go up, the risk of schizophrenia increases, or that if you compare people with schizophrenia to a control environment, they're more likely to have the illness. Or even if you look at people with schizophrenia, the more of those adverse childhood experiences they have, the more severe their experience with schizophrenia likely is going to be.
And can experiencing childhood sexual abuse, would that constitute trauma, in your opinion?
Yes.
What if it's at a young age and the person doing it is not a family member? Can it still be traumatic?
Absolutely.
Witnessing domestic violence by one parent against another, can that be traumatic for a child?
Yes.
Now, you did discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez the circumstances in which he was smuggled into the United States.
Yes.
I'd like you to assume some facts. Assume that his father left El Salvador when he was approximately 1.5. And assume that his mother left El Salvador when he was about 3 years old. And they both went to the United States. And assume that he was left in the care of his grandmother after his parents left. Also like you to assume that For the next 3 to 4 years, his only contact with his parents was infrequent phone calls. I'd also like you to assume that when he was about 6 and a half, his family hired coyotes to smuggle him into the United States by himself. And assume that no family member went with him, just another person being smuggled who agreed to, quote, look after him. And you can assume that he was left at the border by himself and ended up in immigration detention by himself. And assume that he remained there for at least 2 to 3 months. And you can also assume that finally another family member came and got him and brought him to Oakland, where his parents were. And assume that he did not recognize them as his parents, that he recognized his grandmother as his parents, and that he did not trust them. And assume that for the next year he would repeatedly wet the bed. And also assume that because of his reaction, his grandmother came from El Salvador on a flight and stayed with him for approximately 6 months to ease his transition. And assume that his grandmother, after 6 months, returned to El Salvador and leaving him traumatized. That left him extremely upset. In your opinion, would those facts constitute childhood trauma?
Multiple.
Why do you mean that? What do you mean by multiple?
So children are dependent on adults to help them feel safe, to help them feel cared for, to make sure that they have basic things that they need. And so for a child, separation from a primary caregiver is one of the most traumatic things that they can experience. With that set of facts, there was the separation from a mother who was a primary caregiver at one point, and then separation from a grandmother who was a primary caregiver. When someone goes through a traumatic experience, especially a child, it's important that there's an adult there who can explain what is happening, give them a sense of safety, reassure them. And as he was experiencing those things at the border, he didn't have those things. So not only was he in a strange environment, he was alone, and he didn't have the people he would normally rely on to help him understand what was happening around. From there, he goes to a family that is his biological family that does care about him. However, they're not familiar to him. And after a trauma happens, ideally, you keep as much stable as possible. In this case, he went through these traumatic events and was in a different country where people were speaking a different language, and didn't have access to that person who had been his primary caregiver as long as he could remember. And so it wasn't just that there were the traumas, but it was that he didn't have the supports in place that ideally would be in place to help him understand, process, make sense of, feel safe after all of those traumas happened as well.
So, having experienced that trauma, if Mr. Reales Dominguez did have a genetic predisposition to schizophrenia, would that trauma make it more likely that he would ultimately develop schizophrenia?
Absolutely.
Now, is the stress diathesis model of schizophrenia, is that accepted among reputable psychiatrists as the best explanation we have based on the evidence and research at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other accepted, historically, have there been many crazy explanations for what causes schizophrenia? Rephrase. Historically, have there been other explanations for what causes schizophrenia?
Yes.
And are these explanations currently accepted by professionals within the psychiatric community?
you can never say there's not one. But I would say as a rule, people understand that it is a gene-environment interaction and that there is a biological basis to the disorder, but that environment and social determinants of health are critical as well.
Can you give us some examples of some of these historical explanations that are no longer considered valid?
Sure. So at one point the thought was it was the cold mother that caused the problems.
So in other words, people with warm mothers don't develop schizophrenia, but people with cold mothers do.
Or if you developed it, then it was because it was your mom's fault.
And did this result in a lot of mothers being told that they were the fault of their child developing schizophrenia? This past belief?
I would think so, yes.
Is there any scientific basis for the notion that having a cold mother causes you to develop schizophrenia based on the research and studies we have today?
So based on what we have today, we know that childhood neglect is an adverse childhood experience or a traumatic experience. So it could be one of the things that is traumatizing someone that then increases their risk. But this idea that a mother's parenting in and of itself is the only thing that is solely responsible for a diagnosis is not something that is a commonly held belief within the field, not just psychiatry, but mental health professionals across the board.
Are there fringe theories out there by people about other potential causes of schizophrenia?
Absolutely.
So if someone were to go on the internet and go into Google and look at causes of schizophrenia, will they see articles written by who knows who about some of these fringe theories?
Of course.
Are those fringe theories accepted by, you can never say never, but the professionals who you work with within the psychiatric community, are those fringe theories accepted by them?
No.
Dr. Vincent, are you familiar with articles on the internet that purport to be offer expert information about psychiatry?
I know they exist. I can't say that I read them myself.
Are there articles on the internet that are completely baseless based on the evidence and research that we have today?
Yes.
I want to talk about some other symptoms of schizophrenia.
Let me stop you there since you've transitioned. Dr. Vincent, thank you for your testimony this morning. We're going to continue it this afternoon. And we start up at 1:30, so if you're here a few minutes before that, we can get started on time.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. To the jury, our midday break, three-part admonition: do not discuss the substance of this case, do not form opinions, and do not research. Okay, let's go back on the record in case 23-1391. The people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. We have Dr. Sarah Vincent on the witness stand, and she is subject to direct examination. Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Vincent.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to back up and just discuss some additional materials that you reviewed. Were you provided with an updated PowerPoint presentation by Brian Chase summarizing findings regarding the cell phone data analysis?
Yes.
Did you review that?
Yes.
Did you review photos of Mr. Reales Dominguez that were taken in court both before he was placed on medication and after he returned from the state hospital?
Yes.
Did you review a YouTube video that showed Mr. Reales Dominguez in high school communicating and interacting with other high school students?
Yes.
The body camera recordings and the interview that you reviewed, who provided you those copies?
You did.
And did I initially, did I provide you with a copy of the preliminary hearing transcript?
Yes.
And in that preliminary hearing transcript, did multiple police officers testify?
Yes.
And did you review that preliminary hearing transcript?
Yes.
Did I provide you with the police reports initially?
No.
Now, ma'am, when you review body cameras or reports, do you charge an hourly rate?
Yes.
At some point, did Mr. Vanderhook from the district attorney's office reach out to you in April this year by email and ask you to consider other materials?
Yes.
And did he want you to consider other materials for you to review them?
Yes.
Did he offer to pay you to review those materials?
No.
What did he say about payment in his email to you?
What I remember is him verifying that I wasn't charging him.
So he wanted you to do it for free?
I'm not sure what he wanted, but he didn't offer to pay for it.
Did Mr. Vanderhook, did you agree to accept materials from Mr. Vanderhook?
Yes.
Did he email you or upload onto a file materials for you to review?
Yes.
Did you review those materials?
Yes. Now, I made sure that there was agreement between both legal sides about what exactly I should review.
By agreement, you meant you wanted to make sure. Did you ultimately review everything Mr. Vanderhook sent you?
Yes.
And who is going to be paying that bill for the materials you reviewed at Mr. Vanderhook's request?
Your office.
Did you review the police reports that Mr. Vanderhook sent you?
Yes.
Reviewing those police reports, did it impact your opinion in any way?
No.
Having reviewed the police reports, did you feel it was necessary to review the police reports in addition to the preliminary hearing?
No. However, I would say it was more so because I had the videos to watch and see for myself. They were really helpful.
Why is it important to watch the videos as opposed to a summary of the report?
So a summary is just that. It is key points based on that recorder's interpretation of what happened, whereas a video I get to watch and see for myself. And as a mental health professional, there are things that I may pay attention to that whoever wrote that summary may not.
But having reviewed the report and the videos, did you notice anything unusual about a report summarizing the 7-hour interview?
Juxtaposing what I was able to see and observe versus the report, there are things I noticed that were very striking to me. The fact that there was no hand gestures for hours on end, that he barely shifted in his seat for hours on end. His affect, the way that he was just kind of staring ahead, those are all things that were really important to me as a mental health professional as I watched the video. A lot of that wasn't reflected in the report.
And if you recall, did you review a report written by an author named Steve Ramos where he attributed statements that Mr. Reales Dominguez allegedly made in that video which you didn't see in the video, or you didn't hear in the video?
Yes. So what I saw in the video was a lot of leading statements and closed-ended questions that Mr. Reales Dominguez may have said yes to, but then would contradict himself later or outright say, I didn't do it. And so what was in the summary didn't seem to reflect what I saw in the video in terms of his confusion, his inconsistency, and the fact that a lot of these so-called statements were really responses to leading closed-ended questions after he'd been in a room, not moving, not gesticulating, not changing his voice for hours.
We're going to get back to that interview, but I'd like to talk about neuroimaging. What is neuroimaging?
So that is when people are able to use things like MRIs or CAT scans to see what is happening in the brain.
And over the past 50 years, how has neuroimaging changed how people view mental illness?
So what we've come to be able to do that we couldn't do, in the 1960s or 1970s, is actually have people complete tasks and see what parts of their brain light up, so to speak. So where is more blood flow going to? What part is using more glucose? And you've been able to do that with people who have diagnoses and people who don't, people who have trauma and people who don't, and actually visualize the differences, whether that is in brain volume, the size of ventricles or some of the holes in the brain that are naturally there, where there's more activity during certain tasks or not. And so it really has allowed for a way to visualize mental illness in a way that we really couldn't before.
I'd like to address some other symptoms of schizophrenia beyond just the positive and negative symptoms. Is it common to see weight loss in people who are suffering from schizophrenia?
Sometimes you do, because eating requires a certain level of organization. It requires you being in tune and listening to the signals that your body is sending you. And so if you are really psychotic, it may be that you can't organize yourself around eating and you don't even think about it.
We heard from Dr. Patricia Tyler that she had patients who would only eat food that was unopened. Have you ever seen anything similar to that?
Yes, and when I've seen it, it's been related to paranoia often, that they're worried that something has been done to the food, and so they only trust it if it's in an unopened package.
Now, when I use the term obsessive compulsive behavior, what does that phrase mean?
So obsessive compulsive behaviors, and people are doing things and they keep doing them over and over again, and as an observer it doesn't make sense to you. Like, there's no rhyme or reason as to why they're doing this thing. Now, people with obsessive compulsive personality disorders, it's because they're tying this behavior to some thought and it's not rational. With people who have schizophrenia, it could be that it's related to paranoia or some delusion, but it's just not something that you are aware of because it's something that is strictly in their head.
And a repetitive routine that a person with schizophrenia does over and over again, could that be considered obsessive compulsive type behavior?
It could be considered compulsive behavior. Whether it's obsessive or not would just depend on whether it is an obsession driving it or something that's a delusion.
What's the difference between obsessive and compulsive? I combine those two words, but could you explain?
So the obsession is the thought and the compulsion is the action.
So it may just be a compulsion. They're doing a repetitive act for unknown reasons.
The compulsion could be tied to a delusion. So if I'm afraid that the government can read my thoughts and I'm putting tinfoil on the windows, the obsession is the government can read my thoughts. The compulsion is tinfoil on the windows.
Dr. Benson, what does the term florid psychosis mean?
It's just a way of signaling that someone is very actively psychotic, that this is a severe form of the illness that is in a largely untreated, or if not completely untreated state.
When we use the term florid psychosis versus active psychosis, do they have essentially the same meaning?
They do, but florid is, again, indicating that it is like severe. Because some people with schizophrenia, especially those who have had it for a long time, develop ways to go through life and deal with the voices and that sort of thing. So they could be actively psychotic, but still quite functional. Usually, if you're talking about someone with florid psychosis, they are significantly impaired. They're not able to go about their usual activities of living, and people who know them see a difference in them.
But the fact that a person with florid psychosis is able to complete some everyday tasks, such as selecting food at a grocery store, logging onto a computer, attending a class, turning on their cell phone, the fact that someone is able to accomplish those basic tasks, does that mean they're not in a state of florid psychosis?
You can absolutely have florid psychosis and still do things, especially things that are overlearned behaviors or things that you've done over and over again. So you've turned on a computer, you've turned on your phone, you've gone grocery shopping many, many times. So even if you have people who have brain injuries or maybe even early stages of dementia, right, they can still do those sorts of things. It's not that there's nothing wrong with their brain, but it's that they've just had so much practice and repetition doing that over time.
If a person is in a state of florid psychosis, can they still have periods when their speech, thoughts, and behavior is not as disorganized as it is at other times? In other words...
Wait, can you slow down just a little, please? Sorry.
If a person is in a state of florid psychosis, I do it too. If a person is in a state of florid psychosis, can they still have periods of time when their speech, thoughts, behavior is not as disorganized as it is at other times? In other words, for a few minutes, they may have a somewhat rational conversation, and then it deteriorates. You understand my question?
Yes, and it is possible, especially if you're talking about things that are concrete or right in front of them, are not complicated, or you're asking closed-ended questions, yes, no, right? It's easy enough to look like you're okay in certain circumstances.
How does active psychosis impact perception and memory?
So when someone is psychotic and they are out of touch with reality, their ability to store what is happening in the moment is going to be compromised, right? And so if you can't store it correctly in the first place, it's going to make it hard to go back and retrieve it and understand it or make sense of it later.
And you're using the terms psychotic and psychosis. What do those terms mean?
So when you talk about someone being psychotic, there's some separation between what they're experiencing and what is reality.
After someone is treated for psychosis, placed on medication, how can that impact their memory?
So when we talk about memory, we're not just talking about what somebody has in their head. We're also talking about their ability to retrieve that information, articulate it, and communicate it to you. And when someone is actively psychotic and untreated, every step of that is going to be harder to do. As they get treated and their thoughts are more organized, they can speak more, they can put thoughts together themselves, they may be better able to tell you about things that happened in the past. There could still be gaps, but at least their brain at that point is able to put two and two together in a way that it couldn't before.
Once a person is stabilized on medication, how are they able to distinguish between what memories were hallucinations or delusions and what may have been reality?
So over time, as people are treated, as they go through therapy, as they get feedback about what a hallucination is, what a delusion is, as they get feedback and more understanding about their diagnosis, they develop what is called insight, and that is their ability to recognize and understand what has been going on with them. Initially, it's not something that you expect people to have, and some people develop it, some people don't, and people develop it to varying degrees. But if someone is treated, as they get better, in retrospect, they know the government couldn't look in my house and the tinfoil wasn't doing anything, but in the moment they didn't know that, right? So as they're treated, as they get more in touch with reality, between that, the psychoeducation that happens in the treatment process, and the fact that their own thoughts are more coherent, they can understand more.
Do some people with schizophrenia, even after being medicated for a substantial period of time, not express much emotion, visibly express emotion?
Yes. So with schizophrenia, the negative symptoms, and by negative, things that should be there but that are not, our medications just aren't as good at treating the negative symptoms. And so we can really effectively often treat hallucinations, paranoia, delusions, but that doesn't mean that someone's completely back to their baseline or their normal selves, or that they're completely functioning without any deficits. The ones that are stickier for us, that are harder for us to treat, and that also are associated with greater impairments in function actually in the long term, are the negative ones, the things that should be there that are not. Their brain isn't thinking as quickly as it was before. They don't produce as much speech. They're not as expressive. They're not as interested in relationships. And those things can persist even if medication is working, even if somebody is compliant and doing everything that they are being asked of by their providers.
So does the fact that someone is medicated doesn't express emotion, does that mean they don't care and they don't feel any emotion?
Not at all. What that means, or what that can mean, is that the disease, the disorder, is getting in the way of that emotion showing up in a way that you can recognize it. Because we're all trained to recognize emotions in people who, for the most part, don't have disorders like this. And so what can happen is that lack of emotional expression can be misinterpreted as disinterest or a lack of remorse or callousness, when it really is that the illness just doesn't allow them that full range of expressivity.
You already spoke about your observations of the negative symptoms that Mr. Reales Dominguez was met with him in August of 2024. At that point, did you personally observe any positive symptoms that Mr. Reales Dominguez was exhibiting after being on medication for 1 year?
Not at that time.
In reviewing the materials, the witness statements, and the prior testimony. What symptoms of schizophrenia did you find evidence for basically in the 2 years leading up to the charged offenses and during that same period?
So there were hallucinations, there were delusions, there was disorganized behavior, and there were negative symptoms as well.
And we went through a bunch of negative symptoms. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Reales Dominguez was exhibiting multiple negative symptoms of schizophrenia? Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Dr. Vinson, what is the term malingering? What does that mean?
Malingering is when someone is either making up mental health symptoms or exaggerating them for external gain. And that external gain could be money, like in a civil suit, or it could be trying to get out of trouble in a criminal case.
In your clinical interview, did you see any evidence of malingering?
No. And in fact, Mr. Dominguez has certainly developed more insight over time, it appears, in reading his records. But there are still things that he does not fully grasp about his illness, about its impact on him. So if anything, he underreports rather than overreporting or exaggerating anything.
The fact that Mr. Reales Dominguez is on medication and his positive symptoms are under control, does that mean he no longer has schizophrenia?
He still has schizophrenia, and schizophrenia is one of the diagnoses that if you meet criteria, most of the time it's a diagnosis that you will carry. It's not like depression, where as long as the symptoms go away, you no longer have it, or it's not on your chart anymore. Because of some of the long-term impacts you see with schizophrenia, it's one that is thought of as a chronic illness.
And except for extremely rare cases where a person with schizophrenia is in remission without medication, will Mr. Reales Dominguez have to take medication for the rest of his life?
In most cases, you do anticipate that medications will be required for a long time.
So is medication a cure?
It's not curative, it just treats.
I'd like to talk about the recordings you observed. Let's start with the recording of the 7-hour interview. Before we get to that, what is suggestibility? What does that term mean to you?
Suggestibility is when someone is able to shape your response by how they ask the question, or maybe because of a power dynamic between people.
Why is suggestibility important in a setting where someone is being interviewed by police?
So it's in an interview, you're trying to get accurate information, but someone who is at a power differential may want to just give information that they think the person in power wants to hear. So if you have somebody who is sick and is struggling, who is at a disadvantage because of age or because these people have a badge and a uniform and I don't, what you can have is that they start answering things in a way that they think the person wants to hear. So it goes from being what is truthfully that person's experience or their perceptions to saying yes to closed-ended questions and things like that.
Did you observe evidence of suggestibility in the police interview with Detectives Ramos and Muscardini?
Yes.
What did you observe?
There were multiple times where when they would ask him the question in an open-ended way, he didn't respond, or he would respond saying that he didn't do something. But when they asked the question again in a closed-ended way or repeated the question, then he would say yes or something like that.
From your experience, do people with schizophrenia often find themselves in the criminal justice system for various reasons?
So there's absolutely an overrepresentation of people with serious and persistent mental illness like schizophrenia in the criminal justice system.
Do you think it's important for police officers and law enforcement to be educated on the symptoms of schizophrenia? Do you think that's important?
I think it would certainly be helpful given the overrepresentation.
Now, anything else about, in terms of suggestibility, the interview with Detective Muscardini and Detective Ramos that stands out to you?
So Mr. Reales Dominguez did not ask for water or food or a bathroom break for a very long time. And as you go on in a room where you don't have breaks or basic things you need, right, you're going to be more vulnerable to things like suggestibility, potentially.
What other symptoms, either positive or negative, did you see watching that more than 7-hour interview?
So there was a lack of emotional expression. There was a lack of hand gestures. You did not see his posture move. There were many times when he was asked questions and he seemed as if he was trying to cooperate. So everything they asked him to do, whether it was taking a swab or using his fingers for printing, like, he cooperated. But you could see that there were times when he was asked questions and he just didn't respond. And it seemed as if that was interpreted as, him willfully holding things back. When, as a mental health professional, I observed that as his brain just couldn't really generate the answers, which is why he could say yes or no or okay when somebody kind of spoon-fed him information. But when he was asked to spontaneously come up with answers on his own, he really struggled. And there were a lot of pauses, a lot of silences, a lot of times where he didn't respond to open-ended questions.
When you communicated or met with Mr. Reales Dominguez for 3 hours in August of 2024, is that how he verbally communicated?
Oh, he was much more able to tell me about things during my interview with him than he was during that interview.
Now, was this evidence, in your opinion, of disorganized thoughts, disorganized behavior?
It was evidence of that thought disorder that he had and what we call poverty of thought, which is it's just not there. So if he had disorganized thoughts, he couldn't articulate them for me to pick them up. But what I saw was that he really seemed to be trying to cooperate. And when it came to more mechanical things where he could cooperate, he did. But he just had a hard time putting words together.
I'd like to assume some facts about that interview. I'd like to assume that he told the officers his mom's name was Barla and spelled it V-A-R-L-A when her name is Karim. I'd like to assume that he told the officers he went to Castlemont High School, which he did, but he spelled it Castlement with an E instead of Castlemont. I'd like you to assume that he had given the address of 782 Hawthorne when it was actually he lived at 762 Hawthorne. Also, assume that he gave an email that was either accurate or close to accurate. He may have been versed a couple of letters. That was an email based on the name Carlos Reales Dominguez. Assume that he gave his correct phone number, but he said his phone wasn't active. And assume that he gave birthdays initially of October 10th, 99, then October 10th of 2001, when his actual birthday is October 5th of 2002. Assume that he gave the correct name of one of his roommates, Phil, who was a roommate, but he couldn't remember the other roommates' names and gave one name as Darren, who was not the name of his roommate. Assume that he initially said he did not have siblings, and later said he did have siblings, and those were the people who were closest to him. And you can also assume he used the name John Joas, both at the scene and during the 7-hour interview. Okay. But you can also assume that on April 10th of 2023, on his first day in his English class, he used a different name on his test. We don't know what the name is, but it was a different name. And you can also assume that about a month prior to this interview, he had a very brief contact with a law enforcement officer in Davis where he used the name John Joas. Assuming all those facts, does the fact that he gave the incorrect information, in your opinion, is that clear that he's trying to be deceptive, to conceal who he was, or could there be a different explanation for that?
There could definitely be a different explanation for that.
What explanation, in your opinion, could there be?
So with schizophrenia, the brain is the organ that's affected, right? You think about heart attacks, you think about diabetes, it's the heart that's impacted, it's the pancreas that's impacted. The brain is an organ, and just like those organs, sometimes it doesn't do the things that it's supposed to do. Since the brain is responsible for thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, when there's a problem with the brain, it's going to show up in terms of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. And so it's not necessarily indicating that he's trying to deceive anybody. It could just be that it's a symptom of his organ, the brain, not working the way that you would expect it to.
Now, do you recall approximately an hour and a half into the interview after he's been accused of 2 murders, during a break he got up, put on his hoodie, and tried to walk out the door saying he wanted to go for a walk? Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
And do you recall the detective coming back, talking to him, asking what he was thinking about, again after he said schoolwork? Did that strike you as unusual?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why was that?
So if he understood the context of what was happening in that room, he would have understood they wouldn't just let him walk out, right? And most people, if they were in that kind of interrogation, being accused of those kinds of things, would be thinking about their trial or going to jail or going to prison or maybe even the death penalty. He wasn't even a student anymore, but he was in that room thinking about schoolwork.
Did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez really express any emotion during that interview?
I did not.
And even when he was told that he was being arrested for murder and faced a death penalty potentially, did he express any emotion?
None that I could see.
Is that lack of an emotional response consistent with someone suffering from schizophrenia?
Absolutely. Or some mental health condition that is serious.
Did you observe that during this interview, except when he was told to move, he sat with a rigid posture without moving at all? Did you observe that?
I did. Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with someone exhibiting a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall throughout the interview at least one officer repeatedly telling him to look at me, look at me?
Yes.
Is that lack of eye contact, except when ordered to look, is that consistent with someone exhibiting a symptom of schizophrenia?
Absolutely could be.
Now, Dr. Vincent, in your report, you indicated that until the onset of his psychotic illness, Mr. Reales Dominguez had displayed remarkable resilience. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
He had gone through a lot of traumatic experiences, separation from a primary caregiver, abuse, being around violence, having to learn another language, being in some ways a caretaker for his younger siblings, navigating school and excelling there without a lot of parental support, kind of bearing the knowledge of his status, his immigration status on his own and figuring that out as well, and had managed to go through school and graduate with distinction and be elected to a class office and get into a college. And so he was showing that despite all of these traumas, he could, achieve.
Did his past achievements show an independent nature, for lack of a better word?
Yes, and in some ways he had to be, right? His parents were working a lot. He was entrusted with caring for his younger siblings. Early on in life, he was separated from the person he had relied on most. And so he developed a way of figuring things out for himself in a lot of ways.
But did that independent nature that he developed, did that in any ways make him more susceptible to not getting help when he became ill?
So I think that was one of the contributors. As someone who was always, what he described to me was being self-conscious about his immigration status and what that can mean for him. He had to be careful about who he talked to and who he told what, and that was how he went through his entire life here. So that was a piece of it. He also was someone who had been pretty successful at figuring things out without a lot of help and on his own. He'd gotten some help from people in high school, but had really navigated quite well a lot of different places and systems. And so he, rightfully so, I think, had confidence in his ability to figure things out. The other element of this is that because the brain is the affected organ, that's the brain that would help you observe, that would help you know that something's wrong, and it was impacted. And so it can be very hard for people, especially with a first break, where this is the first time happening and they haven't been down this road before, to know what's happening in real time.
Now, Dr. Vincent, just want to discuss the records you reviewed. You reviewed records from multiple psychiatrists at Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
And you've already testified you reviewed the testimony and notes from Dr. Patricia Tyler?
Yes.
You reviewed a report from a neuropsychologist, Dr. Dale Watson?
Yes.
And you reviewed the report from Dr. Sheila Weiner?
Yes.
You also reviewed a report from Dr. Sarantik Reed, a forensic psychologist?
Yes.
And just clarify, what is the jury's heard the word used interchangeably yesterday. What is the difference between psychology, psychiatry, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist?
So psychologists go the graduate school route, so they have a PhD or a PsyD. So they have a terminal degree, but they did research, they had a thesis, it was coursework based, and they also have clinical experiences. And their licensure process is at the state level, and some of them get board certified, but not as many as psychiatrists do. For psychiatrists, we go through medical school, and so there's 4 years of medical school. That's the same whether you're a surgeon, a psychiatrist, an OBGYN, a pediatrician, but your specialty training occurs during residency. So after medical school, you choose which specialty you're going to go into, and then you do psychiatric residency training. So I did, in my case, 6 years of training in psychiatry specifically after medical school, and that entailed clinical care, psychotherapy, psychopharmacology, coursework, and getting supervised by people who are more senior than I am.
And psychologists often do some testing that psychiatrists may not do as frequently. Yes. So is it valuable to read reports from both psychiatrists and psychologists who have evaluated Mr. Reales Dominguez?
It is helpful, and I would also add social workers and people who, are just treating people in a facility. So the social workers at the jail, their reports and observations were really important as well.
Have you reviewed all those reports, all the people who examined Mr. Reales Dominguez? Does anything stand out to you?
Yes.
What is that?
The convergence of opinions about what was going on with this young man, that people consistently saw that he had a psychotic disorder, that he was severely ill, and especially early on, that he didn't understand what was going on and needed medication. I have... I'd say this is probably my 6th or 7th NGRI case, and I have never seen this kind of convergence on a case before, where everyone agrees that we are looking at someone who is in an active state of psychosis.
And by convergence, you mean you have multiple experts and they all agree?
And not just experts, right? Because sometimes people can undermine or look sideways at experts because they are getting paid, right? The people in the jail who weren't on one side or the other, the people in the state hospital who weren't on one side or the other, all saw that this young man had schizophrenia or a schizophrenia type disorder.
And how many NGRI cases have you worked on in your career?
I'd estimate at least 6 or 7.
And of all those cases, you have not seen as much convergence as you have in this case?
Not like this case.
Dr. Vincent, I want to ask you a few final questions. In your expert opinion, based on everything you've reviewed, was Mr. Reales Dominguez in a state of florid psychosis at the time of the charged offenses in this case?
Yes, he was.
In your opinion, was he, at the time of the charged offenses, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thoughts and behavior?
Yes, he was.
And in your opinion, did these hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thoughts and behavior substantially impact his perception of reality and his thought processes at the time of the charged offenses?
Yes, it did.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was direct examination. Mr. Vanderhook, Cross.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned a medication that Mr. Dominguez is taking during the wreck. You said olanzapine?
Yes.
And what are the side effects of olanzapine?
It can have side effects of sedation. It can also cause dysregulation in blood sugar, blood cholesterol, weight gain, things like that.
Can be associated with improvements in verbal memory?
Say that again?
Can be associated with improvements in verbal memory.
So if someone had difficulty remembering things because of untreated schizophrenia and the olanzapine treats the schizophrenia, then yes. If you give it to somebody who doesn't have schizophrenia, it's not going to improve their memory.
It can have impairment effects on spatial memory and executive function.
What's your question?
Olanzapine, can it impair a person's spatial memory and executive function?
So again, it's going to depend, right? So if you have someone who, because of their illness, has deficits in those issues, it could make those things better. If you have someone who doesn't have those issues because of their illness, but they're sedated by the medication, then it could make those things worse.
What's delta-9 THC?
Delta-9 THC?
Yes.
So marijuana, is that what you're asking about?
I'm asking about the compound delta-9 THC. What does that have to do with cannabis?
Objection off the scope.
Sustained.
Doctor, as part of your job, is it necessary that you're familiar with effects of certain compounds on the human body?
Yes.
And did you review reports related to different chemical compounds?
Objection, facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Doctor, you wrote in your report the different things that you reviewed as part of your evaluation, correct?
Yes.
And on the list, as number 24, you reviewed a toxicology report, correct?
Let me just refresh my memory. Yes.
All right, and it discusses delta-9 THC, right?
I don't remember.
If it did, is that important?
If it was relevant to my opinion, I would have included it in the report.
Okay. So then you don't believe that that report is relevant to your opinion?
If it was relevant to my opinion, I would have included it in the report.
Is it included in your report?
No.
Okay. So, first questioning about different theories of what causes schizophrenia, what leads to schizophrenia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There's talk about fringe theories or crackpot theories and that sort of thing. Do you remember that?
I don't know that he used the word crackpot, but I do remember fringe.
All right. And are you familiar with the biopsychosocial model?
Yes.
And what is that?
So it is a way of thinking about illness and health, really, where you are considering biological aspects of who somebody is, psychological aspects, so their self-concept, the way they deal with stress, their coping mechanisms, and social things, so things going on in their lived environment and that are around them.
So this model has more of an emphasis on social factors, correct?
More compared to what?
The diathesis stress model.
No, that's not correct.
Are they the same model then?
They're not the same model, but I would not say that one has more of an emphasis or the other, both of them included.
So But they're different models that different people use, correct?
They're different models, but they're not that distinct, actually.
Despite being a different model, is it fringe?
The biopsychosocial model?
Yeah.
No.
And are you familiar with the neurodevelopmental model?
Yes.
Is that a fringe model?
No.
Okay, what is that?
So that is the idea that how the brain is developing or growing is what is going to result in the issues that you see with their mental health. Now, I will make it clear that it's not as if you can't have one or the other, right? So the neurodevelopmental aspects of it can be incorporated into the biological part of the biopsychosocial. So again, they're not as distinct as some might make you believe.
And so, but it's a separate model than the diathesis stress model?
Again, there are similar elements there. So with the diathesis stress model, you're looking at kind of what that individual person brings into a situation, and their developmental contexts and issues are part of what they're bringing into the situation.
Right. And so there are some psychiatrists that would adhere to the neurodevelopmental model, and some that might adhere to the biopsychosocial model, and some that might adhere to the diathesis stress model, and none of them would be fringe, correct?
What? Can you say? I'm sorry.
So we've talked about 3 different models. Psychiatrists could adhere to any one of those models and not be fringe, correct?
What I would say is that most people understand that there is overlap and synergy between those models and don't operate out of a pure, we only use this one and we don't think about the other ones.
All right. And are you familiar with second hit theory?
No.
Are you familiar with the theory that talks about having early developmental trauma and late developmental trauma, and that having both early and later developmental trauma can lead to increased risk for schizophrenia?
Yes. Now, I will say that goes back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of adverse childhood experiences, multiple traumas. Again, sometimes people call things different things, but it's basically the same concept.
All right. And so if someone adopted that, would they be fringe?
Again, I don't know who this someone is or what else they're putting with it, but the element of the more traumas you have, the higher your risk is something that is generally accepted.
Right. And under the diathesis stress model, it talks about factors that are believed to contribute to causing schizophrenia, correct?
So again, we are not in a place where we can say this one thing is the cause. What we can say is when people have these things happen to them or these things are part of their life, their risk goes up. But it's not as if everyone who has this one experience ends up developing schizophrenia.
Right, so the diathesis stress talks about a genetic predisposition combined with stressors as being something that creates risk for developing schizophrenia.
Or other conditions, yes.
And there are some people that have both the genetic predisposition and stress and never develop schizophrenia, correct?
Well, again, it's increased risk. So it's not, you're absolutely going to have it, but the risk goes up. So we understand that there aren't just risk factors, there are also protective factors. And so some people may have a lot of risk factors, but may also have protective factors that mitigate the risk from those factors.
And there are some people that have no risk factors that do ultimately develop schizophrenia, correct?
It's hard to say no risk factors, but I will say there are some people who have fewer identified risk factors who end up developing it.
All right, and so all these are models that people use to talk about schizophrenia, but we don't truly know with certainty what causes schizophrenia, correct?
We cannot pinpoint an exact cause, correct?
So, with respect to your testimony, do you maintain a website where you post about the services that you offer?
Yes.
And is one of the claims made on that website that your examinations and your evaluations can withstand any cross-examination?
I don't think that I said that.
Okay, is that a claim that's made on the website though?
Again, I don't think I said that. Now, I may have had an attorney who hired me who hired me say that as feedback about me, but again, I don't think that I say that.
The website doesn't say that you provide opinions that will withstand scrutiny of cross-examination?
That's not the question that you asked.
Okay, does your website say that?
It does say that.
Okay, thank you. And there was a question about payment and how much you're being paid. How much are you being paid?
$500 an hour.
And by the end of your work, can you give a prediction with any degree of accuracy of how many total hours you will have done for this case?
It's been about 80 so far.
And so it should be about 80 by the time that you're done with this testimony?
I think so.
Okay, so I'd like to talk to you about the things that you relied on in forming your opinion. You have a bibliography of the different things that you referenced, correct?
So I included the materials that I received for this case, but I also make it a point to say, and it's in my report, that I rely on 6 years of training after medical school, being in this field for 12 years at this point, all of my CME, all of my courses, all of my professional development, and my clinical experience treating people with significant and genuine illness when I'm coming to my opinions.
But as far as where you're getting the facts of the case, you have that bibliography, correct?
Where I'm getting the facts of the case, yes, with the exception of the things that Mr. Hutchinson mentioned that I received after the report was drafted.
Understood. And so you discussed during your direct examination viewing the video of the police interrogation with Mr. Dominguez. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then on page 3 of 45 of your report on item 13, you list that you reviewed a transcript of the client interrogation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there somewhere on the bibliography where you list viewing the video of the interrogation?
There are a lot of documents. I'm just refreshing my memory. So that is not listed, but it is something I have since reviewed.
So did you review it before or after drafting your report?
I don't remember.
And so that's not something that I provided to you, correct?
No.
And if you had reviewed it before preparing your report, would it be listed in the bibliography for your report?
Well, sometimes you make omissions. There's 29 things listed there, so I may have just left it out, but I did review the video.
Fair. And so you also list that you reviewed body camera recordings of the detention of Mr. Dominguez, and that you reviewed Officer Gonzalez's body camera and Officer Story's body camera. Do you remember reviewing those cameras?
Yes.
And did you review the body camera of Detective Muscadini, who was with Detective Yu, and their detention, or continuation of detention and their contact with Mr. Dominguez?
I think that was one of the ones I received later.
Okay, so when you did your initial report, it's not something that you reviewed, but it's something that you were sent.
Again, I think it was one of the ones I did later. But they were all showing the same scene, just from different angles.
Right, but the body camera from Detective Muscadini is later in time than the one from Officer Story and Gonzalez, right?
Yes.
And so that was something I sent you as well?
I think so, yes.
Objection in the States. I sent it.
Okay. All right, we'll let the attorneys work it out. Anyways, you got it.
You got it from someone.
I had a lot of videos.
You got it from someone and you looked at it.
Yes, I did look at it.
Now, when you did your initial evaluation, though, you didn't review any police reports, correct?
Correct.
And so I want you to, as a hypothetical, imagine that we had another psychiatrist in here who told us about how it's important to review police reports. How do you reconcile that?
Well, in this case, I had video of the police and what happened. I also had a hearing transcript where I could see what the police said about what happened. And so the point of reviewing the police report is to understand the police's perspective of what took place. I had other things that could give me the police's perspective of what took place. And in my opinion, the video is actually more helpful because opinions and perspectives are always filtered, whereas with the video, I can see for myself.
And relating to the transcripts, you reviewed transcripts of prior proceedings, correct?
Yes.
And in your report, you describe information that you received from those transcripts from a statement Mr. Hutchinson was making in court. Do you remember describing that in your report?
Could you tell me what you're referring to, or tell me what you're referring to?
I guess, because I'm confused. Thanks. Feel free to stand and stretch. That's something that I wasn't really clear on, and so I appreciate that. I think we have an understanding. And you wanted to ask Mr. Vanderhook about something in Dr. Vincent's report, right? And you're going to tell Mr. Hutchinson specifically where that is, and then feel free to ask about it.
Starting on page 8 of her report. And we're talking about the first paragraph only on that report.
And so maybe the witness wants to read that paragraph then into focus.
I've read it.
Okay, and so it has to do with things that Mr. Hutchinson was saying during a statement in court, correct?
Yes.
And he's talking about symptoms or things that were observed about Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that the finders of fact are instructed that statements by attorneys are not evidence?
That is outside of my scope.
Okay, is this something you relied on?
It was a summary of the transcript. So in my reports, I'm clear this is the summary of the source of information, but my opinions aren't until later. But this is one of the things that I reviewed.
Okay. Are you comfortable with this concept that statements by attorneys are not evidence? And that
I'm going to check 352, Your Honor, outside scope.
No, go ahead.
Are you comfortable with that statements by attorneys are not evidence?
Yes.
All right, and I want to talk about other things that you reviewed. You reviewed something called it's got a long title. It starts with an appellate defender's guide. On item 14.
Yes.
And that's a defense-oriented material about this type of evaluation.
Yes.
Did you review any prosecution-oriented materials related to this type of evaluation?
No.
In your role at your work, are you an advocate?
Which work?
Your work as an author and similar type roles. Not necessarily this case, but in your other work.
As an author in similar type roles. I would say definitely as a chair of a department, I am an advocate. As a child psychiatrist, I am one. As someone who cares for marginalized populations, absolutely.
What, can you say that again?
As someone who takes care of marginalized populations.
And so you've written extensively about your role as an advocate, correct?
I don't think I've written extensively about my role as an advocate.
Okay. Did you write some chapters for a book titled Social Injustice and Mental Health?
Yes, I did.
And one of those chapters was titled Social Injustice and the Carceral System.
Yes.
And another chapter was titled Social Justice and Advocacy.
Yes.
You authored an article titled The Collaborative Advocate, Psychiatrist's Role in Addressing Criminal Legal Involvement.
Yes.
And in that, the opening statement to that, you wrote, the punitive involvement of individuals with serious mental health illnesses in the legal system remains a disturbing reality. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do you believe that people with serious mental illness should not be in the criminal justice system?
So what that is referring to is the over-criminalization of mental illness and the fact that people with mental illness often end up in the system. That does not say that people who have committed crimes should not be punished or should not be in the system, but all of those writings that are being referred to talk about how this is a group that is vulnerable, that is marginalized, and that ends up in the system disproportionately.
All right, and that's something that you advocate for, correct?
I don't advocate for them to be in the system disproportionately. I advocate for them to be able to get care and treatment and hopefully stay out of the system.
I understood that. That's a cause that you, a topic that you have advocacy in, correct?
Yes.
And when it comes to materials that you relied on, did you conduct tests such as an MFAST or an SRS-2?
No, however, I did see that other people had conducted those, and after you do a test, you shouldn't keep doing it.
So I'm going to pause you there. I want to ask you, you did do an interview with Mr. Dominguez, correct?
A clinical interview, yes.
And what's a clinical interview in general terms?
So again, going through aspects of their history, seeing what they report to you, but also what they show you, and based on that, determining what signs or symptoms of mental illness they have or what conditions you think match what you're seeing.
And so that clinical interview was on August 26, 2024, correct?
Refresh my memory, yes.
And so, on page 41 of your report, I just want to make sure our formatting is the same.
Sure.
Thank you, Doctor.
So paragraph 2 there, which starts with the words on the, do you see that?
Yes.
So is this describing the statement that you got from Mr. Dominguez during that August 26, 2024 interview?
Yes, so this whole section So there's a section starting on page 34 that says interview with Carlos Dominguez, and it specifies there that all the information in that section, unless otherwise stated, was provided by him.
Right, and I just want to nail down the date. That's the August 26, 2024 interview, correct?
Yes.
And so you said it starts on page 34?
The section that summarizes my interview with him, yes.
Perfect. And then on what page does the summary of the August 26, 2024 interview stop?
So the summary of what he reported to me stops on page 42. The mental status exam is also information from that interview, but rather than it being reliant on what he told me, it's about what I, as the mental health professional, observed about his attitude, his behavior, his demeanor, how he was telling me things. So the mental status exam part of it is more about what I'm seeing or observing.
Okay, and is this the only in-person interview you had with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
And so, on the August 26, 2024 date, Dr. Weiner and Dr. Reed have not done their evaluations yet, correct?
I'm not sure when they did theirs.
All right, so just assume that they did theirs in November and or December of 2024. That's later in time than what you're talking about, correct?
Correct.
And so their MFAST and SRS-2 had not actually been done yet at the time that you did this interview, correct?
If that's when they did theirs, then no.
So at the time that you interviewed Mr. Dominguez, he'd been medicated for over a year, correct?
Yes.
And so an MFAST and an SRS-2, those are to detect exaggeration of current symptoms, correct?
So those are psychological tests that are used to aid in the detection of malingering. So when people are exaggerating symptoms or things like that, no test is in and of itself diagnostic. Every test always has to be put into context. So with that caveat, yes, they are used for the purpose of helping to identify malingering.
And they're specifically trying to detect exaggeration of current symptoms, correct?
I'm not as familiar with the SIRS, but with the MFAS, I do think that is correct.
All right. And so even if you had conducted that test on your August interview, it wouldn't have a whole lot of purpose anyways, because you're not trying to determine whether or not he's malingering on August 26, 2024, correct?
That's not correct. Anytime that I do a forensic interview, I understand that there is something on the line, whether it is money in a civil case or freedom in a criminal case. And so as a forensic evaluator, that is one of the things that we learn in fellowship, that you are always thinking about the potential for malingering because you don't have a treatment-provider relationship with them the way that you would in a clinical setting.
All right. And when you talked about fellowships, I remember you said you actually oversee a fellow?
Yes.
Can you just describe for me the importance of completing a fellowship and how it relates to having a good foundation to give opinions?
Sometimes it's important, sometimes it's not, frankly. So the fellowship gives you dedicated time and training to focus on something, but you can have people who don't do a formal fellowship, but who work with somebody who has expertise and still get that dedicated time and training. So fellowships tell you, yes, they did it, but just because somebody doesn't have a fellowship doesn't tell you that they haven't spent the time, effort, gotten supervision around developing areas of expertise.
So when your fellow is working on an evaluation, do you provide assistance? Do you oversee them? Do you supervise?
When I'm working with a fellow, it depends on how advanced the fellow is and what's being asked of them. So the level of supervision varies depending on the fellow, the setting, the acuity, the case, and where they are in training. I know that was a complicated answer, but that's the most accurate one.
And I apologize. I'm going to go back in time on a question. On page 1 of your report, you talk about a waiver of confidentiality, and you discussed that prior to Mr. Dominguez being interviewed, you discussed a waiver of confidentiality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was that prior to conducting your August 26, 2024 interview?
Yes.
Okay, and so you did that interview with Mr. Dominguez in August of last year, and then your report is dated March 18th of this year. Why the delay between doing the report, or doing the interview, and drafting a report?
That's not atypical, especially when things are at this stage of a trial. As forensic evaluators, we have the initial evaluation. Sometimes we need to go back and do another one. We may do follow-up interviews with family. There may be more records that come in. I may have other cases that are going to trial or the end of an academic year. So any number of things can cause a delay, and sometimes as a consultant, I write after we decide that they for sure want to use a report that I'm going to write.
So how do you ensure that you have the information correct when you're writing a report about an interview that took place more than half a year ago?
So again, it's common practice for us in medicine. We are always taking notes. We're always documenting. I type pretty quickly, and so I'm able to take down what people are telling me during an interview, and so I take very thorough notes.
And so you have written notes from that still then?
Typed notes. Sometimes when I'm writing the report, I will actually overwrite those notes in the process. I can't remember if I overwrote those notes or not.
So you're not sure if you still have notes for this case now?
They may be overwritten for the report. I'm just not positive, because sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Did you record the interview at all?
No.
And would recording be kind of the best way to preserve the information?
Objection. You cannot record an interview in the Yolo County Jail. It's a misstatement of the law.
Did you ask anyone if you could record an interview?
No.
Were you aware of what was just said until it was just said?
No.
So there's no recording?
There is no recording that I'm aware of.
So when you drafted your report, you had the reports from Dr. Weiner and Dr. Reed to look at and examine before you made your report, correct?
So when I first started, I'm not sure if I had both of those actually when I first started drafting. So it's a 45-page report. So you start it, you draft it, you come back to it. And I'm just not positive when in the process of doing that I received those. So I definitely had them by the time I finished the report, but I don't know that I had them when I first started drafting.
Okay. And so there were definitely things that were considered in your final report?
Yes.
And they're listed in your bibliography?
Yes.
And so I just want you to imagine for a moment that we had another psychiatrist in court who talked about the importance of siloing yourself off from other people's opinions before giving your opinion. Can you reconcile that with what's going on?
Sure. So just because I considered it in my opinion does not mean that it was necessary for me to form my opinion. And any opinion that I give is within a degree of medical certainty, and that is based on all of the information that I have. So even prior to drafting the report, I had formed an opinion as to what I thought was going on with him, if I thought he was floridly psychotic at the time, and if I thought he had genuine illness. I had opinions about those things before I received those reports. What those reports did is say, hey, we're all seeing the same thing, but they didn't change what I thought, and they certainly weren't necessary for me to come to the opinions that I did.
So on direct, you talked about different symptoms that you observed, or what different symptoms might mean. Do you remember talking about what staring off into space might mean?
Yes.
And you discussed then that it may mean that the person is hallucinating. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Any other things that are related to mental illness or schizophrenia?
It could, yes.
And so staring off into space doesn't necessarily mean hallucinations, though.
As I said at the time, it could be.
And so when you're forming your opinion, and we talked about factual information, is one of the sources of factual information that you rely on your interview with the person you're writing the report about?
One of them, yes.
And it's fairly important.
Is the interview important?
Yes.
Yes. Now, I will say in some cases, depending on what the question is, interviewing the subject may or may not be. But in this case, it is important to interview him.
And so what controls do you put in place to make sure that you're receiving truthful information during these interviews?
So as a psychiatrist, I am not a lie detector. What my role is to see what symptoms they give me. And as someone who has seen a lot of mental illness, treated a lot of mental illness, diagnosed a lot of it, seen schizophrenia in people who have no motivation to lie to me whatsoever, I am mapping what they're telling me, what they're showing me, what I'm seeing from them against what I've seen and known and treated as a practicing psychiatrist. And so it's not about me being an investigator, right? It's about me looking at what they're saying, listening to what they're saying, and seeing if that tracks in terms of genuine mental illness.
And so if someone is telling you information that appears to be in contrast or contradicted by other evidence in the case, do you confront them on inconsistency between what they're telling you and what the evidence is?
Sometimes I will, but sometimes I do not. It just depends on the situation.
How do you determine who has motivation to lie and who has no motivation to lie?
I wouldn't put it that way. What I will say is, as a forensic mental health professional, you have to go into each evaluation understanding that they are not your patient, you do not have a relationship with them, and that there is something that is on the line that could cause them to represent things one way or another.
Would you agree that someone who is facing murder charges would have serious motivation to lie?
I would agree that they could, yes.
And so that's something that you need to be aware of and cognizant of during your interview?
Yes.
Now, when someone is pending criminal charges, the very effect of having pending criminal charges can affect someone's mental state, correct?
Sure.
And so facing something like multiple murder charges is very stressful.
Yes.
And so just the stress of having pending charges can have an effect on how someone presents during the course of an interview, correct?
It can have an effect, yes.
And what measures do you take to control for you seeing effects of stress or issues with ongoing cases, and how do you read that out from other things?
So that is why those collateral interviews, reviewing those other sources of information are so important, right? Because those other sources of information are going to tell me things about how he was doing before he was facing those charges. So when people have noticed that his weight is going down, that his hygiene is going down, that his academic function is going down, even before the charges, what that tells me is that this is bigger than just the stress from a criminal case.
When you're doing your evaluation of a person, you're doing it usually long after a criminal offense is, when you're doing an evaluation in this type of context, you're doing it usually long after the offense has been committed, correct?
What do you mean by long after?
It's not like the next day, here it was a year. Is that something that's fairly typical for this type of evaluation?
It's usually not going to be the next day. It depends. People have to understand the risks of talking to someone like me about what has happened. And if they don't understand those risks, then I can't see them until they do.
If a person is exposed to information about a case, provided facts or witness statements or videos, can seeing other sources of information that influence their own memory of those events?
Yes.
And you talked earlier about suggestibility. Is that a type of suggestibility?
It is one way that suggestibility can end up manifesting.
And so sometimes people can learn information from other sources, weave it into their own memory, and then end up believing that they actually remember that, correct?
It can happen.
And so if you're doing an evaluation long after an event, and you're evaluating someone who would have access to things like police reports describing the events, how do you control for that factor when you're doing your interview?
Well, it's not something that you can control for, right? But it's something you just have to consider. In a case like this, you have to balance the fact that he couldn't tell you a coherent story before. So he had to get treatment. He had to have time to get treatment. He'd been untreated for a long time. And me trying to interview him shortly after the events had happened would have been very low yield. And so you're trying to get the best situation you can, taking into account all of those things.
So you can't control for access to police reports?
I'm not sure what you mean by control for access to police reports, but my answer is that you have to think about the benefits of trying to do it when somebody really can't tell you a coherent story versus after time when they may have had access to more things.
But when they've had access to more things, that could also have an effect on the story that they tell you, correct?
It could.
And so when what about having access to things like video recordings, recordings of interviews, video recordings of scenes and that sort of thing, that similarly have an effect on what they think they remember about what happened?
It could.
How do you control for someone who has some training or knowledge in the field of psychology or psychiatry?
So again, you can't control for things. These are people, not lab rats, but you take it into consideration, right? And so if someone has taken undergraduate courses, there may be some concepts that they're familiar with. I'm much more worried about somebody who is a clinical psychologist and able to administer tests, or someone who's gone through residency, than I am in someone who's taken a few undergrad classes.
And are you familiar with what classes Mr. Dominguez has taken?
I don't know his exact courses from memory, but I do know that he was interested in psychology and biology.
And he took psychology courses?
I do think he took some psychology courses.
Are you aware that he wrote a paper on the classification, or the
facts, not in evidence.
Are you aware that he wrote a paper that addresses the classification system used by the DSM-5?
No.
Did you know that he, in the same paper, talked about an article discussing the frequency of stressful life events and associations with mental health?
You're asking about the paper I wasn't aware of?
Yeah. Are you aware that he has talked about that before in a college paper?
Object again, facts, not in evidence.
My understanding is a good faith belief that this will come into evidence. So I'll allow the question. I think she said she's not aware of the paper. So that answered it.
Okay. And so during your testimony, you talked about how stressful events can have a big impact on a person's psychological health, correct?
Yes.
And so someone who's writing about that and aware of that has some knowledge that the average person you're interviewing doesn't have, correct?
Yes.
And so in addition to interviewing a person and getting information from them, do you also consider the other sources that you're provided, like the transcripts, like the camera recordings, that sort of thing?
The transcripts, the camera recordings, the observations of people who were working at the jail. So, well, I couldn't see them immediately afterward. They did. The observations of people who were at the state hospital. Again, people who are neutral and who know what to look for and who know what genuine illness looks like. Those are all things that were considered.
And in addition to that, have you considered testimony of people who have testified during the course of the trial?
Of this trial?
Yes.
No.
And have you considered statements by Kimberlee Guillory about the defendant reacting violently to other people?
What source are you referring to?
Kimberlee Guillory.
In what context?
And Mr. Dominguez attempting to attack a man that Mr. Dominguez believed had said something about him?
Was that during this trial?
Have you been given any information about that?
I can refresh my memory and see if that's in my report. But I don't.
If that would refresh my memory?
Yeah.
With the court's permission? Okay.
Okay, so that is not something that is in my report.
Okay, and so if that was testimony, that would be different than what you considered, correct?
It's not in my report. I don't remember if it was in something that I reviewed or not, or if it's in something you're referring to that I don't have access to.
Were you aware that on April 19th of 2003, about 1 week before the killing started, Mr. Dominguez attempted to contact Kimberlee Guillory and meet up with her?
I'm aware of that now, yes.
What do you mean by now? Like right now, or?
So I think that was one of the things that was in the police report.
Okay, so you weren't aware when you drafted your original report that you've been made aware of it prior to testifying?
Of your specific statement, I think that I became aware of that with the police report. That there had been a breakup with a girlfriend I was aware of before.
Were you aware that he was trying to meet up with her again 1 week before the killings began?
No.
And on direct, you mentioned reviewing digital forensic information. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what the digital forensic information shows that Mr. Dominguez did on the night after the first killing?
The digital forensic information is not my area of expertise. My basic understanding of it was that it demonstrated a pattern of his phone being off and on at different times.
Were you aware that Mr. Dominguez went to Sycamore Park the very next night after the first killing?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Dominguez turned off his phone while in Sycamore Park the night after the first killing?
Again, I had a very basic understanding that is beyond my area of expertise. My basic understanding of it was that there were multiple instances of his phone dying or going off.
But were you aware that he specifically turned off his phone in the same park that he would later commit another killing in just 2 nights later?
Again, I don't know if the phone died or if he turned it off, and that is not my wheelhouse.
Okay, so you have no information about that?
I can't interpret it. All I can say is my basic understanding of it.
And so you reviewed preliminary hearing transcript, which included officers testifying about statements that they received from Dr. Massey, correct?
That sounds correct. Can you tell me what page you're referring to?
Sorry. Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the circumstances of the second killing?
Somewhat.
Are you familiar with the civilian who heard the commotion and came out to the park and saw Mr. Dominguez with the victim of the second killing?
I don't know what you mean by am I familiar with it.
I mean, have you sitting here today, do you remember that information? Do you remember reviewing something that has to do with that?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of the interaction that took place between that civilian and Mr. Dominguez?
That Mr. Dominguez made some strange statements and fled.
And are you aware that testimony in court is that Mr. Dominguez fled and then made statements to that civilian?
I'm not sure what happened when or what happened in court versus what I had, but
Okay, but if that was the case, that would be different than the impression that you had when you formulated this report.
it wouldn't change my opinion in any substantive way.
Would it be different than the information that you had when you formulated your report?
I think that, well, actually, let me refresh my memory because I think what the testimony was that it was statements and then running.
I'll see if I can find a page. Okay.
So I refreshed my memory, and what the transcript I received said was that it was the statements, then the running.
Okay, so running and then the statements is different than what you were understanding, correct?
Yes, but again, it's not something that would make or break my opinion.
And so one of the things that you reviewed was Mr. Dominguez's transcripts, correct? The UC Davis transcript?
Yes.
And in your report, you described that his, from the transcript, you can see that his grades began to decline, correct?
Yes.
The reality is grades were always bad when he was in college. He was in danger of failing out of college from the very beginning, correct?
No, so you saw fluctuations that first year. They weren't great, but you saw fluctuations that first year. But after that, you did see a decline.
Were you aware that on the transcript that some of the grades that reflected are not actually the grade that was earned for that course?
No.
And were you aware that UC Davis offers an academic renewal program where people can take the course later and wipe out past old grades or past bad grades?
No, however, that's not uncommon. And even if somebody does that, it does tell you they had the wherewithal, the ability, the motivation to go do that and get that grade replacement.
Okay, thank you. You have a few more questions, I think.
I do, Your Honor.
Yeah, shoot it up.
I have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I got that sense, and then a few for the other side. Okay, great. Dr. Benson, thank you for your patience with the court. We're going to take a mid-afternoon break, and we'll resume your testimony.
Talking about your understanding of different pieces of evidence in the case, what is your understanding of the positioning of David Breaux at the time that he was stabbed?
That he was on a bench.
Do you know what his positioning on the bench was?
I think he was laying down.
And do you know what items he had with him or anything like that?
No.
Mr. Karim Abou Najm, do you know how far into Sycamore Park he was when he was stabbed?
I do not.
Do you know if Mr. Abou Najm had a beard or hair or anything else that may cause someone to mistake him for being an unhoused person?
I do not.
Do you know where on Kimberlee Guillory's body she was stabbed?
I don't remember.
Talked about reviewing the interviews with Mr. Dominguez, the initial stop, the interview with Mr. Muscardini, or Officer Muscardini at the scene, and then back at the police station. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And during that, on direct, you talked about Mr. Dominguez providing a false name. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times he provided the exact same false name?
Not exactly, but it was more than once.
And do you remember how many times when you gave that false date of birth, how many times you gave the same date of birth?
I do not.
And with regards to the false address, do you know how many times you gave the same false address?
No.
And in your reviews, did you review any of the body-worn cameras from any of the crime scenes?
From the crime scenes? No.
Are you familiar with the different types of bias that people who are conducting forensic evaluations have to be concerned for?
Yes, I'm familiar with bias. And
Are you familiar with what's known as treatment bias?
treatment bias as a forensic evaluator? No, because typically as a forensic evaluator, you're not treating. If you're treating someone, you should not be working with them in a forensic or an expert capacity.
Right, but oftentimes in your work, you do provide treatment to people, correct?
I do, but again, I never do forensic work for anyone that I have a treatment relationship with or have had a treatment relationship with.
Understood, but it's fair to say that the majority of your work is treatment-oriented.
At this point, I would say it's a third administrative, a third treatment, a third forensic.
All right, and you became a psychiatrist to help people, correct?
Yes.
And you want to help people, correct?
Generally, yes.
And are you familiar with this concept of treatment bias or clinician bias, where people who are evaluating someone have a bias that they need to be aware of because they have that helping nature or want to assist people?
So, okay, I think I know what you're referring to. I just haven't heard as treatment bias before. So, part of what we learned during that year-long fellowship is how this role as an expert is different than your role as a treater, and really developing that identity as a consultant. Now, as someone who in this case is hired by one side, in some cases I've been hired by the judge or the court, so I'm neutral, but in this case hired by one side, how that manifests is I am retained by the defense side, right? So if I have a finding that is not helpful to them or that is not helpful to their case, I will tell them, and you guys will never know about me because I won't write a report and I won't testify. So being helpful looks different, right, depending on what side hired me. My opinion does not look different depending on what side hired me.
And so if you write a report that's not helpful, that kind of ends your involvement in the case, correct?
I don't write reports that aren't helpful, so I don't bill people for time writing something that's not helpful. I tell them, me writing a report will not help you. Here is what could, and they say, thank you, Dr. Vincent, send us your bill.
So when you do that, your work ends and you don't get more time on the case?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term mere exposure bias?
Yes.
What is mere exposure bias?
Well, are you saying near or mere?
Mere, M-E-R-E.
Not M-E-R-E, no.
Okay. What's mere exposure bias?
So I thought you were referring to, and again, this is me trying to superimpose things that are familiar to me with the terms you're using, but just that what people have seen more frequently or more recently is going to be first in mind for them.
So are you familiar with the bias that if you interact with somebody that you're going to, just by working with them, interacting with them, meeting with them, having conversations with them, that you're going to naturally have a type of bias in their favor?
That assumes you like the person, but that could happen, yes.
And is this the same type of bias that, prior to court today, did I talk with you very briefly about a study?
You showed me a study.
And this was the Rosenhan study?
Yes.
And you're not familiar with that study?
I was not, no.
I don't have any additional questions, right?
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. That was cross-examination. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
Yes, Dr. Vincent, the prosecutor showed you a paragraph on page 8 of your report where you quoted my opening statement in a prior proceeding.
Yes.
And you're familiar with what an opening statement is?
Yes.
And so in my opening statement, did I express what I expected the evidence will show?
Yes.
And the things that I said in that paragraph, were those things you saw in the police reports, the prior testimony, the body cameras, and everything you observed?
Yes. So the things in that paragraph, even without that paragraph, all of the other sources of information supported what was stated.
So when I said that his symptoms included significant weight loss, you saw that.
Hearsay.
He brought it up.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So when I said he suffered significant weight loss, you saw that in all the materials you reviewed, correct?
That was commented on by people who knew him and also documented by people who did not know him, who would have no reason to misrepresent it.
When I mentioned he had decreased appetite, you saw that did you see that in the materials you reviewed?
I saw that and also watched him be interrogated for hours and drink and eat nothing.
When I said he experienced social withdrawal, did you see that in the materials you reviewed?
There were multiple people who knew him over time, his girlfriend, his roommates, his friends, his family, who all commented on social withdrawal.
And when I commented that he reported hearing a devil's voice speaking to him in his dreams, you saw that in the testimony of his girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
And when I said he was experiencing auditory hallucinations, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
He reported it to me, and there were also people that were close to him who he had reported it to.
The motion's granted, and so I'll direct the witness not to include on that subject what was reported, but you can answer as to other matters.
I'm not focused on what he told you, but what you saw in the materials you reviewed, okay? And when I said since his arrest, he's had minimal verbal communication with others, speaking only when prompted, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
Yes.
when I said his communication was short with little insight about his situation, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
Yes.
So when I said he had flat affect, minimal eye contact, rigid and unusual posture, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
Yes, I did.
And when I said he believed he was still a student at UC Davis after his arrest, did you see that in the evidence you reviewed?
Yes.
And when I said his overall well-being had deteriorated significantly since his arrest, did you see that in the evidence?
In multiple medical records.
So were you relying on what I said, or were you just quoting something I said that you saw in all the evidence?
Just quoting something I said that was documented over and over again by different people in different settings over time.
Because you know that what I say, that's not evidence, correct?
Right.
And you understand what Mr. Vanderhook says, that's not evidence as well, correct?
Correct.
But ma'am, you said you've been involved in multiple cases as an expert beyond the 4 you testified in, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Most cases don't end up going to trial, and actually my last NGRI case, they used it to negotiate a plea. Even that one didn't go.
And you mentioned this case was unusual as a convergence, that all the experts agree. Have you had cases where experts disagree?
Yes.
Have you had experts where a prosecutor's office has hired their own expert who has a disagreement with the expert hired by the defense?
Absolutely.
Is that fairly common?
Yes.
So, are there psychiatrists out there who a prosecutor can hire and pay to review evidence and come into court and offer an opinion?
Objection exceeds the scope.
Yes.
Have you, in times you've been an expert, have you had many cases where the prosecution has hired their own expert to give an opinion?
Yes, and in some I've been hired by them.
You've been hired by the prosecution as well?
Yes.
But ma'am, as a psychiatrist, you have ethical obligations that affect, you have ethical obligations when you testify as an expert.
Objection, improper bolstering.
Overruled.
Yes.
No matter, even if I were to pay you $1,000 or $2,000 an hour, ethically, can you give an opinion you don't believe in?
I cannot.
Is that true for every psychiatrist?
That is the ethical standard.
So, is that true for every psychologist, that they cannot give an opinion that they don't believe in?
Objection, foundation, expert knowledge.
What was the, hold on just a second. Right. The question pertains to psychologists, so sustain.
To your knowledge, do psychologists, experts, are they have similar ethical obligations?
Yes.
So, if the prosecutor could find anyone who would say the things he's asking about, is there anything that would prevent him from paying that expert to come into court and testify before this jury?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. But it would have to be an expert who actually believed in the opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because otherwise, they could not ethically testify. Would that be correct?
That would be correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay. All right. Anything on that, Mr. Vanderhook?
Very briefly, Your Honor. No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you. All right, Dr. Vinson, I appreciate your patience with the court and
All right, it's 1:15 local time. I'm thinking that they're going to. We watched a news clip from one of the local channels there. I also read like 2 hours ago. They reported that they're anticipating it starting this afternoon. So I'm thinking it's after lunch. So right now it's 1:15 local time. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, they come back at 1:30, and we start openings. So, to that end, we're pretty confident they're gonna start today. But before that, because we don't know for sure that they're going to start, I'm going to play. Hopefully, this will be the last clip that I play. before we get to live trial. Fingers crossed, right? All right, so this is his teacher. She taught English Lit. She taught English literature, Dr. Ava Bindas. Let me cue her up. And hope that this is the last little clip I have to play. Before we get to live trial. All right. Doink.
Okay, let's get the witness.
And thank you so much, MEG, for your generous donation. Super Ball, what did you do? Yeah, I know, my mic's on. Oh my God, what's happening? Stop it. Super Ball. Sorry, guys. Super Ball's like attacking me. Super Ball's messing it all up.
Say your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Ava Bindas, AVABINDAS.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Bindus.
I'm Dr. Bindas.
Dr. Bindus, thank you. Go ahead and bring your chair in and get comfortable, relax. The mic's perfect. We'll be able to pick you up.
Okay.
And thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct examinations.
Good morning. What do you do for a living?
I currently work at the University of Southern California, where I'm a communications analyst for a group of economic researchers.
And how long have you had that position?
Just under a year.
I'd like to direct your attention to spring of 2023. Where did you work then?
I worked at the University of California, Davis.
And in what capacity?
I was a PhD candidate in the English department, and my employment was as an associate instructor teaching an English class.
And did you ultimately earn your PhD?
Correct, I did.
When did you earn your PhD?
In June 2024.
As a PhD candidate, did you have teaching responsibilities?
Yes.
In the spring of 2023, what classes did you teach?
I taught one class, English 3003 was a class number. It was called Introduction to English Literature.
And when, if you recall, did the spring quarter begin?
I believe early April.
I'm going to show you an exhibit here in just 1 minute. Defense Exhibit X. And this is a student schedule. There is a class ENL003.
Okay.
Did you teach that class?
I did.
And where was that class held? Was it Bowman Hall?
Correct, yes.
Room 027?
Yes.
And on what days and times did that class meet?
Mondays and Wednesdays. Apparently 4 to 6. I don't actually remember.
You do remember that it is...
It was on Mondays and Wednesdays. I remember that.
Did you have a student in your class by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I did.
So assuming that this is Carlos Reales Dominguez's schedule for spring of 2023, would that mean that you met Mondays and Wednesdays from 4:10 p.m. to 6 p.m.?
Yes, it would.
And based on your memory, is that consistent with the general time that you remember this class meeting?
Yes.
this the first class you taught as a PhD candidate?
No.
Okay. How many previous classes have you taught?
As a sole instructor or in any capacity?
Sole instructor.
I had taught the previous year, so like the school year 2022, I had taught 3 sections of a writing course in the writing program, and then in 2023 school year, this was my 3rd time teaching this English class, so it was my 6th time teaching a class independently.
And how old were you in the spring of 2023?
28.
So, describe the room 027 where this class was held. What type of room was it? How was it set up?
It was a relatively small classroom. I would say approximately 2/3 of the room we're in right now, maybe even a half. Square, pretty square. There was chalkboards in the room and also a projection apparatus at the front, projection screen. Students were seated in standalone chair desks with the desk that could fold up and down.
Let me stop you there. You're gesturing with your right hand. Is that the desk where you can sit down and there's a little writing board that you can fold down to take notes and write on?
Correct, and I think occasionally they would be on the left side, but most were on the right.
Approximately how many desks were in the room?
Between 25 and 30, I would guess.
Okay. And where did you lecture from? The front of the room?
Yes, there was a table and a podium at the front of the room.
So, assuming I'm you standing at the podium,
Okay.
Where is the entrance or entrances to the classroom?
Back of the room. Like, sorry, I'm in the podium right now. I know my brain's not. If I'm in the front of the room,
you stand at the podium. Okay, so,
front of the room, the door is to the back to the left.
okay, so if you're now I'm you again.
Okay.
I'm lecturing facing to the doors to the back left.
Correct.
And was there only one entrance in and out of that classroom?
Yes.
Was Mr. Reales Dominguez in your class on the first day?
No.
Is it common for students to, well, when did he join your class, if you recall?
The second week of instruction.
Is that uncommon for students to join a class on the second week of instruction?
No, it is extremely common during the first 3 weeks.
Why is it extremely common?
This class meets a very general writing requirement and is not important. It doesn't count towards any major, so a lot of students from a lot of different majors would just try to fill it to meet this requirement. It was kind of disposable, I guess, but people are just moving their schedules around a lot depending on if they get added or dropped.
Would you agree that for undergrad courses, there are some courses that are more challenging than others?
I would.
How would you describe this course in terms of the overall challenge that a student enrolling would face?
It wasn't an easy A, but it was not a challenging B.
Prior to the first day he was in your class, had you ever seen Carlos Reales Dominguez before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name?
No.
Do you recall the first day you saw him?
Yes.
Was there anything about his appearance and behavior on that first day that struck you as unusual?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I observed that he was wearing a hoodie with the hood up, and his hair was longer, and the hoodie kind of pinned his hair as to cover a lot of his face. He was also wearing a mask, like a face mask, that was, pulled up over his nose, and so the result was I didn't get to see much of his face.
What type of hoodie was he wearing?
A dark colored hoodie.
Did it have any logos on it?
Yes.
What logos did it have on it?
I remember it had the Playboy bunny emblem, like the bunny head with the ear.
Was it one Playboy bunny logo, or were there multiple logos over the hoodie?
I only recall one.
So his appearance struck you as unusual. How about his behavior? And I'm focusing on the first day here.
His behavior also struck me as unusual.
How so?
He was very reserved, and I begin all my classes, including the first day that Carlos was in my class, with a reading quiz to ensure students did the reading. Since I didn't recognize him, therefore recognized him as new, I remember I went and handed him a quiz and gave him instructions and assured him that this wouldn't count against him because I recognized that he was new to the class.
Let me stop you there. Given that he was new to the class and hadn't received the previous assignments, why did you have him do a reading quiz?
That's how I kept attendance. And so I communicated that, and I handed him the quiz, but in that interaction, he didn't have any body language or any verbal language that suggested that he was listening to me or was comprehending what I was saying. He was extremely reserved and stoic.
Did he make eye contact with you?
No.
Did he verbally respond to anything you said?
No.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
And did he remain like that throughout the entire class?
Do you mean that class period?
Yes, the class period.
Yes.
Did you, again focusing on the first day, did you make any further effort to get him to communicate during the first day?
Yes.
What did you do?
I asked him because I ask every student, every class. We were working on our poetry unit, and so I put the poem that was assigned up on the board. I don't remember what poem it was, but I asked every student to share one observation about the poem. I remember, and just snake around the room in order. I remember asking him to observe anything about the poem, and was met with a similar non-response.
Did you then move on, or did you keep trying to get him to give a response?
I kept trying to get him to give a response.
Okay. How much effort did you put into trying to get him to give a response?
It's a hard question to answer or to quantify, but a fair amount of effort. It is important to me that all my students answer, so I did implore him multiple times.
Where were you in relation to him when you're trying to get him to answer?
After his initial non-response, where I had first asked from the front, from behind the podium where I was making observations and writing them down, I then moved in front of the podium and towards his desk. So I moved closer as I was repeatedly asking him.
Did he make eye contact with you?
No.
Did he ultimately respond verbally at all?
I don't remember on that first day, but this was a pattern on all of the classes that he attended, and occasionally he would say something along the lines of, I don't have an observation, or something just to...
Let's focus again on the first day. Did he do anything disruptive?
No.
Did he do anything beyond his concerning appearance and behavior? Did he do anything explicitly threatening in any way?
No.
Did he appear to make an effort to take the reading test?
Yes.
At some point, did you grade those tests?
Yes.
While you were grading the test, did you notice something unusual?
Yes.
What did you notice?
When I was entering the quiz scores and therefore taking attendance, I noticed that one of the quizzes that did not have any of the answers filled out had a name that I didn't recognize and also did not appear on my course roster.
You said it had a name you did not recognize. What do you mean by that?
It was a name I had never seen before, and it was not, nor was it on my roster.
When you say a name, was it a first and last name of some sort?
I don't remember.
As you sit here today, do you remember what name was on that quiz?
No, I do not.
Did you make any effort to try to determine who in your class filled out a quiz with a different name?
Yes.
What did you do?
I used process of elimination and scored all of the other quizzes, entering those scores, and then the only name that didn't have a score entered was also a new name on my roster, which was Carlos, and so I marked him as present for that day.
So by process of elimination, you determined that the person who used a different name on this quiz was Carlos Reales Dominguez.
I did.
Although you don't remember the specific name, was it anything that can be considered short for Carlos Reales Dominguez?
No.
Anything that would be considered close for Carlos Alejandro Reales Dominguez?
No.
When you saw the fact that he used a different name, did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
Why?
Most students, by the time they're in college, know how to indicate their correct name on an exam.
This was the second week. Can you give us an approximate date of when this first class would have been?
April 10th.
Is that approximate, or do you remember?
I looked at my syllabus before coming here from that time.
So on April 10th was the day when he did that quiz with a different name.
Correct.
Do you know what happens to that quiz, the physical copy?
No.
Have you attempted to locate it?
I'll do my best to answer this question. I'm not exactly sure how to answer it.
Let me ask you this. At some point later on, did you become aware that Carlos Reales Dominguez had been arrested?
Yes.
And at that point, did you provide all the documents you had to somebody?
Yes, I did. UC Davis requested them.
And who did you provide them to?
I provided them to my lawyer.
Okay. And what's your lawyer's name?
Dan Olmos.
Can you use that again?
Dan Olmos.
I don't want you to guess, but do you have an explanation for why that initial quiz may not have been included in the materials you provided Mr. Olmos?
I almost certainly recycled it.
Why do you think you almost certainly recycled it?
Because it was a very low stakes quiz with no answers and a name that didn't match my roster. It was scratch paper.
So at that point, do you think there was any reason to retain?
No, there was no reason to retain it.
I'd like to, so if April 10th was the first day, all the other classes would have been on
Subsequent Mondays and Wednesdays.
Let's describe the subsequent classes. Did Mr. Reales Dominguez appear, well, did he ever dress differently in any of your classes?
No.
Did he always wear the hoodie with the mask and hair hanging down?
Yes.
Did you ever actually get a good look at Carlos Reales Dominguez's face?
No.
Were there times when you would get him to respond to some extent?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
These responses always came after multiple appeals for a response. They were almost always to name an observation about a poem. That's what we were doing. And the responses were generally short and didn't contain relevant substance.
Were they responses you would expect from a college student?
I don't know how to answer that question.
for a college student who was engaged in your class? Are the responses you would expect?
No, they were disengaged responses.
On subsequent tests, did he use the name, his real name?
Yes,
Did you grade those tests?
I did.
How did he do on those tests?
Not well.
Okay. What do you mean by not well?
These quizzes were always very short, usually no more than 10 points, sometimes fewer. But I remember that his scores were usually below 50%.
Can you describe his answers that he would give?
Incorrect, but sometimes they were incorrect in a way that I would expect, and sometimes they were confusing or unexpected.
So some of them seem like wrong answers that any college student could get.
Correct.
Let's talk about the ones that were incorrect in a different way. What do you recall about them?
In some part, very little, only because they didn't make sense. And I'm an expert in parsing language, and very little would register, especially, yeah.
Do you recall any specific questions regarding a specific word and what it means?
Are you asking about, yes.
What do you recall?
There is a question that I ask about an Emily Dickinson poem where I ask students to define the term impregnable.
Okay. And what does impregnable mean?
It means not able to be breached, like a structure you can't enter.
Do you recall Mr. Reales Dominguez's response?
Yes.
What was his response?
I think his response, to paraphrase, was something along the lines of a woman who cannot get pregnant.
When you saw that response, what did you think to yourself?
I mean, it's kind of funny. And that is a pretty typical college student. I didn't do the reading answer.
Would you also agree that maybe a response perhaps an elementary student might?
Yeah, trying to sound out the word by breaking it down into subsequent pieces. Again, it's somebody who didn't do the reading and is taking a stab at it.
As a PhD, does the word impregnable have anything to do with getting pregnant or not?
No. It's kind of a trick question I put on my quizzes, though, for this exact reason.
Anything else bizarre about the questions he got wrong that you can remember specifically today?
No, just that, well, the impregnable example I would categorize as something that is expected. But then, I think on the very same quiz, I don't remember the actual breakdown, but right next to an answer that I could understand, or at least understand why it was incorrect, there would be an answer that I couldn't even recognize as language.
You said you couldn't even recognize it as language. What do you mean by that?
There were English letters together in word-like units that were not comprehensive to me as English.
The answers that were English, were they very simple?
Yes.
Were they very concrete?
I don't recall.
And was this sort of answers consistent with every test you took?
Yes.
Did you ever have an occasion where you saw his mask come down at all?
Not that I recall.
Did students in your class have to work in groups?
Yes, I often had them break into small groups.
Do you recall an incident where Mr. Reales Dominguez was in a group?
Yes.
Did you observe him in a group?
Yes.
In that group setting, did he do anything different than how he engaged with you?
In one instance that I can remember, he seemed a little bit, he seemed more engaged with the group in some way, like he was potentially talking.
What did, potentially talking, to say engaged, I guess it's all relative.
Exactly.
What did you observe in a group that caused you to believe that he was perhaps trying to engage?
It seemed like his mouth was moving.
Had he pulled down his mask?
I don't recall.
Was there ever an occasion, either from the mask looking down or him in the group, where you saw some glimpse of Carlos Reales Dominguez's face?
Not that I recall.
Based on your observations, did you have a concern that Mr. Reales Dominguez may have a mental illness?
Yes.
At that point, had you heard of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Had you received any training in recognizing the symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
Did you have any knowledge about what were the specific symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
I want to back up. Do you recall anything significant about the backpack that Mr. Reales, did he carry a backpack?
I don't remember.
Do you recall doing an interview with my office on Zoom a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Did you indicate it was a red backpack?
Yes.
Do you remember now a red backpack?
Yes.
So, you became aware when David Breaux was found deceased, having been stabbed in Central Park?
I remember.
Prior to that, have you made any reports to anyone expressing your concern about Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Assuming Mr. Breaux was found on April 27th.
What day of the week was that? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's not relevant to
Okay.
the question. When did you make your report about your concern for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
On April 12th, I believe.
So more than 2 weeks before Mr. Breaux was found.
Correct.
Who did you make this report to?
I submitted a report to the UC Davis Office of Judicial and Student Affairs.
And what is the Office of Judicial and Student Affairs?
My understanding is that they do a lot of things. In this capacity, they offer a report form for all instructors at the university. I don't know if it's officially called this, but it was introduced to me as a concerned or concerning student form. So as an instructor, you're encouraged to use it to report instances of students who instructors might be working with, about whom you have any sort of concern.
So if he started class on the 10th, can you get judicial notice of what day April 10th was?
The April 10th is Monday. April 12th, obviously, then is Wednesday. You asked about April 27th. Yes, Mr. Breaux was killed on the 26th. I think the evidence shows.
Discovered on.
Fair enough. So you asked about the 27th, and that would be Thursday.
Okay.
So after having him in your class for only 2 sessions, you filed this complaint.
Yes.
Had he disrupted class in any way during those 2 classes?
No.
Had he done anything explicitly threatening?
No.
beyond just the bizarre behavior, had he done anything implicitly threatening?
No.
Okay. And why did you feel it was important to make this report?
It was clear that something was wrong.
So what did you say in this report?
I think I said that I described his body language and behavior and concluded that something was wrong.
And by something was wrong, did you believe it may have been a mental illness?
That was the only suspicion that I could have had, yeah.
Did this report be filled by hand?
No, electronic. It's a web form.
And how do you submit it?
You go to a web page on the OSSJA website and complete certain boxes.
And once you complete the boxes, you just hit submit?
You hit submit.
Do you know what specific person
All right, I've got to
or persons that goes to
break
once
in
you
here,
hit
you
submit?
guys.
No.
Did you ever
Hopefully watch this together. It's not on their YouTube page, but we've got this. I don't know if I can rewind, but we're going to try.
The crimes themselves. The other starting point has to do with the defendant himself. So we're going to start with the crimes, and then we're going to fill in from there. This takes us to April 27th of 2023, just after 11 a.m. that morning. We're in Central Park in the city of Davis. Two men, Aiden Reynolds and Ian Halliburton, are out doing some work in the park related to their studies and their employment. Their attention is directed to a man who's sitting on a park bench in sort of an isolated area of the park. There's no walking paths to this. It's in a grassy area. That part of the park no longer exists. It's been paved over with a splash pool. But at the time, it was a very grassy area with benches sort of scattered throughout this. But their attention is drawn to the man on the bench because he's not moving. Underneath him on the bench is what they see, a pool of blood. That blood is accompanied by flies that are flying around this individual's face, around his head. This is David Breaux, the compassion guy. Upon inspection, they can see that David is likely dead. The police respond and they begin to investigate, and they're able to tell that Mr. Breaux has been stabbed repeatedly, approximately 31 times to his torso, his back, and his hands. This time there's no suspects, no witnesses. Evidence will show that he was likely stabbed to death sometime in the very early morning hours of April 27th, 2023. But there is one singular piece of evidence there at that time. A knife sheath, a leather knife sheath that's just off to the leg of Mr. Breaux. This knife sheath is going to be important because the knife, which is not at the scene, will later be found to be in the possession of Mr. Reales Dominguez when he's arrested on May 3rd of 2023. When he's in possession of a Smith & Wesson fixed blade knife. A knife that he bought in December of 2022 after searching Amazon for combat knives. But at this time, as I mentioned, very little evidence to identify a suspect. And so Davis Police Department and their investigations bureau is dedicating their resources to trying to figure out who killed David Breaux. And so from April 27th into April 29th, they're dedicating resources to this. However, on April 29th, that is when they are confronted and have to face yet another tragedy, another heinous crime. Just after 9 p.m. that day, it's dark, it's about 9:10 p.m., Dr. Matt Massey, who lives just across the street from Sycamore Park, so we're moving westbound, in the city of Davis. Here's what he thinks is a bicycle crash. Not uncommon for the city of Davis. Two bikes are riding, two people collide into each other, it's dark, that park wasn't well lit at the time, and he hears someone yell, help me, oh God, help me. And he goes out to assist, not knowing what he's going to stumble upon, not knowing what is across the street. And he crosses that street and he sees Karim Abou Najm and the defendant on the ground. And as he approaches, the defendant pops up off the ground and grabs Karim's bike and hops on it and says, what do you want me to leave me alone? And hops on that bike deliberately and calculated and with purpose, as Dr. Massey observed, with intent. And he hops on that bike and he starts to pedal to escape Dr. Massey. Dr. Massey sees Karim on the ground and sees that he is in distress. He's been brutally attacked. He's been stabbed, what's later found out to be over 50 times. Dr. Massey chases after the defendant, gets a partial look at him. The defendant pedals away and heads over Highway 113 westbound into West Davis. Dr. Massey can't catch him. He returns to Karim to try to give him life-saving efforts. However, as he's performing CPR, he can see that he can't save him. The attack was too brutal, too devastating. With that attack, we get a little bit more information about what happened and who committed this crime. And this was a very, very short period of time from when Dr. Massey first heard it to when he heard Karim's calls for help to when he stumbled upon this heinous attack. And so now we have two very similar stabbings that the police are investigating. Very little evidence to work off of, but now we're starting to see a pattern. Multiple intentional stabbings at night in isolated areas. No one who stays around flees the scene. Extremely brutal attacks. And as the police are investigating these, as information is being sent out to the community to say, this is what's going on, that takes us to May 1st of 2023. And word has spread in the community about what is going on. It is spread amongst student population, the residence population, the unhoused population. And that takes us to the PG&E substation on 2nd and L Street. That's where Kimberlee Guillory and a number of other unhoused individuals have taken up camp. They formed sort of a community there to look out after one another. They're on alert. And in this group are individuals by the name of Isaac Chessman, Christine Barrios, Larry Palat, and Albert Osorio. And Mr. Chessman sort of takes the lead on this. He takes this sort of safety in numbers approach to this. They have to look out for each other because they don't know what's out there. They think that the unhoused population may be getting targeted because of this. And so around 9 p.m. on May 1st, Isaac and some of the other individuals think that someone has approached their campsite. They think it's the person who's been stabbing people in Davis. And so they get up and they sort of give pursuit and they chase this individual off. Remember, they're on edge, they're on alert. Now they were wrong, it wasn't the defendant, but because of that, they're sort of hyper-focused, hyper-aware of what's going on. Around 11:45 or so, Kimberlee Guillory had not been there for this, but she comes back to the campsite and she has a tent just off the sidewalk on L Street. And so she's sitting in her tent And at the time, that area of 2nd and L Street, very poorly lit. It was very dark. But she's sitting in her tent, she's on her phone, and she feels someone punch her. Well, what she thought was a punch. Because it was actually the defendant who had come up to her tent, approached from the south, and walked around to the north side of her tent. He did not punch, he stabbed. Stabs her twice. Once in sort of the lower back and the buttocks area. At this point, she screams out, and the other individuals, Isaac, Larry, Christine, they get up, and there's a commotion and chaos. But that commotion and chaos is what likely saves Ms. Guillory from suffering the same fate as David and Karim. Because the defendant takes off. Now, prior to this, there's surveillance video that captures the defendant on a bike. Not Karim's bike. He left that on the other side of 113, but a different bike, riding through downtown Davis. He has on like Adidas sweats, those tearaway sweats that have like the white stripe on them, Crocs, and sort of like a zip-up hoodie. And you can see him going eastbound through downtown Davis towards 2nd and L. Now, we later learned that he lived at 762 Hawthorne, which is close to Sycamore Park, sort of in west central Davis. And we see him on surveillance video leaving on that bike in a very similar direction through downtown Davis to UCD. And so this is probably the best description of what the police have at this point, and they're able to put this information out to the community. But let's go to May 3rd, because we're still investigating David, Karim, and now Kimberlee, looking for a positive identification of the suspect. So we get to May 3rd in the late afternoon, and an individual by the name of Justin Schaefer is at Sycamore Park, and he sees someone on the play structure. So that person matches the individual that is suspected of committing all these stabbings. And so he locks onto this individual, and it is the defendant, it is Mr. Reales Dominguez. He locks onto this individual, and he follows him. And he follows the defendant from Sycamore Park through the neighborhood, all the way to Safeway on West Covell. He loses them there, but he sees the defendant come out of Safeway. The defendant goes into Safeway, and you'll see the surveillance video of this, but it looks like any ordinary shopper. Going in, picking out items, putting them in his grocery bag, or a bag. A bag, which we later find out has the knife used to commit all three stabbings. He takes those items and heads towards the exit, steals them. Mr. Schaefer is there, and he's called 911. And there's a delay in the police response, because one thing to consider is that the police, while investigating these, are getting tips, hundreds of tips that are coming in, following up on tips. They also have their other duties. They have to respond to other calls for service because there's still other crimes, there's still other needs in the community. So they finally are able to respond, and they locate Mr. Reales Dominguez walking sort of in the direction back to Sycamore Park, in the direction of his home on Hawthorne. And officers Gonzalez and Story with the Davis Police Department stop him and proceed to start questioning him. Hey, who are you? What are you doing? You know what's going on? And the defendant gives a name. He gives the name of John Gillis. We know that is not his real name, not his true and correct name. But what you'll hear is that that's the name he used about a month prior when he was stopped by another Davis police officer. And nothing happened. He was okay. So, he uses that same name, but Officer Story and Gonzalez see, hey, similar pants, similar shirt, so they question him. And what they find is that he has this bag that he's holding. He puts it down, and the top is open. They look in, and they see the stolen Safeway items, but they also see that fixed blade knife. A knife that will later test positive for DNA to Karim and Kimberlee. And remember, this is the same knife that goes into that knife sheath found by David Breaux's foot on April 27th. That knife sheath has the defendant's DNA on it. And so, once he is arrested, police go into his house on 762 Hawthorne, and they find the bike that he was riding when Kimberlee was stabbed. They find clothes in his hamper, which were later tested, and they have Karim's blood on them. They find a cell phone and some other evidence there. And Mr. Reales Dominguez was taken to the police department and interviewed. To be charged with the crimes that bring you before today. That's the defendant. And let's talk about the second story. The defendant himself. Now, as we sit here in court today, the defendant hasn't lived his entire life in a courtroom. He didn't grow up here. His life started elsewhere. He grew up in Turlock in Oakland before coming to Davis, to Yolo County, to attend school. He was a student at UC Davis at the time of this. And growing up, you'll hear, he was a good student. He had like a 3.8 GPA in high school. He was a multi-sport athlete. Didn't really get into trouble. Didn't really do anything bad. No indications of mental health issues or anything that would lead you to suspect that he eventually stabbed people with that in attempt on a third. But once he got to college, once he got to UC Davis, that's when things started to change. That's when the Mr. Reales Dominguez of his high school years started to evolve into the man who killed two people and almost a third. And so when he went to college, that's when he started to engage in what we could probably call typical college behavior. You go there, you're on your own for the first time, and so you start partying and drinking and getting into marijuana, cannabis. And I'll interchange cannabis and marijuana at times throughout this opening. I'm referring to the same thing. And so his attention deviates from school and focuses on some of his extracurricular activities. And so he would start smoking with his friends and roommates, and eventually join a frat and smoke with his fraternity brothers as well. And at first it started out as recreation marijuana use. And that was about in 2020-2021 school year. And so he started to smoke periodically, and then he started smoking more and more and more. Until he became what we could call a heavy user, which was smoking every day. But not just smoking cannabis, not smoking the cannabis of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and even 90s, high potency THC marijuana. And he was such a heavy user that his roommates, who he had stopped talking to during the 2023 calendar year, he really stopped talking to them, but he's such a heavy user that they say that's all he would do. He'd go into his room, he'd smoke, he'd come out, fix food, go back to his room and smoke. He would smoke so much that after he was arrested, about 2 days after he was arrested, there were still active Delta-9 THC in the system, the psychoactive component of cannabis, in his blood, which is how much he was smoking. And as he increased his smoking during these years, his behavior, his demeanor, his appearance all started to change. Changed so much that his long-term girlfriend in college, Kimberlee Guillory, said wasn't really the same person that she had started dating when they first met, or the same person that she knew when they first met. And she saw the impacts that this was having on him. how his behavior changed, his interests changed, his motivation changed, his cleanliness, his hygiene, his weight, his care for school. He was no longer the 3.8 GPA student at the time. He was becoming something different. And so eventually they broke up. They stayed close, they stayed friends. They even communicated up to about a week prior to the defendant killing David Breaux, which he reached out to her via text. She basically ended communications with him at that point. But what you are going to hear as it relates to these changes in the defendant, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from witnesses and experts on psychosis and schizophrenia. And as well as the relationship between heavy cannabis use and serious mental illness. You're going to hear about both and how they intersect and how they can have an impact on the young developing mind. And so, with that, you're going to hear, it's something I want you to keep in mind. I mentioned that we're talking about high potency THC, not the stuff of 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. But we're going to talk about that and how that impacts the developing mind up to about the age of 25. So, what we are going to hear about these murders, the defendant's behaviors and his actions and the steps that he was, or the behaviors he was engaging in that led to this. And one of the things focus on that evidence will show is the goal-directed behaviors. Now, on this topic of schizophrenia and psychosis, there are going to be many psychiatrists, psychologists you're going to hear from in this case, and other healthcare practitioners who treated the defendant after he was arrested. Right? And so you're going to hear that psychosis, they treated for psychosis. You're going to hear about psychosis referring to the symptoms, the symptomology. Right? And so schizophrenia or cannabis-induced psychosis are the diagnoses. But what we're going to hear is that the treating doctor, a doctor who has a pre-existing relationship with a patient, meaning that they see them, they evaluate them, they recommend medication for them, that the symptoms are often going to be more important than the diagnosis, because you treat the symptoms, and treating those symptoms can later help you determine what that person has, what the diagnosis is. And so if you're successful in treating the symptoms with antipsychotic medication, then you can get to the diagnosis. So there's a process to do that. Now, I don't want to downplay the importance of the diagnosis itself, but the symptomology is going to be very key and very crucial. Now, the defendant was treated by a psychiatrist in jail. He was later evaluated by forensic psychiatrists as well. And you're going to hear about the difference between the treating doctor, the psychiatrist, the role of the forensic psychologist, or psychiatrist as well. And it's an important distinction that you're going to have to listen to. Because the forensic psychiatrist or forensic doctor's main goal is to essentially provide that diagnosis, come to court, and testify if necessary. While the role is not specifically to treat that person's illness. That's the difference. You're going to hear evidence about that. And so what you're going to hear from the experts is diagnosing someone with psychosis is complicated and complex. There's a lot that goes into it, so listen very closely to the testimony and to the evidence, because it is not an exact science. Do the best they can, but they have to consider all sorts of evidence in making those determinations. When you're diagnosing someone, it's not like, and I tell you it's not like an exact science, because it's not like cholesterol, where you take someone's blood and you're able to get a definitive result as to whether the cholesterol is high or low or good. And so you're going to hear about the factors that are taken into consideration. You're going to hear about the importance of obtaining and reviewing collateral information to try to make the best diagnosis possible. And so many of these doctors that you're going to hear from consider diagnosis of cannabis-induced psychosis, psychotic disorder, different diagnosis in schizophrenia. You're going to hear a lot of evidence about that. But the symptoms of psychosis can be similar. And so some will believe that the defendant, or suggest that the defendant, had cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, which converted to schizophrenia at some point. And some will tell you there's a strong possibility the defendant had schizophrenia and suffered from it. But he had that prior to the symptoms manifesting themselves, showing themselves, revealing themselves to his friends, almost like it was dormant in him. Now, when you listen to these experts and these witnesses, and say they're experts because they're all highly qualified individuals with good credentials, they will agree that someone young can have schizophrenia, which has not presented itself, not revealed itself. In other words, you don't see the symptoms. You're not seeing it in real time when you interact with this person. And so they will agree that heavy cannabis use can result in that person becoming psychotic. Now, here's where we get a little bit into splitting the hairs on this, and this is going to be important evidence to listen to. Some will say that cannabis does not cause schizophrenia. Now, the term cause, or using cause, is that the term argument?
Rephrase
Okay.
is previewing evidence.
And what you'll hear about this use of the word cause and how the link between schizophrenia and cannabis use and psychosis, the doctors are going to agree, experts agree, there's a link and a relationship, meaning cannabis can reveal the schizophrenia. It can bring it out so you can see it. It can exacerbate the symptoms, meaning if you see the symptoms, it can make it worse. Basically, it can push someone over the edge, in other words. And so, with Mr. Dominguez, with the defendant, the evidence showed that schizophrenia, psychosis, hadn't really shown itself until he started engaging in marijuana use and then heavier and heavier high-potency marijuana use that resulted in a lot of horrific symptoms of psychosis. And the evidence is going to show you that because of this, psychosis, after the symptoms started manifesting themselves, he murdered 2 people and stabbed another one. And you'll also hear about a term, florid psychosis, right? And florid psychosis means, the doctors say, that the symptoms are very bad, right? They're very bad. And again, the doctors are going to agree that determining florid psychosis is not an exact science. It's like that blood test for high cholesterol. And so, regardless of what the experts say about the psychosis, schizophrenia or cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, everything the evidence will show you is that the defendant was engaged in goal-directed behaviors, purposeful behaviors. And so, even though you will hear the evidence of psychosis, it won't take away from the fact that the evidence will show that he knew what he was doing. And that's what this case really is about. The goal-directed actions, the purposeful, intentional behavior of the defendant in killing David Breaux, in killing Karim Abou Najm, and attempting to kill Kimberlee Guillory. And these examples that you will hear through the evidence of the purposeful behavior, the goal-directed behaviors, include flight from Dr. Massey, when Dr. Massey interrupts the attack on Karim. The flight from Kimberlee Guillory's tent, when that is interrupted as well. The use of a fake name when confronted by law enforcement, when they identify him as a suspect. But what you're also going to hear throughout the life of Mr. Reales Dominguez is more purposeful, goal-directed behaviors aside from the killings. He goes to school. He submits his homework. He makes music. He texts his friends. All goal-directed. All purposeful. And so when we are looking at this, even in a state of psychosis, he intended to kill Kimberlee Guillory. He intended to kill Karim Abou Najm. He intended to kill David Breaux. Purposeful, direct, and so, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear from all the witnesses, when you evaluate the testimony of the experts and the doctors, when you hear the evidence, schizophrenia, psychosis, defendants, movements, patterns, all of those things, it will lead to one verdict at the end of the case. And that is the defendant is guilty of murder of David Breaux, murder of Karim Abou Najm, and premeditated attempted murder of Kimberlee Guillory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gilmore. That concludes the people's opening statement. And at this time, I'll invite Mr. Hutchinson to give an opening statement for the defense. Mr. Hutchinson, yes, put that down in the lower. There you go.
Over the coming weeks, the circumstances that led to the tragic events of April and May of 2023 are going to be very much in dispute. What is not in dispute is that Carlos Reales Dominguez did the physical acts that caused the deaths of David Breaux and Karim Abou Najm and injured Kimberlee Guillory. The question to be answered in this trial is not a question of who did it. Rather, the question that we presented to you in this phase of the trial is what was Carlos Reales Dominguez's specific intent and mental state when he did those physical acts? What was happening in his mind? And the evidence will show that it was a mind that had been devastated by a severe, progressive, debilitating, and cruel mental disease. Carlos Reales Dominguez has schizophrenia. Every psychiatrist and psychologist who has thoroughly examined him has reached that same conclusion. And none of them have found any evidence of malingering, which is a term used to describe someone who is feigning or faking psychiatric symptoms. And contrary to what the prosecutor told you in his opening statement, none of the experts who examined Mr. Reales Dominguez have ever diagnosed him with cannabis-induced psychosis. In fact, you will hear from three who consider that and explain the reasons they rejected that diagnosis. As he sits before you today, Mr. Reales Dominguez has been treated with antipsychotic medication for the last 2 years and 10 months in a secure jail or hospital environment. But as multiple experts will tell you, medication is a treatment for many of the symptoms of schizophrenia. It is not a cure. And Mr. Reales Dominguez continues to suffer from a very serious mental illness to this day. Schizophrenia is a brain disorder that affects how a person sees, hears, and perceives reality. It causes hallucinations, seeing, hearing, and feeling things that are not real. These hallucinations can be fantastical and terrifying, and to a healthy person, they would be something no one would believe. But for someone with schizophrenia, they are a reality. Schizophrenia also causes delusions, which are fixed, false beliefs
and things that have no basis in reality, as well as grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behaviors. These are what are called the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. Not positive because they are good, but positive because they represent an addition to the normal, healthy experience. You will also hear experts talk to you about the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which represent an absence or a reduction in normal behavior and emotions. Negative symptoms include minimal speech, diminished emotional expression, what is often called as a blunted or flat affect, inability to maintain eye contact, concrete, simplistic thinking, abolition, which is a term used to describe a total lack of motivation. We'll see people with schizophrenia often exhibit a significant decline in personal hygiene and an inability to care for themselves and others. Anhedonia, which is a term used to describe an inability to experience pleasure. Slowing of movements, maintenance of rigid or unusual postures. Being able to sit motionless for long periods of time. Distrust of others and social withdrawal. And you will see during the course of this trial that Mr. Reales Dominguez exhibited all of these negative symptoms of schizophrenia and continues to exhibit many of these symptoms to this day. Experts will tell you that while antipsychotic medication is very effective at treating the positive symptoms of schizophrenia, hallucinations, delusions, disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior, it is far less effective at treating the negative symptoms. And it is very common for patients with schizophrenia to continue to have residual negative symptoms, even when being treated with medication. And you will see this is true for Mr. Reales Dominguez. Another hallmark of schizophrenia is an inability of a person to recognize that they are sick. This is particularly common, the experts will tell you, for someone who's experiencing the initial onset of symptoms. What someone who, the experts will describe as the first break. This is not someone who's had the opportunity to receive treatment or be treated with medication. Such individuals are unable to recognize that they are sick and will commonly deny all symptoms of mental illness or any mental illness, even when it is obvious to those around them that they are ill. Schizophrenia is a disease that attacks the young. For men, the typical onset is seen in their late teens and early 20s. Mr. Reales Dominguez is 23 years old. But schizophrenia does not begin at the time of diagnosis. People who often receive a diagnosis of schizophrenia generally show signs of mental deterioration and a progression of symptoms for a period of up to 3 years before a formal diagnosis. What experts will describe is called the prodromal phase of schizophrenia. They have the illness. They are getting sick, showing symptoms, but they have not exhibited enough symptoms for a formal diagnosis. Now, given the gradual onset of schizophrenia, it is impossible to pinpoint the exact time when Mr. Reales Dominguez first began to exhibit symptoms of the disease. However, the evidence will clearly show that he began exhibiting symptoms during his freshman year at UC Davis, which was the 2020-2021 academic year, and possibly even earlier. Although we do not know the definitive cause of schizophrenia, experts will tell you that a person's genetics plays the predominant role. And you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez has very close relatives on both sides of his family who have serious mental illness. But you'll see that his father has gone to great lengths to try to conceal this fact. Now, not everyone who is genetically predisposed to schizophrenia will develop the disease. You'll hear experts talk about the stress diathesis model. For individuals who are genetically predisposed to schizophrenia, stresses early in life, typically in early childhood, will increase the risk that they will later develop the disease. These stressors or risk factors may increase the risk, but they do not cause the disease on their own. And it is medically and scientifically impossible to ascribe a single cause to a person's later development of schizophrenia. Risk factors include severe stress during early childhood, what is often described as childhood trauma. Experts can tell you such trauma can include separation from a primary caregiver, sexual abuse, physical abuse, witnessing domestic violence, and other traumatic experiences. Immigrant status itself is a risk factor, particularly immigrant status from a developing nation. As is being raised in an urban or inner city environment. Now, substance use, including alcohol, sedatives, amphetamines, and yes, cannabis, can be a risk factor, but the experts will tell you it is just one of many. And experts will tell you that substance abuse is highly common among people with schizophrenia. And you will hear that while cannabis use, including high THC cannabis use, has increased dramatically among young people in the last 20 years, schizophrenia rates have remained the same. General population, 5 in every 1,000 people will develop schizophrenia. And you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez experienced, in addition to being genetically predisposed, experienced severe and repeated childhood trauma and other childhood stresses long before he ever took his first hit of cannabis. He was born in El Salvador on October 5th of 2002 to his parents Juan Carlos Reales Campos, and his mother, Carla Dominguez, who were 21 and 20 years old at the time. Reales is the paternal name, Dominguez is the maternal name. As is common in Latin American culture, he uses both names. Now, his parents were married at the time he was born, but it was due to Carla's pregnancy with Mr. Reales Dominguez. And although we've all heard stories about El Salvador, you will see that Carla's family was considered wealthy by El Salvador standards. Her father owned property, multiple businesses, a transportation company in the town. But Juan Carlos Reales, not wanting to be dependent on his father-in-law for work, when his son was only 1 year and 9 months old, left his wife and child and immigrated to the United States. That occurred in June of 2004. Now, in February, March of 2005, when Mr. Reales Dominguez was approximately 2 years, 4 months old, his mother also decided to immigrate to the United States. It was supposed to be only temporary. She said she would come back, but she never did. And they abandoned their child in El Salvador with Carla's mother, Emily Victoria, his maternal grandmother, who would become the only parent he knew. Without any memory of his parents other than voices on an occasional phone call, it was his grandmother who he viewed as his mother. It was his grandmother who he referred to as both mom and dad. His maternal grandfather lived close by, but he and Emily were separated, and she was the caregiver. He felt safe with his grandmother. He felt loved by his grandmother. But even in safe, loving environments, children can experience trauma. Emily was a school teacher, and until Mr. Reales Dominguez was old enough to begin school, she would occasionally leave him in the care of a maid, a domestic servant who worked for her, who sexually abused Mr. Reales Dominguez until she stopped working. But this was his home. This is where he was loved. This is where he felt safe. But children do not choose where they live. Adults make that decision for them. And in late 2008, shortly after his 6th birthday, a decision was made to send him to the United States to live with his parents. And in May of 2008, at only 6.5 years old, without any notice, he was placed in the back of an SUV, given a piece of paper with his parents' phone number in the United States, and handed off to coyotes hired to smuggle him into the United States. Although his father would later claim there was a family friend who was going to watch over him, that was not true. He was with complete strangers, all of them adults. And it was only a young pregnant woman who he did not know who took it upon herself to watch after this 6.5-year-old child who was clearly terrified by the experience he'd been placed in. It was an absolutely terrifying journey that included many days of travel, some by vehicle, some by foot, without knowing where he was or where he was going, crossing a river at night on floaties when he did not know how to swim, and ended at the border with him and the pregnant woman hiding behind a bush while immigration officers took their party into custody. Reales Dominguez sat there crying, not knowing what was going to happen until the woman told him that they had to turn themselves in. As an unaccompanied minor left at the border, he would spend weeks in an immigration detention center, initially just with adults, and then ultimately placed in a group home for other unaccompanied children, before he was ultimately released to the custody of his mother's uncle, who was a U.S. citizen who lived in Tracy. But that uncle brought him to Oakland, where his parents then lived, leaving him with 2 people he did not know, and he did not recognize his parents, and a 1-year-old little brother, Dylan, who until that moment he didn't even know he had. Although his parents would claim he adjusted well, this was not the truth. His father would later testify that he was not loving toward his parents. He did not trust them. He did not see them as his parents. And the adjustment was so bad that the decision was made to bring his grandmother from El Salvador to be with him, to aid in the transition. But she didn't go by coyote. Because she had a tourist visa, she just flew from San Salvador to SFO. And when he saw his grandmother and was reunited, he was relieved. He would spend the next 5 months sleeping in her bed. The transition started to get better, and then she left again, leaving him devastated. And that was the last time he would ever see his grandmother in person. But like many children who experience severe trauma, Mr. Reales Dominguez had no choice but to move forward. Speaking only Spanish when he began school, he quickly learned English and would ultimately excel academically. In addition to his younger brother Dylan, his sister Mia was born in December of 2011, and you will see that old Mr. Reales Dominguez was distant from his parents. He was extremely close to his siblings, that he would take on the role of protector and caregiver of his siblings when his parents worked. Growing up in a neighborhood of high crime and poverty in Oakland, it was Mr. Reales Dominguez who had the responsibility of picking his siblings up from school, getting them home, making them food, directing the house chores until his parents got home from work. Even in high school, when he was balancing multiple sports practices, he would use the 1 hour between the end of school and the start of football practice to get on a bus, pick up his sister at elementary school, get her home before rushing back for the start of practice. His role as caregiver continued when his parents were home. It was a home life you will see often characterized by bizarre, erratic, and irrational behavior by his mother, behavior that a young child could not understand. There were frequent verbal fights between his parents, almost always initiated by his mother, alcohol abuse, and physical domestic violence. And while Mr. Reales Dominguez would say that neither of his parents ever did anything to him that he considered physical abuse, you will see that his father's definition of discipline is not anything most people or any people would consider reasonable. At Capsamont High School, he was an honor student, a four-sport varsity athlete, participating in football, soccer, track, and swimming. Football being his favorite. Although not big in stature, he had an athletic, muscular build, and through hard work, he would become the captain of his high school football team, even if they didn't win many games. And through his hard work in the classroom, he would excel academically, ultimately graduating 11th out of his graduating class. He was friendly and outgoing, always had a smile on his face. You'll see he started a YouTube channel that consisted of him doing silly and stupid pranks with his siblings and friends. Despite his multiple achievements, he believed his immigration status would prevent him from ever attending college. But with the encouragement of a guidance counselor his senior year, without even telling his parents, he applied and gained admission to UC Davis. Shortly before Mr. Reales Dominguez began at Davis in the fall of 2020, his parents would move from Oakland to Tracy. And when Mr. Reales Dominguez went off to school for the first time, still only 17, his parents didn't take him. He went by himself. He began Davis in September of 2020. It was in the time of COVID and Zoom classes, and it was a very difficult time to begin college. And witnesses will describe that Mr. Reales Dominguez was much more reserved and quiet compared to his outgoing personality in high school. But despite the challenges of COVID, Mr. Reales Dominguez soon made multiple friendships across different social circles. The first good friend he met was a young man named Nathan Riego de Dios, a former football player himself. They met over a Zoom class, and Nathan invited Mr. Reales Dominguez to throw the football around. And they would soon become close friends, extremely close friends, and ultimately agreeing to share an apartment together the next year. And through Nathan, he met a young woman by the name of Kaylee Gallardo, who by the middle of his freshman year would become his girlfriend. And you will see she is probably the one person at UC Davis who knew him better than anyone else. During his time at his freshman year, he also became friends with a group of older students from a different social circle. Sydney Selesky, Mark Capito, and Christian Ortega, who invited Mr. Reales Dominguez to rush their fraternity. And through this rush process, he also became friends with a man named Philip Hahn. He was an older student who had attended UC Davis a few years earlier. Before taking a break, he returned and he rushed the fraternity with Mr. Reales Dominguez. Witnesses will describe a young man, although quiet and on the shy side, enjoyed social activities and being around others, and who they would just laugh, smile, and joke around, just like any typical 18-year-old. Throughout his freshman year, he had a short haircut, what Kimberlee Guillory would describe as pristine hygiene, and a normal athletic build. A formal high school athlete, he enjoyed playing pickup games of basketball and other athletic events, and nobody observed anything unusual about how he walked, moved, or carried himself. Like many students entering UC Davis as a bioscience major, he found the academic work far more challenging than he expected, but he struggled through it and ended the year in good academic standing. Even in the time of COVID, it was in many ways a typical freshman experience. But it was not typical. Although nobody recognized it at the time, Mr. Reales Dominguez was already beginning to exhibit symptoms of schizophrenia. He was already getting sick. There were certainly signs that others recognized in retrospect. Both Mark Capito and Philip Hahn will describe incidents toward the end of his freshman year when Mr. Reales Dominguez went to them and asked if they had ever heard voices. But like many progressive diseases, many of the symptoms are too subtle to recognize at the time. Particularly for young adults in their teens and early 20s, unfamiliar with mental illness. When he returned to Davis during his sophomore year, he would move into the Parkside Apartments with Nathan and two other roommates. But it soon became clear to Nathan that something with his friend had changed. Suddenly, he became extremely thin, really skinny. And he started to exhibit unusual behavior in the home that Nathan, having never witnessed mental illness, found scary. He would say it freaked him out. And these two young men who were extremely close friends during this freshman year, they began to distance themselves from each other, and by the end of the year, they weren't even communicating at all. Mr. Reales Dominguez would spend most of his time with his girlfriend, Kimberlee Guillory, and she herself observed significant and concerning changes in his behavior. Mr. Reales Dominguez lost significant weight. The pristine hygiene, where he wouldn't go out anywhere without going back to take a shower, was gone. And he preferred to spend most of his time in his room listening to music, writing songs, and yes, smoking cannabis, as did all the students in his friend group. But when Mr. Reales Dominguez and Ms. Guillory would go out, he was paranoid. She will describe multiple incidents where they were walking in the town of Davis or out in the community, and Mr. Reales Dominguez would believe that people they passed were saying things about him. And Ms. Guillory recognized that these people were clearly engaged in their own conversations or hadn't said a word. And this would happen all the time. Too many for Ms. Guillory to even count. Ms. Guillory knew that Mr. Reales Dominguez was struggling with mental illness, but she did not, a 19-year-old, she did not know how to help. And she will describe an incident that happened in April or March of 2022, spring of their sophomore year, when she and Mr. Reales Dominguez were entering her apartment complex called the Ryder Apartments on Alden. And as they entered, another couple entered behind them. And Mr. Reales Dominguez suddenly turned, believing that the other man had said something to him. Ms. Guillory described how Mr. Reales appeared to feel threatened by this man, even attempted to tackle him to the ground before Ms. Guillory was able to separate him. And she will tell you, this man had not said or done anything. Unable to call Mr. Reales Dominguez home, she will describe how she tried to drive him back to his apartment while he repeatedly tried to get out of the car while it was still moving. And when she finally stopped, he got out and disappeared into the darkness. That evening, she called him repeatedly to ensure that he was okay. He never answered. And she feared the worst. And when she finally reached him the next morning and he refused to talk about what happened, Ms. Guillory realized that as much as she cared about Mr. Reales Dominguez, she needed to end their relationship, which she did sometime in March or April of 2022, although they would continue to remain friends and see each other afterwards. Although it was a primary reason, she did not tell him it was his mental illness that caused her to end the relationship. After his relationship ended, Mr. Reales Dominguez's mental illness continued to progress. Late summer, early fall 2022, he got a job at a Jack in the Box on G Street in Davis, but it did not last long. A co-worker named Gladys Verdin will describe that on the first day of work, when she first got there, Mr. Reales Dominguez stood behind the counter, would not even acknowledge her. And their shifts would overlap. And she'll describe about during their shift, she could commonly see Mr. Reales Dominguez standing perfectly still with his arms straight at his side, just staring at a wall. And this would happen 2 to 3 times an hour every time. She will describe one incident when Mr. Reales Dominguez, attempting to work the drive-thru, stood motionless while staring at a wall, while the beeping of the drive-thru was heard throughout the restaurant. She repeatedly called out his name without any response. And she finally approached him, removed the headset from his head, at which time, in her word, he flinched really hard, got scared, and fled to the back of the restaurant. Mr. Reales Dominguez would often not show up for his shift, and eventually he just stopped showing up. Now, in the fall of 2022, Mr. Reales Dominguez moved into a residence at 762 Hawthorne, which he would share with Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. He took over the room that was previously occupied by Sydney Celeste, who had to move home to Sacramento due to family concerns, but he would still frequently attend the house, come to the house. His name was still on the lease. And it soon became clear to all the housemates that Mr. Reales Dominguez was suffering from a mental illness. Extremely thin, with long hair that hung in his face. It was clear he was not showering regularly, if he showered. He walked with a stiff gait, arms straight by his side, which some of them would describe almost like a zombie. He isolated himself in his room, and when he would leave the room, he would not even acknowledge him. He stopped feeding or caring for his cat Ember, a cat that a year earlier he had been completely dedicated to. And they will tell you how this cat, they would find the cat in the kitchen trying to tear into packages to get food. And that Mr. Capito ultimately started feeding the cat. And the cat started staying with Mr. Capito. During housemate meetings, he would stare off into space, stare at a wall, and they would have to say his name multiple times to get his attentions. And all three roommates observed things that indicated Mr. Reales Dominguez was hearing voices. Now, sometime after moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, Mr. Reales Dominguez began to engage in a very unusual routine when he would leave his home, most often at night, and he would walk or ride a bike to a small number of random locations where he would sit and stare and engage in other bizarre behavior. One of these locations was Sycamore Park. Now, before moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, Mr. Anthony had been to Sycamore Park on a few occasions. He played basketball with Nathan at the elementary school next door, but it didn't have any meaningful connection to him. But within a few months of moving into the Hawthorne residence, he would go there regularly, usually sitting near on the play structure, where he would just sit there and stare at the ground or stare into space. On one of his walks, he found a knife blade that was separated from the handle. And he started this almost nonsensical routine of sitting on the play structure, throwing the blade at a nearby tree, seeing if it would stick. When he realized that the dullness of the knife was preventing it from sticking in the tree, he did, on December 6th of 2002, order a knife from Amazon. Another seemingly random location where Mr. Reales Dominguez would regularly go, although less so than Sycamore Park, was an area along the railroad tracks at the intersection of K and 2nd and K Streets. This was a location of a portion of a downed power pole that I would describe as Mr. Reales Dominguez is sitting on.
Let me stop you there. Okay, so this is a time we got to take an afternoon break, and Mr. Hutchinson has a bit more to go on his opening statement. So 15-minute break. Remember your three-part admonition. Don't form your opinion. Don't discuss. Don't research. And I'll see you in 15 minutes. The jury is excused. Thank you, counsel, and enjoy your break. Thank you both. Off record.
All right. That concludes their opening. Well, no opening statements are not done yet. They're taking a break. Oh, do we get a hot mic? All right, so let's go over while they're in a break. We can review what we heard. We had state's opening from Mr. Demora. He talks about two men finding a man on a bench in a pool of blood. There was a knife sheath, not found on scene, but was found on Carlos once he was arrested. There's very little evidence that was left there. Then we have, then he talks about the April 29th. There was another crime. This one was Karim, of course. The first one was David. The second one is Karim. Dr. Massey hears what he thinks is a bicycle crash in Sycamore Park. He says, help me, oh God, help me, or help me. Dr. Massey finds Karim and Carlos on the ground. Carlos jumps on Karim's bike and says, "What do you want? Leave me alone." And as he pedals away, Then he performs, Dr. Massey performs CPR on Karim, but he can't save him. 2 similar stabbings at knife that law enforcement is investigating. Then we have May 1st of 2023. Everyone's talking about this, about the 2 incidences, of course. The city was on edge as we were seeing in our deep dive. We were watching a bunch of news clips. That's what they were talking about. Then the P&G substation, which is Pacific and Gas, a substation. Kimberlee is there. She's with another group. They call it unhoused, homeless people, unhoused people. We hear about Isaac Chessman. He thinks unhoused population is the target. So Kimberlee's in her tent on a phone. She feels what she thinks is someone punching her, but it's Carlos has come to the tent and he actually stabbed her twice in her lower back. She screams out and others come to her aid. He then goes to Safeway. Law enforcement is getting hundreds of tips. And he gets pulled over. He's walking. So basically, he gives the name John Joas, Joas. He used that same name a month ago when he was stopped by law enforcement back then. Law enforcement seized the stolen Safeway items along with this knife. He is then arrested, and law enforcement goes to his house. They find a bike. They found clothes that have Karim's blood on it. He talks a little bit, this is he talks a little bit about Carlos grew up in Oakland. He had a 3.8 GPA, multiple sport athlete. But things started to change after he got to UC Davis. He engaged in typical college behavior, which is partying, drinking, smoking. But he says it was just recreational at the very beginning, but then he starts to smoke more and more. And eventually gets it to everyday use. He says this is not normal THC. This is a high potency. Now here's where it gets interesting because they didn't say this at all last year. They brought it in a little bit. They brought it in a little bit on cross, but they kind of stayed away. They were trying to bring it in last year. Something must have happened in the pre-trials because they tried to bring it in, and this go around, the prosecutors are wondering why they didn't bring it in more. So we're hearing this use of cannabis. It's not normal THC, high potency. Roommates say all he would do would smoke, come out, make food, go back into his room. That's the first time we heard that. THC is still in his blood at the time of arrest. First time we're hearing that. So it's interesting that they're gonna go after this angle a lot harder this time than the first trial. So keep that in mind. If you guys have been with us for our deep dive over the last week, just keep that in mind that there really wasn't much talk about his cannabis use. They touched upon it a few times in cross, like on the experts. They didn't ask any of the roommates. They didn't ask any of the roommates. I don't remember hearing about it at all. It would come up for like Mr. Vanderhoek would when he was crossing the psychiatrists and psychologists and the therapists, he would say, so how does cannabis fit into psychosis and all this stuff? So he would touch upon it during cross, but this is the first time. So keep that in mind as you guys watch this trial. Then he talks about Kaylee, girlfriend, saw impacts in how his behavior and interests changed. His hygiene and grades, they all changed. You'll hear about from experts about heavy cannabis use and psychosis. It's complicated. Schizophrenia is complicated and it's complex. It's complicated and complex to diagnose. It's not an exact science. You don't see symptoms in real time. Any cannabis use can result in psychosis. Any cannabis? I wonder if I got that right. Some will say it will cause it. Some will say it won't. It can push someone over the edge, though. Hadn't shown itself until Carlos started heavily using cannabis. All right. So then, hey, Goddess, how are you? Gordon, good to see you. Thanks for coming in, guys. Running with Scissors. That makes things different for sure. Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting how hard they go after. Well, they're going hard after because they brought it up during opening. So they're going to go hard after this. All right. So defense opening, Mr. Hutchinson. The question to be answered is not who did it, but what was Carlos's specific intent. His mind was devastated by a cruel disease. No experts have found malingering. 2 years, 10 months, he's been treated in a secure environment. It's a brain disorder that affects how someone sees, hears, and feels. Hallucinations. Carlos has hallucinations that are terrifying. It grossly disorganized speech. That's positive. And he says, not because they are good, but because they are an addition to a normal, healthy life. And then you have negative symptoms, which are minimal speech, blunted or flat affect, inability to maintain eye contact, lack of motivation, decline in personal hygiene, can't experience pleasure, rigid posture, can sit motionless for long periods of time. He still exhibits symptoms today. Meds can treat positive symptoms, but they can't treat negative. They can't recognize that they are sick. It attacks the young. Super Bowl. Late teens to early 20s for men. He's only 23 years old, has very close relatives on both sides that have schizophrenia. That's the first time we heard that. I don't remember hearing that. His father has covered that fact. So we have not heard that before. It's the first time. So 2 things that are new so far, heavy cannabis use and both sides have schizophrenia. First time we're hearing that. All right, let's see what else. He talks about his immigration status. He was born in El Salvador in October 5th of 2002, I should say, to Juan Carlos and Super Bowl and Carla Dominguez. He takes as common in Spanish cultures, they take dad's last name, first name becomes first name, mom's name becomes last name. Parents were married when he was born. At 1 year and 9 months, his dad left for the U.S., so that would have been June of 2004. And then in 2005, February 2005, so not quite a year later, mom moves to the U.S. So both of them abandoned him, so he's being raised by his grandmother, who is his maternal grandmother, so that's Carla's mom. Her name is Emily. So Emily was a school teacher, would leave him in care of a maid who SA'd him. And that's, again, we heard that we didn't hear that in openings last year. I don't think. We heard that in his testimony, but we did not hear that straight off the bat. So his 6th birthday, he was sent to the U.S., so that would have been May of 2009. See, 2002 plus, yeah, because he wasn't quite, yeah, okay, that makes sense. He wasn't quite 7 yet. He was placed in an SUV, handed off to coyotes to smuggle him into the U.S. His father claims it was a family friend, but that's not true. He's kind of throwing Juan under the bus here. That's two times, at least 2 times that he's excuse me. At least 2 times now he's gone after dad. He crossed the river at night. A young pregnant woman helped him out. He hid in a bush at the border while agents took the rest of the party into custody. He spent weeks in an immigration detention center, placed in a group home. Finally, he was released to his mother's uncle, who is a citizen. He was brought to Oakland to be with his parents he didn't know. He has a 1-year-old brother, Dylan, at that point in time. His sister Mia was born, so he took on the role of being a protector of his siblings. He picked them up from school. He would make food for them. His parents fought, and it was initiated by his mother generally. There was alcohol use, heavy alcohol use in his family. You'll hear about he was a honor student. He was in football, soccer, track, and swimming. Thank you, Gracie, for that. Flow State, thank you. Appreciate that. He graduated 11th in his class. We don't know how many people were in his class. I didn't quite hear how many people were in his class, but he graduated 11th. Pretty good. He was friendly, outgoing. He started a YouTube channel. He was doing silly pranks with his family and friends. He thought his immigration status would prevent him from attending college. He applied at UC Davis with help from a counselor. He started September 2020, which of course was pretty much right in the middle of COVID. Made friends across different social circles. Nathan was his first friend. He ended freshman year in good academic standing. Then his girlfriend Kaylee noticed changes. He wouldn't lose weight. His weight loss, his pristine hygiene went away. He spent time in his room listening to music and smoking cannabis. So here, they're now the defense is admitting it. So the defense apparently, so it's not a big deal if the defense is admitting it. I still think they have to prove who purchased it and did he actually use it. So now are we going to hear the roommate say, "Oh yeah"? I mean, we didn't hear about that at all. We didn't hear about that at all the first go around. He thought people were saying things about him when he and Kaylee were just kind of walking around. Then this Ryder apartment incident. This is where Carlos got in a fight with this other guy. He thought this guy was saying something to him, so he got in a fight. Kaylee drives him back to his place. He's trying to get out of the car. Finally, she stops and he runs off into the night. So Kaylee knew she needed to end the relationship. So around March or April, she ends it. But they were still friends. Then he gets a job at Jack in the Box. And you'll hear from her coworker that says he would just stand by the counter, wouldn't acknowledge her, would just sit there staring at the wall. He moves in fall of 2022. He moves into a new house with friends Mark, Philip, and Christian. He took the room of Sydney, who had moved back to Oakland to deal with some things. It became clear to all that Carlos was suffering from a mental illness. He was thin. He had hair in his face. He wasn't showering. He walked with a stiff gait with arms by his side. He had a cat. This is where we hear about Ember. He stopped caring for his cat. The cat would be in the kitchen trying to find food. Roommate started to feed Ember. Carlos would just stare off into space during meetings. He was hearing voices. He would leave home at night. He would walk or ride his bike, and he would just sit and stare. He'd find these locations. One such location was Sycamore Park. He found a knife blade that was separated from the handle, and he would throw it at a tree to try and get it to stick. And then on December 6th of 2022, he ordered a knife. And that's where we end. That's where our break is. So. All right, so it's 3 o'clock there. I would suspect we're going to finish up. Obviously, we're going to finish up with defense opening. And then last time we had Maria. Maria was witness number 1, Maria Breaux. So we'll see if we'll see if they start the same. Gordon, yes, he was still walking like that in the first trial. Yes, yeah, he was. When he took the stand, he was walking like that. He was walking like a zombie, right? Nosy Rosie, yeah, that's first time we heard that. That's the first time that I heard that he has apparently there's evidence of him having mental illness on both sides. That's the first time that we're hearing that. We did not hear that the first time. Nosy Rosie, he sure is throwing Dad under the bus. I wonder if they're going to impeach him with some of those things. Maybe. Aussie Gardner, thank you, and you're welcome. Yeah, it's the first time we're hearing some. There's a few things, definitely a few things. Heidi, because moving is a negative symptom which does not react on meds. Nosy Rosie, unless they did have Dad testify again. I think they will. I think it's crucial for Dad to testify again. I think it is. I think it's crucial to have Dad testify again. You know, we need that foundation again. I would think. June, do you think he will take the side in this trial? Do you think he will take the side? Well, last time it was defense that brought him on. Last time it was defense. Yeah, I could see that again. Pisano, it's not guilty. NGRI. They're going for not guilty by reason of insanity. That's the defense. The state just wants to say straight up, no insanity. Dark Lifer says it's possible it wasn't diagnosed and they were self-medicating with alcohol. It isn't common for older adults to have been diagnosed. Running with scissors. My son has psychosis and is super aware that any substances can have terrible effects on him. Oh, thanks for sharing that. Abe says to Ronnie, sounded more like the other way around. His deteriorating behavior led to the breakup. Yes, that is true. Yeah, no, Kaylee said last time, she said she would come over to his place, to his house, and they would sit in his room and he would ignore her. Like she was trying to engage, like any 21-year-olds do. And she said he would just sit there. He would do his beats, and he would just ignore her, basically. So, that was her testimony. Iowa Backyard Cam says, being essentially alone at college had to be a struggle. Yeah, because you're like, 19, 20 years old. You want to make friends and hang out and, do things, right? Of course, studying, you do have to study. But it's definitely, you want to socialize, for sure. It's how you make lasting friendships, theoretically. Barry says, I don't know when his family is so hard to find. How they get a medical history with diagnosis they can give a jury. Yeah, it's a good one. All right, sounds like they're coming back. Or looks like they're coming back. We don't have audio just yet. Let me just make sure. Yeah. No closed captioning either. Sorry, guys. And this is currently not on YouTube, so I don't know if oh, wait a minute.
People of the state of California, Carlos Reales Dominguez, outside the presence of the jury, it's with us now. I'll counsel. I'd like the members of the media to stand up for a moment so I can acknowledge them. I know who they are. Thank you very much. And listen, I need to address an incident that happened in court. It's my understanding, it's been brought to my attention that the live, or I don't know whether it's live, but the camera feed from KCRA continued to run after I said off the record. And that resulted in the camera feed picking up comments, I think, by counsel regarding the case. And that's entirely inappropriate. This is a public proceeding. It's not for the media to report on things that are being said personally in one-to-one. It's to cover under the First Amendment the public proceeding, and so that camera needs to turn off and on when I say on and off the record, just as my court reporter transcribes the case. So I wanted to admonish the media. I don't know who's responsible for the camera. Do you understand that order?
I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Were you not trained, or was it just a
It was just an oversight on my part. I apologize.
All right, I don't recall having a problem like this in the past. So thank you for your understanding. Thank you for acknowledging the court order. Secondly, directed it, I think, at the Enterprise. There was a still photographer here. Was that Enterprise or B?
Second B.
Thank you. And that still photographer stood up as the jury was walking out. It appeared to me they were trying to get a picture of the defense attorney, but that is not the time, and he needs to be directed not to take still photos at any time when the jury is coming in and leaving.
And again, don't take pictures when we are off the record. So I'm really clear, when we go on, when we go off, that's a public proceeding for the First Amendment, and that's what needs to be covered. Thank you for your patience with me.
I'd like to say relay that to
Right. I don't know why he did that. I mean, he knows that. And it was an oversight also. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Counsel, anything else about that episode that I need to know about?
The people.
Well, now there's no audio at all. Now they've turned off the audio altogether. God, this is like so janky. Now there's no audio at all. All right, now we've lost the feed. Wow. To what? This is yeah, they killed the feed. No, it's not us. We didn't lose the feed. They lost the feed. They killed the feed, you guys. They killed the feed. This is it. They killed the feed. It's not us. I wonder if the judge said something. What's yeah. Well, no, this is not off to a good start. This is not off to a good start at all. Yeah, they took it offline. I wonder if the judge said something, because that's what they've got. I wonder if the judge said, is he really just going to like kick media out? That they're not going to stream it now? Because that wouldn't be fair. No, wait a minute. Hold on. We're back. We got something here. Yeah. All right. Looks like they're back.
That I would describe as the sitting log. So during the time sophomore year, when Kimberlee Guillory lived at the right of it, during the time Kimberlee moved to the Ryder apartments, Mr. Reales Dominguez would visit her by walking along the railroad tracks that intersect in downtown Davis. and then curve and run parallel to 2nd Street. There's the gravel portion of 2nd Street, and it continues along the paved portion of 2nd Street. For comparison, shortly north of this red dot along L Street is the location where Miss Guillory was stabbed. Approximately right here, near the intersection of K and 2nd Street, was this down power pole. And some point when Mr. Reales Dominguez was walking to visit Miss Guillory, he became aware of this pole. It's not there anymore, but it was there at the time of these events in May of 2023. And a Sacramento police officer taking photos of the area, not knowing what was relevant, did get a picture of it. Although there is a fence separating the Ryder Apartments from the railroad tracks, you'll see there is a gate that is wide open, and despite trespassing signs, people commonly cut through it across the railroad tracks. And this, you can see behind the pile of gravel near the overturned chair is the down power pole where Mr. Reales Dominguez would go and sit. Even after Ms. Guillory moved out of the Ryder Apartments at the end of her sophomore summer, Mr. Reales Dominguez would continue to go to that location where he would sit and stare at the Ryder Apartments, which were directly across the railroad tracks. Sometimes he would get up and walk around the general area, walk around the streets that border this area before returning to his log, where he would sit and continue to stare. And this is something he did regularly, although not as regularly as going to Sycamore Park. Now, like most everyone in Davis, Mr. Reales Dominguez was familiar with Central Park, having attended the farmers market there. But unlike Sycamore Park and the City Log, Central Park was not a destination he would go to when he would leave his house. But it was a location where he would frequently pass by and stop when he was returning from a location in downtown Davis or other portion of Davis. And these frequent trips to Sycamore Park and the City Log, that continued until the winter break of his junior year. This would be in December of 2022, when he returned to his parents' home in Tracy. Now, his parents will claim that they were so shocked by his physical appearance and obvious mental decline that they urged him to stay home and not return to UC Davis. But whether they did that or not, the evidence clear they did nothing to help him. They didn't get him professional help. They didn't do anything. In fact, his father gave him a ride back after the end of the winter term, even though Mr. Reales Dominguez did not have a mode of transportation. When Mr. Reales Dominguez returned to Davis in January 2023, he stopped communicating with his housemates altogether, or even acknowledging their presence. He had only minimal communication with his family, including his siblings, who he had previously been in constant communication. And while his parents did nothing, you will see that it was his siblings, his 11-year-old sister, who having not heard from him, reached out to Kaylee Gallardo, asking her if she had heard from her brother. Her brother Dylan also sent text messages to Ms. Guillory, who then contacted Philip Hahn. And when Philip Hahn went to Mr. Reales Dominguez's room, knocked on the door and told him that his family was worried about him, he just looked at him and didn't even respond. Isolated himself in his room. He would leave to attend class or go on his nightly walks. And when he did, he continued to walk like a zombie, stiff, erect, with arms straight at his side. He started carrying the knife he purchased on Amazon, both to Sycamore Park and the sitting log, repeating the bizarre, almost obsessive compulsive behavior of trying to throw this knife into a tree. But he also used this knife to carve into a tree at Sycamore Park something that he believed was a face, which you will see a photo of. He tried to attend his classes, but his disease made it impossible for him to comprehend the material or do the work. And he received all F's his winter term. He enrolled in classes for his spring term, but he was unable to do even the most basic work. You will hear from his instructor, Abou, then a PhD student, who taught him in an introduction to English class. She will tell you that she was so concerned by his bizarre behavior that on April 12th, she submitted a report to the UC Davis Office of Judicial and Student Affairs, expressing her concern for Mr. Reales Dominguez. Although she will tell you he had not done anything explicitly or implicitly threatening, she was concerned by just the bizarre behavior, including writing a different name on a quiz he took, that she believed he was suffering from mental illness and she believed he was in need of help. But nobody from UC Davis followed up on that report. Nobody did anything. By late April of 2023, Mr. Reales Dominguez was in a state of active psychosis, suffering from hallucinations and delusions, believing that he was being stalked by a group of supernatural shapeshifters that he referred to as the shadows or the shadow figures. He had been having these hallucinations and delusions for some time, but as the disease progressed, they became more frequent, more vivid, and more terrifying. And you will see that it was the progression of this disease and the delusions and hallucinations that came with it that directly led to the tragic encounters with David Breaux, Karim Najm, and Kimberlee Guillory. When Mr. Reales Dominguez was stopped by the Davis police officers on May 3rd, 2023, he was in a state of active psychosis, and he did not believe that he had stabbed or killed anyone. After he was taken to the Davis Police Department, he was placed in an interrogation room where he would remain for the next 7 hours. And 2 detectives named Steve Ramos and Matt Muscardini would spend 5.5 of those hours asking Mr. Reales leading forced choice questions, which received often contradictory responses of yeah, no, or I don't know. When they did not get the responses that they wanted, Detective Muscardini and Detective Ramos became angry and frustrated, and they repeatedly told Mr. Reales Dominguez what they already knew. that he had stabbed people, that he had killed people, and they told this to him over and over again, despite his denials. During this interrogation, Mr. Reales Dominguez sat motionless, speaking in a halting, monotone voice. While the officers moved about in their chairs, Mr. Reales Dominguez sat like a statue. Even when the detectives left the room. The only time he moved was almost 3 hours into the interrogation. After being alone in the room, he stood up, put on his hoodie, and tried to walk out the door. And an officer stopped him and said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm just going for a walk." Completely oblivious to the situation that he found himself in. He did not make eye contact, except for the times the officers ordered him to look at them, which they did over 20 times. He exhibited grossly disorganized thought processes and disorganized speech. Although he persisted in saying that his name was John Joas, a name he had used about a month earlier when he was stopped on his bicycle, he was able to give his correct phone number. He tried to give them his UC Davis email under the name Carlos Reales Dominguez, but he was unable to spell it correctly. Although he had said he lived at 782 Hawthorne, you will see he actually lived at 762. Other information he gave was close to accurate, with minor inaccuracies, such as spelling his mother's name as Varla instead of Carla, and spelling his high school as Castlemont instead of Castlemont. During this entire interrogation, he did not exhibit any emotion whatsoever, exhibiting only a flat, effect, and blank stare, even when told that he was under arrest for murder. To experts who watched this video, this was clear that this was a young man exhibiting multiple negative symptoms of schizophrenia. But he was being interviewed by 2 police officers who did not have any training or any experience to recognize that. Both of them will tell you they had never even heard of the positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia. Now, you will see there have been many false narratives in this case that have been advanced by law enforcement. Sometimes law enforcement did it themselves, sometimes they simply didn't correct it. Law enforcement would advance the theory that Mr. Reales Dominguez committed these acts because he was terminated from UC Davis. And you will see there is evidence that on the morning of April 25th, he was sent an email indicating that he'd been disqualified from the semester. But nobody spoke to him. He never responded to that email, and the prosecution's own forensic expert who looked at the phone confirmed that that email was never even opened. Mr. Reales Dominguez had no knowledge that he had been disqualified. Cell phone data will show that on May 1st and May 2nd, he tried to go to his classes, although he appeared to arrive at the wrong time. And when he spoke to detectives on May 3rd, he repeatedly maintained that he was still a student at UC Davis, even when Detective Ramos repeatedly told him that he was not. After his arrest, he was housed in the infirmary of the Kimberlee County Jail, where he would spend each day in an empty cell, dressed only in a suicide prevention smock, staring at a wall. He never threatened to harm himself. This prevention smock was just because of the bizarre behavior he was exhibiting. He consumed only minimal amounts of food and water. They would say he was on a hunger strike block, but he never said he was on a hunger strike. He simply said he was not hungry. He consumed only minimal amounts of food and water, and his weight would soon fall to 108 pounds, resulting in several trips to the emergency room. By point of reference, as he sits before you today, Mr. Reales Dominguez weighs 171 pounds. For nearly 3 months, he did not shower or brush his teeth, although he made multiple comments reflecting his belief that he was still a UC Davis student, including his need to register for classes, his desire to talk to a counselor, and his concern that he was missing his classes and needed a laptop to do his work. Like so many experiencing a first break of schizophrenia, he denied all symptoms of mental illness and refused all requests for him to take medication. His verbal communication was minimal and ultimately stopped. And his treating psychiatrist at the jail, a woman by the name of Dr. Patricia Tyler, who was previously the medical director at Napa State Hospital, diagnosed Mr. Reales Dominguez as suffering from schizophrenia and recommended that the jail seek an order to get involuntary, life-saving antipsychotic medication, which was ultimately granted by a court on August 3rd, 2023. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Reales Dominguez began receiving antipsychotic medication. The criminal case was paused, and on September 13, 2023, he was committed to Atascadero State Hospital for treatment. And he would remain at Atascadero State Hospital for approximately 3.5 months before returning to Yolo County Jail in January of 2024, where he would remain to this day. What you will see is mental illness what you'll see is it would help if I would plug it in. This is Carlos Reales Dominguez, Kimberlee Guillory, November 7th, 2020. This is Mr. Reales Dominguez with Kimberlee Guillory at the end of their freshman year on June 10th, 2021. This is a year later, June 12th, after the scenario had broken up. You will notice it appears thinner, the facial hair, the longer hair. This guy will describe how his hygiene had completely deteriorated. This is Carlos Reales Dominguez at the time of his arraignment, 2 days after his arrest on May 5th, 2023. This is Mr. Reales Dominguez on June 6th, 2023. This is Carlos Dominguez on July 24th, 2023, shortly before the jail got an order for involuntary antipsychotic medication. And this is Mr. Reales Dominguez on February 26th, 2024, where he returned from Atascadero State Hospital, medicated and stabilized on antipsychotic medication. You are going to hear from multiple experts in this trial. You will see that many of them have a different role. One of the experts you hear from is Patricia Tyler. As I mentioned, she is the former medical director at Napa State Hospital. After retiring from that position, she worked for a company called WellPath, providing psychiatric services to inmates in county jails across Northern California. And she was Mr. Reales Dominguez's treating psychiatrist. And although she did review materials, witness statements from his friends and family about the mental decline that they had observed, her role was not to review any information about the charges in this case. But she will tell you why she diagnosed Mr. Reales Dominguez with schizophrenia, why she believed it was necessary for him to receive life-saving antipsychotic medication. Another expert you'll hear from is Dr. Stephen Weiner. He is a forensic psychiatrist currently employed with the San Francisco Department of Public Health. And he was an independent expert who was appointed by the court to evaluate Mr. Reales Dominguez regarding the charges in this case. He also diagnosed Mr. Reales Dominguez as suffering from schizophrenia. We'll hear from a forensic psychologist by the name of Sirentit Reed. She is in private practice. She practices in the Sacramento area. She is another independent expert appointed by the court to evaluate Mr. Reales Dominguez. And she also diagnosed him as suffering from schizophrenia. You will also hear from a psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Sarah Benson. She is a nationally recognized adolescent and forensic psychiatrist. She is a professor and chair of the Department of Psychiatry at Morehouse School of Medicine, Atlanta, Georgia. She was retained by the defense to examine Mr. Reales Dominguez, and she also diagnosed him as suffering from schizophrenia. You'll also hear from a doctor by the name of Dr. Steven Siegel. He has both a PhD and an MD. He is a professor, psychiatrist, and the chair of the Department of Psychiatry at the Keck School of Medicine at the University of Southern California, who has also been retained by the defense. He has not reviewed any case-specific materials, but he will testify in response to the claims by the prosecution that this was all because of marijuana. And you will see that not only did 4 separate experts diagnose Mr. Reales Dominguez as suffering from schizophrenia, the 3 who both evaluated him and reviewed the specific materials in this case, that would be Dr. Weiner, Dr. Reed, and Dr. Vincent, all will offer their opinion that at the time of these charged offenses, Mr. Reales Dominguez was suffering from schizophrenia, that he was in a state of active or florid psychosis and experiencing hallucinations and illusions, and that these positive symptoms of schizophrenia substantially impacted his thought processes and perception of reality. Now, you heard the prosecutor talk about this theory of cannabis-induced psychosis. That was not a theory that originated with any of the doctors who actually evaluated Mr. Reales Dominguez. You will see that was a theory that originated back in fall of 2025, this past fall. It is a theory that originated with attorneys.
Listen, it is argumentative. This, the way you're characterizing this, just tell us what the evidence will show.
The evidence will show that in fall of 2025, attorneys from the Yoba County District Attorney's Office reached out and retained a doctor by the name of Zachary Torrey, who their office had retained on a prior occasion. to offer an opinion in this case. Now, Dr. Torrey has not evaluated Mr. Reales Dominguez, but he says he has reviewed all the case-specific materials that Dr. Weiner, Dr. Vinson, and Dr. reviewed. And it is unclear exactly what Dr. Torrey's opinion is. He will acknowledge that you cannot diagnose someone with cannabis use-induced psychosis or any substance-induced psychosis when the symptoms last as long as Mr. Reales Dominguez has. Mr. Reales Dominguez has not used cannabis for over 3 years. And he continues to experience the negative symptoms of schizophrenia to this day. So it appears Dr. Torrey is going to say that at this point, Mr. Reales Dominguez does have schizophrenia spectrum disorder. And that's an umbrella term that includes a group of related mental health conditions, including schizophrenia. But at the time of this offense, it was all due to the cannabis. Now, there is no dispute that Mr. Reales Dominguez, like his friend group, was a regular user of cannabis. And there's no dispute that for people with schizophrenia, cannabis use can worsen or exacerbate mental health symptoms. But you will see that his cannabis use was a product of his mental illness. It was not the cause of it. As mentioned, evidence will show you cannot medically or scientifically ascribe a cause to schizophrenia based on a single risk factor. And that's what Dr. Siegel is going to talk to you. And it was Dr. Siegel who was explaining that despite all this increased use of cannabis, including high THC cannabis among college students, schizophrenia rates haven't changed. Now, the prosecution mentioned a witness by the name of Matt Massey. He was the doctor who contacted Mr. Reales Dominguez with Mr. Najm in the park. And what you will see is that from the very beginning of his trial, Dr. Massey described how when he encountered Mr. Reales Dominguez seemed scared. That he was scared of Dr. Massey, asking, "What do you want? Leave me alone," as he fled. As Dr. Massey would testify at a prior hearing under oath, in his mind, I thought I was chasing a scared young man. And for reasons that we will see is clear after maintaining for several years that Mr. Reales Dominguez seemed scared, Dr. Massey was likely going to come into court and change his testimony. He said, never mind, he didn't seem scared. And it'll be very clear why he's doing that. And it's very clear that it's not the truth. You may also hear evidence, prosecutions, witnesses about Mr. Reales Dominguez's cell phone being turned off for long periods of time. What you will see from an expert by the name of Brian Chase, Mr. Reales Dominguez had an old cell phone that was constantly dying, and this pattern of extended periods being off existed for months. You will also hear how false narratives have impacted witnesses who will testify. As the prosecutor mentioned, approximately 2 hours before Ms. Guillory was stabbed, a man by the name of Khalid Siddiqui, who worked and still works at Steve's Pizza, was walking home from work near the area of 2nd and L Street, where a group of unhoused individuals, including Isaac Chessman, Alberto Osorio, and another individual, identified him as being the stabber and proceeded to chase him down 2nd Street. Now, Davis Police Department would, within a matter of days, realize that the person who had been chased was not Mr. Reales Dominguez. It was Mr. Siddiqui, who had no involvement in this case. But this belief that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been there 2 hours before, scoping out the camp, that would persist and be repeated. And you will see some of the witnesses still believe that to this day. And you will see how that impacts their testimony. And you will hear about a man by the name of Steve Ramos, one of the lead detectives assigned to investigate this case, to take the lead in conducting the 7-hour interrogation. And although this interrogation was recorded, after that, Mr. Ramos would write a report, a summary to be used in charging, in which he would falsely claim that Mr. Reales Dominguez confessed to all 3 stabbings. And when you see this recording, you will see that is completely not true. That is a complete work of fiction by Detective Ramos, but nobody else for nearly 2 years watched the video to realize that what Detective Ramos wrote was completely false. They relied on him to tell the truth, and you will see how this false report by Detective Ramos shaped how this case was investigated. An opening statement is not an opportunity to discuss the law. And it will be many weeks before the judge instructs you on the specific intents and mental states that the prosecution must prove for each charge and each enhancement in this case. But I'm asking you to keep an open mind and please reserve judgment, because you will see when the law is explained to you and you apply that law to the very unusual and very complex facts of this case, you will see that Mr. Reales Dominguez is not guilty of the crimes of murder and attempted murder, but at this phase of the trial, he is guilty of the lesser included crimes of involuntary manslaughter for causing the deaths of David Breaux and Karim Najm. So as you hear the evidence, much of it will be very difficult to hear, and much of it will be at times heartbreaking. Please remember that this trial is not just about the physical acts that Carlos Reales Dominguez did, but also about what was happening in his mind when he did that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. All right, I'm going to stand up and stretch, okay? And then, Mr. DeMar, you have a witness? Okay, all right, feel free to join me if you stand up and stretch. We're going to take a hard break at 4:30, and I advised the jury earlier that I would wave a proverbial flag as we move through different phases of the trial. So, jury selection, check. We did that. Opening statements, we just finished, check. And now we're entering the evidentiary phase of this trial. Okay, so we're going to hear from the witness in just a moment in the prosecutor's case in chief. And tomorrow we are going to be in session from 9:30 to 4:30 with the breaks that we've been taking from noon to 1:30, and then a short break in the morning and a short break in the afternoon. Okay, and then next week is I'll give you more direction on that, but I have no reason not to expect that we're going to be in session then 9:30 to 4:30. And you can count, if you have commitments with your family and friends, I will not run past 4:30 at any time. I will not run past noon.
Okay, so you can count on those hard breaks. And we won't be starting any sooner than 9:30 on any particular day unless I give you a much advance notice. We haven't talked about court holidays, and so June 19th is a court holiday. July 3rd is a court holiday, and those are the two court holidays that we have. And so if for some reason there are moments in the trial when I need to meet with the lawyers regarding the law and the proceeding, you may either be called off for a half a day or something like that, or I may have you out in the hall waiting while I'm working with the lawyers. I will tell you a rule of trial practice. When I'm talking to the lawyers, it's speeding things up, even though you may not be here. It's a rare occasion when the conversations with the lawyers lead to extended proceedings. That's not really the way it works. So if that happens and you're waiting in the hallway past a break, don't worry. Know that I'm trying to speed things up, not slow it down. Okay, so that's where we're at. We've had a good stretch break now. Mr. Demora, on behalf of the people, would you like to call your first witness?
Before I do that, can we have a quick approach for just
Sure. Yeah, sidebar off the record.
Camera operator learned his lesson. Sidebar off the. He shut that down. Camera operator learned their lesson. All right, let's go through the rest of. Trial tomorrow, 9:30 to 4:30. That's West Coast time. Noon to 1:30 lunch break. So we remember that from last year. Hour and a half lunch break. So lots of kiddie time. Lots of kiddie halftime for you guys. Next week they're in session. There's court holidays June 19th, and then July 3rd. Flow State. Thank you, William, for the Flow State. That's so cool. So quick sidebar, and let's see if they bring Maria. Is it going to be Maria Breaux? She was witness number 1 last time. Let's see if there is some. I'm going to say Maria Breaux. So is there anything new that we heard? Anything new in that? State retained a doctor. Oh, yeah. So the state retained a doctor to offer an opinion. Oh, looks like they're back. Let me come back here.
And good afternoon. Thanks for your patience with the court. I'm going to ask the clerk to give you the oath, and then after you take the oath, I want you to take the witness stand.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name is Aiden Reynolds, spelled AIDAN-REYNOLDS.
Okay, Mr. Demora, direct exam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds. Good afternoon. Mr. Reynolds, what do you do for a living? I currently work for the U.S. Geological Survey as a duck surveyor. I go out to different fields and survey duck populations. Do you do that locally, or do you travel and get to do that sort of in the regional area? Yes, the field office is in Dixon, but we travel to the Bay and to the northern Central Valley and to the southern Central Valley as well. Okay. And I think if you had, you studied and went through a college and things like that to obtain a position? Yes, that's correct. Okay, so back in April of 2023, what were you doing at that time? Were you at this job, or were you in middle school? I was an undergraduate student at UC Davis. What were you studying there? I was studying wildlife biology. So, do you remember April 27th of 2023? Yes, I do. Okay. And you said you were an undergrad at that time, and what grade were you in? I guess were you a junior or senior? I believe I was a junior. Yes, I was a junior. were you working with anyone as part of your studies on that day? Yes, on that day I was working with a graduate student named Ian Halliburton. Why were you working with him? So the project that we were working on involved monitoring a species of songbird called the black phoebe in local urban environments. Did that take you to any particular area to see Davis? Yes, that day we went to Central Park in Davis, California. That's in Yolo County? Yes. So, you really know that Central Park, obviously, you know Central Park that have, farmers market, carousel, things like that at that time. Didn't know it to be a habitat for a lot of different birds. What were you sort of looking for? So we were looking for nests of this species of bird, and we had located one previously on, I think it was in the northwestern corner of the intersection of 5th Street and B Street. And we were following that individual bird that made that nest that day. So basically, you're kind of tracking it, right? Yeah, the project was mostly involved with monitoring reproduction of that bird. So, here, which corner did you say it was nested?
Sorry, guys. I'm not sure what's going on, but we just lost our feed. Not sure why they did that to us, but we just lost our feed. So until it comes back, we'll just have to ask for your patience. I don't know if it's a commercial. We literally just lost the feed. So, until they come back, we just have to wait. Yeah, maybe the camera operator. We miss Newton. Maybe the camera operator just kicked a cord. So, maybe the camera operator kicked a cord. Yeah, they're just totally lost the feed. Come on, camera operator. Maybe they'll sort it out next for tomorrow. Well, it's not the internet in this case, Hellrider. It's the court feed. They just lost the feed. Yeah, Gordon, he was the second witness. He was the second witness. Maria was the first witness. He was the second one. So, for such a high-profile case, you think they'd have their act together? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow they will. I don't know. Maybe they'll sort it out for tomorrow. Yeah, it's not even on YouTube anymore. I have a feeling it's gonna, well, I don't know. I don't know what my feeling is right now. I know my feeling is not very happy with this court feed camera operator. That I do know. I'm not at all happy and or impressed. How long is it going to take him? How long will it take him to realize that there is no feed? You have no idea, Hellrider. You have no idea. As crushed as you are, multiply that by 100. And you'll kind of get a taste of where I am right now. But I appreciate that. But I don't know what to do. This is ridiculous. Yeah, Nosy Rosie, that would be positive. Maybe they'll fix it. Maybe they'll fix the audio. That'd be something positive. We can only hope. We can only hope. Well, we'll just wait. All we can do is wait. What is it? He says 4:30. Well, we'll wait till 7:30. If they don't come back by 7:30, then we'll go ahead and we'll end it. And hope for better things tomorrow. That's all we can do, right? We'll just wait another 20 minutes until 4:30, and then we'll end the feed. That's probably, trying to remember. So Aiden Reynolds, he testified last time. He's the bird watcher, and I suppose we could play his I could play his testimony while we wait, but that's kind of silly. Well, we heard that they go from 9:30 until 4:30, so 12:30 to 7:30 East Coast time. So we'll just wait another 20 minutes, see if it shows up. Hey, Swanee, thank you for that $19.99. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Goddess, the cats are all asleep. Kitties are sleeping. They just ate. Now they're sleeping. So Appreciate the support, Swanee. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sound like an old man. Oh wait, I am an old man. Well, give them a call. So they apparently pulled the plug on that. I just spoke to their news station, and she's going to have to call back tomorrow. She says it's just up to their news programming, so they pulled the plug on that. So, all right, you guys, I am out of here. Have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow. There's Super Bowl for you guys, and have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.